freedom. Chapter 13. "We need to stop," Leif gasped between heaving breaths.
"No," Ketil grunted. "Not until we reach the next river. The river will stop some of them following at least."
"Ketil, you might be able to run 100 miles in a day, because your legs are as long as a horse's. But the rest of us are exhausted. We need to stop."
The Icelander turned in the saddle. It was clear the others were struggling, Leif most of all, but even the taller Varangians with them were puffing and panting, red in the face. Ketil had been keeping his horse at a slower pace than he'd have liked to allow the others to keep up, and so it seemed unfathomable that they might be struggling. Yet they were. He fought the irritation. They had passed a river somewhere back here on the way to the battlefield, and he really wanted to reach it. He remembered it being roughly chest-deep. The 14 fugitives might be able to struggle across in armor, but any pursuing units would think twice about trying it just for the sake of mopping up a few survivors. But it was increasingly clear that they were not going to reach the water together, and if he rode off ahead, he would leave them all behind. That was not acceptable, and he was surprised at his own reasoning. Some time ago, he'd have thought principally of himself and his own chances of survival. He'd have seriously given thought to leaving them for the Byzantines and running ahead to safety, perhaps even abandoning Leif and Anna, let alone the Varangians he did not know that well. That Ketil seemed to have died on the battlefield. Now, not only was he reasoning that their best chances of survival involved staying together, but he also discovered that he was unwilling to leave a man behind, or a woman. Was this what it was like to be Halfdan? He wasn't sure he liked such a noble attitude. It made life more complicated, and that was another reason why he would only play the role of Jarl until he found Loki-born once more. He slowed, and the others did the same with visible relief. Unfortunately, once he was not suffering the nauseating bouncing in the saddle, the pain in his face flooded in and filled the space. He thought he blinked, but he couldn't really tell, for his eye was clearly gone, not just blinded, but gone. He'd thrown up a little as they ran, when he'd reached up tentatively to prod it, and found he could put his finger in the socket. Still, he was like the Allfather now, half blind, but so much wiser. He would endure the pain, for it would fade with each passing day, while the wisdom was now his forever.
"All right," he said, taking a deep breath and coming to a halt. "We stop."
As the others stumbled to stillness around him, bending double with their hands on their knees, panting and coughing, Ketil peered off east and listened. There was nothing in sight, but that was no consolation, for the light was now almost gone, and he could still hear activity. Fleeing the battlefield, they had raced west for a solid hour now as the sun disappeared and the inky darkness grew. But they were still some way from safety, he was sure of that. The Byzantine general, realizing he was victorious and that the rebel army had broken, had released his men to chase down and capture or kill anyone they could find. The great Emperor Constantine Maniakes had hated Maniakes, and would not be forgiving of rebellion. Anyone who had taken up arms against him would find themselves made an example of, and Ketil had no intention of being tortured to death in the hippodrome of Miklagartha for the entertainment of the masses. And he could still hear it. Even an hour from the battlefield, he could make out the sounds of victorious Byzantines hunting down escaped soldiers. Most of the rebels who had fled the field had done so on foot, Maniakes' cavalry having been largely cut down the moment the battle turned against them. The Byzantine horse, however, had made it through the fight largely intact, and so now riders hunted fleeing infantry. Even now, as Ketil wondered what they would do, he could hear screaming not more than a quarter of a mile away, back beyond the stand of trees that was visible only as a blacker mass in the gloom. The 14 of them were lucky in that they had been among the first to get away, and potential pursuit had been distracted by the presence of wagons to plunder. They had got further than most. Still, they needed to be far enough away from the field that the Byzantines believed there could be no more routed soldiers running. Damn it! He wished the others could keep up with him, that they all had horses. The light was gone now, the night becoming truly dark. Regardless of the gloom, Ketil was finding it hard to see with his one remaining eye, for the constant throb of the wounded socket interfered with his perceptions. His painful gaze fell upon shapes he suspected of being buildings. A village? At least, perhaps, they might be able to find food, if not somewhere to hide and rest for an hour or two. He beckoned Leif, whom he knew to have good eyesight, and 2 eyes to see with.
"Can you see over there? What's that? A village?"
The Russ squinted into the night and sucked on his teeth.
"Whatever it is, it's ruined and uninhabited." "How can you tell that?"
"It's dark, and there are no lights there. If it were occupied, they'd have lamps or fires lit by now." Ketil took a deep breath.
"It's as good as anywhere, then."
"For?"
"For the night. If we're going to lie low for a few hours, we might as well make it the whole night. If we do nothing to draw attention, anyone else should take it for unoccupied, as you did. We'll stay there and set watches. By dawn, I reckon they'll have stopped looking for survivors. So if we make it till then, we can set off and feel fairly safe."
Leif nodded, a relieved look on his face.
"Tell the others,"
Ketil said. And as the little man did just that, he turned away, ostensibly scanning the horizon. In reality, the pain in his face was cresting once more, close to unbearable. He was crying tears from his remaining eye, and unspeakable matter from the empty socket. He was their Jarl for as long as he had to be. He could not let them see him in anguish. He clenched his teeth and fought the agony. Pain thumped him in the face with every beat of his heart. If only Gunnhild were here, she would undoubtedly have some poultice that would lessen the pain. Why had he been so stupid and prideful to lead them east into this mess? Taking a breath, he fought it down. He had to remain in control. He turned, hoping his face was somber and straight, and that the darkness hid the worst of his tears. Leif was looking at him. Ketil was sure there was sympathy in that gaze, which only served to irritate him. Now they had rested for a few moments. He gestured onwards with his arm, and the whole group began to move again, much slower now, tired muscles stiff even after such a short rest. Ketil forced himself to stay with them, and the bouncing gait of the animal once more drove the pain in his face into the background, making it easier to manage. They moved down a slope and past a small copse, eyes mostly on the ground in front of them, for a single rabbit hole could break a leg in the dark. It took almost 1/4 of an hour to reach the buildings. As they approached, it became clear that it was much smaller than a village, just an old abandoned farmstead. The main house, just a single story of 6 or 7 rooms, sat within a low boundary wall that had enclosed what appeared to have once been well-tended gardens, now overgrown and gone to seed. From the state of the roof, Ketil surmised that it had been empty for a number of years. 2 barns stood nearby, both missing their doors and at least some part of their roofs, one having completely fallen in, and several smaller sheds, or shells thereof, were visible dotted around, as well as a smashed chicken coop.
"Into the main house," he said.
Leif cleared his throat.
"Might the barn not be safer?"
Ketil frowned, then promised himself never to do so again, for he almost fainted with the pain it caused. As he recovered slowly, shaking, he focused as much as he could on Leif.
"Why?"
"Well, if anyone else does come looking, just as you did, they'll focus on the house. If we're in the barn, we're less likely to be discovered straight away." Ketil straightened. He'd almost nodded, but that would probably have been a terrible idea too.
Good thinking. One of the barns is more intact than the other. Come on.
Leading the way, with Leif and Anna close behind and the others following on, Ketil hurried across to the better-preserved of the two barns. Reaching it, he dismounted and ducked inside. It was truly gloomy within, and even had he still both eyes, he doubted he'd be able to make much out. One thing that he noticed, though, was the ruined doors which lay on the ground just inside. A patch of murky light at the far end betrayed the existence of a second, smaller door. As the others gathered around behind him, Ketil turned to Leif.
Go and check the other door. See if you can block it up somehow.
Leif nodded and gestured for the nearest of the Varangians to come with him, creeping through the darkness, wary of tripping over unseen hazards. While they did that, Ketil brought his horse inside and tethered it, waved over the others.
Let's get these doors propped back in position. Just leave enough of a gap for a man to fit through.
The Varangians did as much, and Ketil breathed quietly, grateful he did not have to bend and help, for he was fairly convinced he would pass out. Instead, he tried to ignore the pain in his face as he took in what he could of the barn's interior. It was filled with rubble and detritus, which would make it uncomfortable, but could also perhaps help hide them if required. As the rear door was gradually blotted out by Leif and his friend, and the Varangians heaved the broken doors up, ready to prop them in place, Anna crossed to Ketil.
I am just going through the gardens. Don't be daft, woman. It's pitch black out there, and there are angry Byzantines about who would gut you, and probably rape you first. Stay inside.
She narrowed her eyes dangerously. Don't think to command me, Ketil the lanky Icelander. I'm not one of your soldiers. She sighed and relaxed a little. I'm not going far. Just out into the gardens here. There are things I need. Before he could argue, she was out, wandering among the ruined gardens, peering down at the plants all around her. He watched her, worried, as she occasionally stooped and then rose, finally disappearing around the corner of the farmhouse. He was trying to work out what to say to Leif if the Russ returned while she was gone, when she reappeared around the far side of the building and continued to bend and rise, an armful of foliage growing as she moved. What is she doing? Leif murmured, reappearing with startling silence.
I have no idea.
The two men stepped back as the doors were raised between them and the outside world, leaving a gap just 2 feet wide in the middle for ingress and, more importantly, egress. They started at the sound of metallic scraping and turned to see sparks as one of the Varangians struck flint on steel.
Stop that!
They both hissed at once, and the soldier turned, frowning in the last brief flash.
No lights! No fire! Do you want to draw the Emperor's cavalry down on us?
Leif snarled. In the darkness, they could almost feel the chagrin emanating from the man. Slowly, the whole group gathered near the entrance.
All right, Ketil said. There are 14 of us, but I will not task Anna with a watch. Who is the most wounded or exhausted?
There was an odd silence, finally broken as one of the men coughed.
You. Apart from me, Ketil grumbled.
Ubi, someone said.
He's been running for an hour on a wounded leg. He's about ready to pass out.
No, I'm not, you cheeky fuck, snapped a voice in the darkness.
Oh, yeah? Then come over here and tell me that.
There was a resigned grunt. Ketil straightened a little.
Fine. Anna and Ubi with the not wounded leg are out of the watch cycle. The rest of us take turns in pairs. 6 hours, 1 hour per watch. 1 man at this door and 1 at the back. No noise, no fire, no light. Make sure you stay awake and alert. Leif and I will take the first watch, because frankly I'm bollocks and I need a rest, so I'll get my stint out of the way now. The rest of you, Organize yourself into watches, and the two up next make yourselves known so that we can wake you in an hour, and then get what rest you can."
As they broke up into small groups, Anna reappeared in the doorway. "Sit down," she said.
"What?"
"I need to look at your face."
"Leave me be."
She glared at him. "Don't be a baby. You don't spend a year buying, mixing and administering healing balms for Gunnhild without learning a thing or two. I've found a few plants I can use." She turned to Leif. "You still have your flask of wine?" He frowned. "This is hardly the time." "I need it, just not for drinking, Leif." Reluctantly, he pulled a small flask from his belt and handed it over.
"That's all I have until we find some money."
"Then at least you'll be sober for a while," she tutted, and jabbed a finger at Ketil. "Sit." He did so, still confused. The pain was back in force now, though, and if she had anything in mind that might lessen it, he was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. She had been apprenticed to Gunnhild, after all. He watched as she produced from the bag at her side a mortar and pestle and began to grind up plants into a powder. Content with what she had, she placed it on the ground, produced a small copper bottle, and tipped some of the wine into it. Into the metal container, she poured a fine powder that smelled very garlicky, and then found another small pot in her bag and added some of its contents as well. She then put on the lid and shook it well. Satisfied, she opened it, poured it into a bowl, and then added honey, stirring the mixture until it became a light paste. "Hold on to something," she said. Ketil had almost formed the word "why" when his world exploded in horrifying agony. He may have cried out, or at least whimpered, as she liberally daubed her mixture into his ruined eye socket and all across the wounds on the side of his head. The pain was unbearable, far worse than the wound as far as he could remember. As he tried to pull away, she kept hold of him in a surprisingly powerful grip and continued to work. It was only when he came around, groggily, that he realized he had passed out, and she had continued to work on her unconscious patient. His face still stung and ached horribly, certainly. It felt no better than before, perhaps even worse.
"What did you do?" he gasped.
"Garlic and wine in copper becomes a substance that helps prevent wound rot setting in. I've seen Gunnhild apply it 100 times, though never to an eye socket. That was an experience I'm in no hurry to repeat."
"You and me both. That was agony."
"That was probably because I added salt."
"Salt!"
he hissed. "Also good for preventing such infections, and the honey will finish the job."
"I thought you were going to numb the pain."
"No, I was just going to make sure you didn't go rotten and die on us."
"Odin, but you're a cold one, woman."
"Relax. In the morning, when there is light, I will see what I can find that might help with the pain. For now, I just want to prevent any wounds festering. I have needle and thread, so I can try to stitch up injuries too, though I'm not very good. Gunnhild always did that."
"Then I'm bloody glad I don't need stitches."
She gave a humorless laugh, then went off inside, asking for anyone with injuries in a quiet voice. Leif passed on the names and rough locations of the next stint, then went off to the back door and settled for his hour on watch. Ketil did the same, listening to the low murmurs of the others inside, along with the occasional hiss and curse as Anna administered her treatments with the bedside manner of an outraged bear. He hated to admit it, but gradually his face was numbing a little. Perhaps that was the result of her ministrations, or possibly she had driven him beyond some hitherto unknown barrier of pain. Whatever the case, he was able to breathe and sit in calm repose for the first time since the tide of battle had turned. His mind whirled as he thought back on everything that had happened. He knew now that he had made a poor decision, and that choice had almost cost them everything. He knew that it was important that the wolves remained a pack, and that Halfdan was their leader. He wondered if his obstinate refusal to follow had cost the others back in Italy as much. As he sat scanning the night with his one remaining eye, he also lifted the Mjolnir pendant from his neck and made a number of vehement promises to Thor and Odin both, if the gods would help them get back to the others. He could not have said how long it was before he heard the trouble, but the moment he did, he was alert. For 3 or 4 heartbeats, silence fell once more, and he wondered if he'd imagined it. Then it came again. Shouts, whoops, the thunder of hooves. Quite distant, but still too close for comfort. He chewed his lip. There was a good chance they would not even see the farm, of course. But then figures burst from the tree line only half a mile away, on foot and running. They were heading straight across the field, in the same direction Ketil and his men had been taking originally, but then someone clearly spotted the buildings, for they turned and began making for the farm. Ketil rose, took 2 steps inside, and called quietly,
"Trouble! To arms, all of you!"
As the men rose and retrieved weapons, Leif came hurrying over.
"What is it?"
Ketil pointed, and Leif squinted into the darkness.
"Byzantines, on foot, running. They might be friendly, useful even. Safety in numbers and all that. I hear horses. They are being pursued."
Leif nodded.
"Oh. What's the plan?" "It's their problem, not ours. We hide in the barn and let them sort it out."
If Leif disapproved, he didn't show it. Instead, he moved back inside and passed the word to the others. Similarly, Ketil stepped back into the shadow within the barn, peering out through the gap they had left between the doors. There was no doubt now. Maybe 20 or so men were making for the farm, a few with weapons, most unarmed and running in terror. They were definitely Byzantine, and given their speed and the air of panic, they had to be fleeing rebels. Even as Ketil watched, a dozen horsemen burst out into the open behind them.
"Don't lead them to us,"
Ketil cursed in a whisper. But that was exactly what was happening. The runners outnumbered their pursuers, but they were routed, panicked, largely unarmed, and clearly exhausted. As they came closer and closer, Ketil stepped back a little more, making sure he was entirely shrouded in darkness. One of the rebels pointed at the barn and shouted, but, much to the Icelander's relief, the rest ignored him, and they all ran on to the main house. It was clear to Ketil that any fight would not last long. They seemed to know as much too, for they piled into the ruined building, and within moments those with weapons were at the windows and door, the rest hiding in the darkness. Ketil turned and looked in the direction from which they'd come. The riders were close now, coming at a gallop. They were only light cavalry, a few in chain shirts, most in plain tunics, armed with spears and round shields. An idea arose, and before he could reason it through, he had already made a decision. He turned to the darkness behind them.
"Get ready. When they attack the rebels, we hit them from the rear." "Why?" someone hissed. "Let them fight it out themselves."
Ketil grinned in the dark.
"With the Byzantines, we have them outnumbered 3-1, and they're not well armored. You could all do with a horse and some fresh equipment. Whatever they're carrying is ours if we take them down."
The notion settled with some satisfaction among the others in the dark, and in moments the entire armed gathering had moved up to join Ketil. Only Anna and Ubi, the patient with an injured leg, remaining back in the room. Ketil watched as the riders, sensing an easy victory, approached, only slowing once their mounts had leapt the low boundary wall, crossing the garden with jeers and threats at the trapped infantry. Within moments they had reached the farmhouse, still mounted. Some men threw their spears through the windows and were rewarded with the odd cry of pain as they drew their swords. Others, as they closed, used their spears to stab from the saddle into the open windows and door, forcing the poor defenders to back away. Ketil stepped out into the starlight, threw his arm forward, and he and the others ran. The riders, who were now milling about at the house walls, were concentrating on trying to get to the men hiding inside. None of them was paying attention to their surroundings. The Icelander was the fastest, of course. He leapt the low wall with the same ease as the enemy horses, axe in one hand, sacks in the other. The first that the Imperial riders knew of their presence was when Ketil hit them from behind. He could feel the impetus of Thor pulsing through his veins as he struck, pushing away pain and weariness and replacing it with the fiery euphoria of battle. His axe slammed into the back of one unarmoured man, and he let it go, leaving the blade buried horizontally in the man's spine as he reached up and jammed the fighting knife into the thigh of another rider. The first of Ketil's victims howled in agony, lolling in his saddle as he rocked about, the weapon still jammed in him. His current victim screamed and turned, looking down at the blade in his leg and the hand still gripping the hilt. His cries only increased as the tall Icelander used it as a handhold to pull himself up, free hands slipping round the rider's neck as he settled onto the horse's back behind the man. As the rider choked and gagged, Ketil pulled the sacks free of his leg and then casually drew it across his windpipe, pushing the man to one side off the horse. Ketil had a mount now, though wielded only a knife, as the rider to his right turned with cries of alarm to face the Varangians now running at him and bellowing. Ketil leaned across and punched the man in the face with the fist still wrapped around the sack's hilt, then plucked the spear from the rider's surprised hand. He turned, spear poised to cut down another man, but was confronted only by the dying man with the axe buried in his back. The rest were now fighting the other Varangians, and fresh help was coming too. Even as the riders, their victory turned to defeat in an instant, fought for their lives against this unexpected surprise attack from behind, the armed infantry who had fled into the farm now reappeared, snarling and lashing out with swords and spears. Trapped between infantry and Varangians and hopelessly outnumbered, the riders tried to make a break for it, but failed dismally. One by one, the pursuing Imperial soldiers died. The Varangians were careful to try and avoid damaging the horses. When it was over, mere moments later, it was clear what a massacre it had been. 12 riders lay dead, and only one horse had fallen in the attack, while just one of Ketil's Varangians and 2 of the Byzantine infantry lay on the ground, shaking their last. "Who are you?" one of the fugitives from the farmhouse asked in easy Greek. "Like you," Ketil replied. "Survivors." The man nodded. "Thank the Holy Mother you were here. I thought we were done for." "Don't be too thankful. I did this for the horses and the equipment, not for you." The Byzantine shrugged. "The result is the same. We owe you. Save your breath. You'll need it for the coming days. Now piss off." The man blinked. "What?" "We don't need your lot slowing us down." "Are you moonstruck? Together there are near 30 of us. That's enough to be sure of safety from random patrols. Safety in numbers. Where are you bound?" Ketil pointed vaguely. "West." "Then we go west." "Listen, I don't want you. We are men of the north, of the grey stone lands of snow, forged in Odin's grasp. We don't need broken Greeks." He became aware of someone tugging at his arm. He turned to see Leif giving him a very meaningful look. "What?" "Stop moralizing your pagan ways at people, Ketil of Sturth. You don't speak for me. I was forged in Kiev in the sight of the Holy Mother. These men are soldiers and comrades. They come with us." Ketil sighed. He might have argued, but he knew that look in Leif's eye. Any debate would be long and difficult, and the loquacious little bastard would win in the end. He straightened. "All right," he growled in annoyance. "You take the house, we'll take the barn.
Strip the horses, share out the weapons and equipment as best you can, then tether the beasts inside. Get rid of the bodies, set watches, and we'll move at first light. We find the nearest village, barter whatever we can raise for food, and then move on. We head west, the way we came. Hopefully Dyrrachium is still in rebel hands and we can get a ship there. I have friends in Italy. We find them and all will be well.
As the men went about their business, Ketil looked first east, where an enemy sat on the Byzantine throne, unopposed now, and no doubt sending out messages to hunt down any rebels and bring them to justice. Then he looked west, where days of difficult travel awaited them, even if they could travel unmolested. And once they reached the sea, they would have to secure passage. Then, if they got to Italy, they would have to try and find Halfdan and the others. A long journey lay ahead. Best get some sleep. Somewhere nearby, a man screamed as Anna attended to his injuries. Ketil smiled grimly. Chapter 14.
What do you think?
Ketil murmured. Beside him, Leif peered off into the early morning, hand held over his eyes for shade as the post-dawn sunlight from alleyways cut golden lines across the road.
There's definitely a garrison. Maybe a large one, too.
Ketil nodded and looked up the street. The gate at the top of the long incline was topped with battlements, and above it he could see the gleaming figures of armoured men, the banners of Byzantium snapping above them in the breeze. Imperial control had come back to Dyrrachium. Ketil stamped weary feet. It would have been nice to have ridden the horses this far, but they had been forced to sell them the previous day to buy food for the ongoing journey.
"Why don't we just try somewhere else?" Anna asked.
Leif turned to her.
"Anywhere with a port large enough to have merchant vessels that cross the open sea will have a garrison, and the smaller the port, the less likely we are to secure passage, especially now that there are so many of us. No, I think unless we all split up and go in pairs or trios, it has to be Dyrrachium, but that means getting past the officials here."
"They're letting other people in," Anna muttered, watching carts and travellers climb the street between the houses and shops that had grown up outside the city walls on the road down to the lagoon bridge.
"Other people," Ketil noted, "are not coming in numbers and bearing weapons. City guards tend to frown on things like that."
"And there are other problems," Leif added. "The Imperial courier system is second to none, and you can be sure the authorities here already know about the battle and the death of Maniakes. There will undoubtedly be a standing order to check for any rebel survivors. But the main issue is the bureaucracy. To put to sea here, our names will have to be in a number of ledgers and documents, and will be checked up on. It's a thorny problem."
"Maybe," Anna murmured. "Maybe not. What have you seen?"
Her hand came up, pointing off to the left. Ketil's gaze followed the gesture a short way up the road to a large inn, 2 stories high and arranged in 3 wings. There would be a courtyard around the back, between the wings, and there had to be stables, for outside the front sat a carriage and a number of horses, tended by servants in Byzantine-looking dress.
"You have a wicked mind," Leif admonished her.
"She's right, though," Ketil added, looking at the coach with his remaining eye. The wounded one had settled into a gentle but constant ache now, the pain receding gradually over the days of travel, aided by poultices and concoctions brewed up by Anna with surprising skill. The carriage meant someone rich and powerful was at the inn. During their time in the Byzantine capital, Ketil had quickly come to understand that rich men were also politicians. There seemed to be no dividing line. Gold equaled power. That meant that the owner of the carriage, whether he was here for business or pleasure, would be able to sweep past guards and clerks alike. Moreover, a man in his position might well be travelling with a military escort, especially given what everyone would now know had happened in the region. Ketil turned to look at the men behind him, a smile gracing his lips. Each and every one was either a Byzantine soldier still wearing his uniform or a Varangian who had served in Miklagarda. To the average eye, they would look as imperial as anyone.
"How do we do this, then?" Leif muttered. "We can't leave any witnesses, especially from his entourage. Fortunately, he's leaving the inn."
"How do you know that?" Anna asked.
"Because it's early morning. When a man like that travels, he spends his nights in a comfortable bed and then moves on. He can't have just arrived. The carriage out front means he's been there overnight and now he's leaving."
Leif nodded. "He probably arrived after dark yesterday. The city gates will be locked up when the sun goes down, so he had to rest here and wait for morning."
"We need to get everyone he is traveling with off the street and out to the back somewhere."
Ketil turned to the others.
"There are alleys either side of the inn. Move into the nearest one and wait for us. The moment you see us leave the inn and go to the coach, come up and join us like a proper escort. Leif and I will handle this."
Anna was a little miffed as they told her to wait with the soldiers, but she did so with a glare as Ketil and Leif moved into the doorway of the inn. For better or worse, there was no going back now.
"So what's the plan?"
Leif hissed as they entered.
"No idea. Follow my lead."
He ignored the worried look from the Russ. In Ketil's experience, planning things like this was highly overrated. Plans could go wrong, and usually did. When you had no plan, the plan couldn't go wrong, so nothing surprised you.
He'd had no plan last time they were in Dyrrhachium, and they'd breezed into the city like kings.
The main room of the inn was one large chamber filled with benches and tables. A fireplace stood at the end, though nothing burned at this time of day. The smell of freshly baked bread wafted in from somewhere, and there were sounds of activity coming from most of the doorways leading off the room. A man dressed impeccably in a long blue robe with a red and gold patterned tunic and a red cloak pinned at the shoulder stood in the middle of the room, playing irritably with a curl of oiled black hair that kept escaping his red felt hat. There was no mistaking the owner of the coach. Near him, a well-dressed servant and 2 guards in chain shirts stood talking to a man who was clearly the innkeeper. Half a dozen other patrons were sitting around the room, safely back from the nobleman for fear of upsetting his guards. As the 2 new arrivals paused in the doorway, the stylish lord lifted a cup from the table beside him and drank from it. The pair slipped inside, trying to achieve an air of innocence as they looked about, seemingly waiting for the opportunity to speak to the owner. Ketil looked down at Leif, and the Russ motioned to him with a gesture that seemed to say, "Patience." He knew Leif. He knew the man's mind was churning through ideas and plans as they stood. Ketil would never be a man for plans, and so he simply took in their surroundings like a general observing the ground before a battle. As they waited, Ketil's gaze was drawn by the way the nobleman was tapping his foot rhythmically. He might just be bored, or he might be starting to feel the need. Maybe he was a man for plans after all.
"Follow my lead,"
Ketil whispered.
"When you hear a call out back, follow those 3,
he added, pointing discreetly at the guards and the servant. Leif did not look impressed, but he nodded as Ketil led him across the room. As they came close to the gathering near the bar, the taller man stretched, opening their little charade for the benefit of the occupants.
"Get us a drink," he said loudly to Leif. "But I have to go and drain the dragon first."
Then, insolently cutting into the conversation at the bar, he waved to the owner.
"You have a latrine?"
The man nodded, irritated at the interruption.
"Out back, on the right, doorway in the corner. Follow the smell."
Ketil smiled at him and walked toward a doorway through which he could see the light of the courtyard. He walked deliberately slowly, making low murmurs about how desperate he was for a piss. Sure enough, as he emerged into the light, he heard the lord address his men. "I had best unburden myself before we leave." The courtyard's only occupant was a young serving boy with a broom, dusting leaves into a pile in the corner. Several doors led into the other two wings of the inn, and an archway at the far end, large enough to admit a coach, led to the stable and rear exit. As the owner had noted, it was not difficult to locate the latrine from the aroma that clung to its corner of the yard. Ketil crossed to the doorway and dipped inside, wrinkling his nose at the strong smell of ammonia. The inn was large and probably crowded of an evening, and so the latrines were capacious. There was a communal four-seater at the far end, and two individual ones in their own little cubicles, all served by the same channels beneath, but allowing some division between the genders for modesty. A bowl of clear water, fed by a pipe from the wall, allowed for the washing of hands and faces. The whole place was perhaps 10 paces across. There was no door, which was a shame. He would have to be quiet. As he rounded the corner and the courtyard disappeared from sight, Ketil drew his sacks. The nobleman entered calmly, blissfully unaware of the danger awaiting him. Ketil leapt the moment the man was out of sight of the courtyard. One hand gripped his waist, pulling it painfully up behind his back, while the other brought the point of the sacks up to rest on his neck, just below the jawline. The man let out a surprised squeak, but before he could shout in alarm, Ketil was breathing in his ear from behind. "Scream, and it will be the last thing you do." The man in his arms tried to nod, but couldn't do much with the sharp point so close. "Good. Now shout for your guards. Tell them you need a fresh tunic." "That's ridiculous," the man said quietly. "Do it." Swallowing nervously, the nobleman called out for his men as Ketil had demanded. The moment he fell silent, the Icelander pushed on his knife, driving the blade up through the neck, beneath the chin, and into the man's mouth and brain. His victim was so surprised he never even gasped as he died. Ketil was careful to keep hold of his arm and shoulder, so that he lowered him to the ground on his front, face over the drain from the sink, so that the flow of water carried away the blood from the wound. What mess there had been was largely lost amid the red of the man's garments. Some details Ketil did plan. As he rose once more, he could hear fast footsteps crossing the yard. More than one pair, but not running. They were not suspicious yet. Again, Ketil took up position against the wall, just inside the doorway. This time, he pulled the axe from the back of his belt too. The first guard to enter the latrine started to speak as he moved inside. "I've sent Lexi to fetch your spare—" He got no further, for at that moment the Icelander's axe was buried in his neck, almost beheading him. Ketil yanked on the axe haft even as it lodged, not to pull it free, but the action jerked the man forward and into the latrines, where he fell face first. Ketil cared not a jot for his condition. The second guard, following on from the first, had too little warning to do anything. As his friend suddenly died and then disappeared in front of him, a bloody sax whipped out from round the corner and buried itself in his face. Ketil grasped the man's shoulder and pulled him inside out of view. As the pile of bodies in the latrine grew, Ketil stepped into the doorway and risked looking out. The boy sweeping the courtyard was staring in shock toward the latrines, eyes wide. That was the downside of insufficient planning, of course. He was saved a moment later by Leif, who had been following the guards. He took a swift step to his left, clamped a hand around the boy's mouth, lifted him and carried him, broom and all, to the latrines. "You leave a mess everywhere you go," he noted as he entered, eyeing the pile of guards and the richly dressed corpse in the drain. "Do you want to get to the port or not? The other servant is on the way with the tunic. Kill the boy and let's dump these bodies in a cubicle," Ketil said, ignoring the stifled cries of panic that emerged from the lad. "No," Leif replied. "The others died for a reason. This lad's done nothing." Letting go of the boy, but with his hand still over the mouth, Leif drew his own sax and smacked the pommel down on the boy's head, driving the wits from him in one blow. He collapsed in a heap.
He could wake up and alert everyone to what's happened, Ketil noted.
I think the game will be up the moment a woman wants to go for a crap and finds 3 bodies in the way, Leif retorted. Now change and let's get moving. I'll deal with the servant when he arrives.
Hardly, Ketil replied. I'll deal with the servant, you change.
I'm a head shorter than the man. His clothes won't fit.
And I'm a head taller than him, observed the Icelander. It's easier to tuck bits in and roll bits up than to stretch them to cover long legs and arms.
Grumbling, but unable to fault the logic, Leif quickly climbed out of his outer clothes. Complaining about sticky patches, he carefully peeled the outer garments from the first body in the pile. As he was beginning to put them on, the servant arrived with a fresh tunic. He turned the corner into the latrine and died by sacks in that instant, his body adding to the mass on the floor. As Leif finished dressing in the lord's fine clothes, Ketil retrieved his axe and hefted all 4 bodies into one of the individual cubicles. They only just fit, and Ketil carefully removed any pouches from belts first. Satisfied, he pulled the cubicle door closed and threaded the bags onto his own belt, refastening it. Leif was dressed now, and looked remarkably good, if a little short. Finally, they lifted the unconscious boy into the other cubicle, sitting him on the toilet as though he was enjoying a little personal time.
Do you not think the owner will notice how his guest shrunk in the latrine? Leif murmured, looking himself up and down. Maybe it was a really big shit, Ketil said with a snort. We'll not go back through the inn. We leave through the back gate.
Before they departed, he carefully washed his axe and sax blades in the gutter from the washbowl, then tucked them back away, drying the knife on his trousers first. Trying to walk nonchalantly, they stepped out into the inn's courtyard, where a breeze was busily whipping all the carefully swept leaves back across the stones. A man appeared from the main inn doorway, one of the other patrons, strolling toward the latrine.
Pray to your nailed god he doesn't want to use one of the private cubicles, Ketil breathed as they moved through the archway, past the stables, and slipped through the large gates out into the dusty ground behind the inn.
The rear exit let them out into the other alley at the far end of the inn from their initial approach. As they moved around the side of the building and made their way back out to the main road, exploring the pouches they had taken as they walked, they stepped over a gutter that ran with a faint pink tint, carrying away the inn's waste.
"What's in them?" Leif asked, pointing to the bulging containers at Ketil's belt. "Coins by the sound and the weight. Lots of them, too. Hopefully enough to buy passage to Italy."
"I can probably help there," Leif added, holding up a palmful of bejeweled gold rings he'd taken from the nobleman. "They're too big for me anyway. There were gold coins in his pouches," he added. "And best of all, this." Ketil looked down and took the proffered tube. He undid the end and slid out the contents.
"You know I can't read the Greek tongue."
"I know you can't read any tongue. They're imperial authorization documents. They are what allow a man like me free travel using the imperial courier system, and free accommodation at any official mansion. They should also get us in or out of anywhere."
"Good,"
Ketil said, jamming them into his belt. Edging out toward the street, Ketil could see 3 men at the carriage. One was a driver, the other 2 clearly lowly servants.
"What now?" Leif muttered. "Now, threats should carry us the rest of the way. Wait out of sight until we control the coach."
With that, leaving Leif in the side alley, he strode out toward the carriage. Once he was in the street, to his relief, the Varangians and Byzantine deserters emerged from the other side road and strode up the street in front of the inn toward him, Anna striding along at the rear. Ketil waited until they reached him, then fell in with the men, the woman stepping aside into the alley with Leif.
"Take the 2 servants into the carriage at knife point and stay in there with them. I'll handle the driver. The rest of you, form up as though you're a proper military escort."
24 men strode up to the carriage and fell in alongside it in neat rows, Varangians to fore and aft, regular infantry at the sides. The 3 men at the carriage looked around in surprise, not sure what was happening. This was not expected, but the new arrivals were clearly Byzantine. Perhaps they were from the city. The driver looked down in interest as Ketil reached the running board and used it to vault up beside him. As he did so, 2 of his men suddenly grabbed the 2 servants below and bundled them into the carriage, quickly enough that the act went unnoticed by passers-by among the gathering soldiers. The driver turned in surprise, his mouth opening. Then he looked down at the sacks, its point resting on his rather wide midriff, just below his ribs.
"Hold your tongue. We are going into the city and straight to the port. You drive us there without any trouble, and you'll be able to tell your wife what an interesting day you've had. One wrong move or unexpected sound, though, and your widow will wonder what happened to rob her of her love. Do we have an understanding?"
The man nodded.
"I want no trouble." "Good. Me either."
Turning, he nodded to the alleyway, and Leif, dressed as well as he had ever been, crossed to the carriage. The soldiers opened the door, and he climbed inside to sit with the 2 servants who were being held at knife point behind the curtains. At a gesture from the Icelander, the driver shook the reins and clicked his tongue, geeing the horses up and setting the carriage off, rolling gently up the slope toward the city walls. As they approached the gate, the general populace moving in and out of the city veered to the sides of the road out of the way. No one got in the way of a nobleman's carriage in the Empire, especially not one accompanied by a sizable armed guard. As they moved into the archway that led through to Dyrrhachium itself, one of the gate guards, along with one of the ubiquitous bureaucrats in an official-looking uniform, stepped out and waved them to a halt. "Where are you bound?"
"The port,"
Ketil called back in lightly accented Greek. "And your master's name?" Ketil cleared his throat.
"The Catapan of Strymon," he announced, hoping his look would hold.
A Catapan was a high enough ranked official that few bureaucrats would mess with one, and Strymon was the name of the next region they'd have reached had they won the battle near Thessalonica. He didn't know whether Strymon even had a Catapan, but was banking on the fact that neither would an average provincial nobody. He tried not to roll his eye in irritation, for he could hear from within the coach Leif's muffled curses at Ketil's pronouncement. There was a long pause as the official ran his eyes down a list in a ledger. "Your master is not expected."
"Perhaps not by you," Ketil snapped. "He is expected in—"
He ran his memory over that brief time he'd spent in Italy. He'd heard the names of a dozen cities, but they all seemed to have escaped his memory right now. Eventually, one leapt to mind.
"Berry."
"Bari?" hazarded the bureaucrat.
Ketil glared at him. "If you are responsible for the Catapan missing the morning tide, there will be serious repercussions."
The official was less than fazed by this. "You have documentation?" Ketil was starting to lose his temper now, but before he could say anything, the carriage curtain was twitched aside and Leif leaned out, red hat perched precariously atop his head. "Is there a problem?" he demanded in a refined voice but a very sharp tone. The bureaucrat frowned. "Apologies, my lord, but—" "Give him the authorization, Varangian, and if he is not out of the way by the time I counted 20, let your men deal with him." With that, Leif ducked back inside, and the curtain flapped closed. Around the carriage, 24 hands closed on weapon hilts. Ketil gave the man a nasty smile as he proffered the scroll case.
"Don't push my men. They've travelled for days with little sleep. There are still rebels in the hills, you know."
For the first time, the man exhibited some sign of nerves as his eyes darted around the irritable-looking armed men. He took the tube, slipping out the document within. For a moment he looked rather suspicious, but whatever he suspected, he clearly decided to ignore, for he nodded, replaced the papers, and passed the case back up to Ketil. "You know the way to the port?" Before Ketil could answer, the carter snorted.
"Drive downhill until the horses get wet."
The official threw a glare up at them, then stepped back and waved them on. As they passed through the walls and out into the street, Ketil turned to the driver.
"Thank you. Fucking bureaucrats. The same everywhere you go. Hate 'em."
Ketil smiled. He'd actually been planning to kill the man the moment they left the carriage, but now he found himself more kindly disposed toward him. Perhaps he wouldn't after all.
"When we get to the port, we'll leave you."
The driver nodded, and they moved through the streets, angling off to the south, heading down to where they could already see the multitude of masts sticking up and the blue sea beyond. The port was extremely busy. Ketil looked about, his gaze falling upon another inn, close to the water, though separated from it by the wide dock. A stable beside it drew his attention.
"Go in there,"
he announced. The driver did as he was told, and the escort formed up outside the stable as the carriage rattled through its gate. The stable hand, clearly a servant of the attached inn, strode over to them.
"Can I help you?"
Ketil nodded.
"We need to put this in stables for the night. We'll be staying in the inn, but need to visit the ship first and confirm our journey tomorrow."
The man nodded uncertainly, but became a great deal more helpful as Ketil pressed a silver coin into his palm.
"Look after the horses well. The carriage will be fine in storage."
The driver stepped down, Ketil close by, the sacks still in his hand, a warning look on his face. The stable hand and his lad unhooked the horses, and the boy led them away. Leif and the two guards descended from the carriage, the stable hand bowing low in respect to the noble. As Ketil closed the door, he noted the two unconscious servants on the carriage floor. They would be out for a while. The stable hand and the two guards pushed the carriage back into one of the wide stalls before the former strolled off to find a chitty for them. Ketil turned to the driver and smiled.
"Say hello to your wife for me."
With a single powerful movement, he smacked the man in the side of the head with the hilt of his sax. The driver folded up, and the two guards had only just shoved him inside the coach with the others when the stable hand returned. As Ketil thanked the man, paid him, and took the chitty, the guards closed the door to the stall, and the entire entourage strode out of the stable and onto the dock.
"I hate it when you improvise,"
Leif growled quietly.
"It got us here."
"We had best hope we can find a ship quickly. I don't know which alarm will reach the guards first, the servants in that coach waking up or the bodies being found back at the inn. Either way, I think we'll want to be a few miles out to sea by the time it happens."
"Where do we want to go?"
Ketil muttered, looking along the dock. "Pretty much anywhere on the Apulian coast. We don't know where Halfdan will be yet, anyway."
"Shouldn't be too hard to find," Ketil replied. "He won't go into lands controlled by the Greeks, nor probably the coastal lords I've heard about. He'll be going north, somewhere in the middle, and he'll be looking to get rich. Rumour should drag us to him."
"Bari for preference, then. That's north enough that we can get a bit of a head start."
"See? I told the man at the gate it was Bari we wanted."
"For the love of God, let me do the talking, Ketil. It's nearly as bad as having to work with Bjorn." Ketil once more took a secondary place then, walking alongside Anna with the soldiers and Varangians at his back. With a few minor inquiries, Leif located the Port Authority building, and there spoke to half a dozen Byzantine clerks, who checked their lists and ledgers, and finally directed them to a ship called Sea Dove, bound for Bari, with a mixed cargo, and due to sail within the hour. They found the ship at its jetty and located one of the sailors, who introduced Leif to the owner. A few questions were asked. The merchant was not comfortable with the number of men asking for passage, each of whom would displace some of his precious cargo. When a large number of coins changed hands, however, the trouble eased. With each handful of tinkling gold and silver, the merchant's concerns over his cargo lessened, and in no time sailors were once more unloading some of the gear they had loaded only that morning. Each of Ketil's men now carried only his own kit, and without the horses they could manage with only a small berth. The merchant was pleasantly surprised that the nobleman joining them seemed quite happy to stay with his men, and did not expect to be given the captain's cabin. The journey, they were told, was some 150 miles, and would take 3 days. Relieved, the refugees from Maniakes' army boarded the ship and were shown to their place for the journey. Ketil sat with them, eye constantly on the hatch that led up to the deck, ears alert for trouble, half expecting the angry shouts of guards at any moment. He only relaxed at the sound of sailors pulling in the plank and loosing ropes. Within an hour of having secured their passage, the Sea Dove slid out from its berth and began to move calmly through the water toward the open arms of the harbour walls. The sounds changed as they put out to open sea and left the port behind. The ship rocked gently with the waves, the sails filled with an audible crack, and men hurried hither and thither at their tasks. Somewhere in the distance, Ketil could hear bells, warning bells. Perhaps the bodies had been found. He leaned back with a relieved sigh, hands behind his head, and relaxed. Whatever lay ahead, at least they had escaped the Emperor's clutches. Chapter 15. "I see sails," Leif said, a touch of tension in his tone. Ketil could understand that. It had been a nerve-wracking journey. They had maintained the fiction that Leif was an important Byzantine official, though they had kept his name and rank quite nebulous when the subject came up. Better to be vague than caught out, was Leif's opinion. All this subterfuge rather went against Ketil's straightforward approach to such matters, but he knew when to bow to Leif's wisdom, especially with this newfound wisdom of his own. And so the atmosphere on board was tense, the crew unsure of precisely who they were transporting. Furthermore, it seemed that there was a superstition in the south that women on a ship were bad luck, and so Anna's presence did little to improve matters. Ketil, at least, was safe from too much questioning. His ravaged face and empty eye socket gave him such a fearsome appearance that most sailors turned away at the sight of him, never mind showing any undue interest. Then there had been the traffic on this sea. The ship they sailed upon was a fat, slow merchant. It was infuriating to a man of the cold north, used to a fast dragon ship that cut the waves like a knife, to watch the waters ponderously ambling by, the ship's wake little more than a roll of white on the deep blue. Almost any ship they spotted moved faster than them. Given that they had caused so much trouble in Dyrrhachium, and their existence had now almost certainly become known to the garrison and its commander, Ketil and Leif had half expected Byzantine dromons, powered by myriad oars, to come racing after them, intent on hunting down the murderers of a Byzantine lord. Thus, any large oar-powered ship they spotted from a distance set their hearts pounding. Just after noon on that first day of sailing, Ketil had lurked low behind the rails and watched as one of those very same imperial dromons surged after them from the coast. His relief when it passed by and then powered off west without incident was truly palpable. As the ship passed them, he looked across at it. The vessel had been armed with artillery in both the bow and stern, with a squad of soldiers aboard, as well as a small unit of archers. He'd not seen a sign of the dreadful Greek fire-throwers, but it was a reasonable bet that the Dromon carried just such a ship-killing weapon. The long and short of it was that, no matter how fierce and brave the fugitives proved to be, if an Imperial Dromon decided to take them on, the result was a foregone conclusion. So later that day, when another came past them, this one cutting across at a tangent, northeast to southwest, all the fugitives had hidden from sight, in case any curious sailors on the other ship noticed them. That night had been tense. The ship's owner sailed directly across the open sea rather than hugging the coast. It would save the trader at least a day on his journey, which of course maximized profit, but it presented its own risks and difficulties. It meant spending 2 nights at sea in open water. As sunset neared that first night, they had watched what appeared to be a wall of grey off to the north, which slowly grew as it approached. Beneath those foreboding clouds, the sea turned black.
"Can we weather a bad storm?"
Ketil had asked one of the senior crewmen. The man had shrugged, gaze averted oddly so as not to fixate on the Icelander's empty socket.
"With some hard work and a shitload of luck? What can we do?"
The man had snorted.
"We're 40 miles from land. Fucking pray."
So, as the evening light faded, they prepared as best they could for the danger to come. All was made safe, the sails furled, the rudder tied off securely, and anyone not required for essential control of the ship went below and found somewhere among the cargo to try and sleep. Ketil was as at home on the water as any man born to an island full of raiders and merchants, yet even he had trouble sleeping that evening. The storm hit them almost 2 hours after the night truly consumed the sky. He remained below with the others, so he did not witness that grey, billowing mass engulf the ship, but he had seen enough storms at sea to know what it looked like, how it went. Ran's daughters battered the hull, a constant crashing, groaning and creaking that echoed through the lower decks. Ketil clutched at the Mjolnir pendant around his neck until it bit into the flesh of his hand, asking Thor repeatedly to pull his storms away from them, to leave this ship untouched, for he could feel the claws of Ran herself pulling at the keel, trying to drag the sea dove down to the depths. The moment he heard a timber break, he was ready to race to the deck and seek something to cling to, for he had no intention of spending his afterlife in the goddess's cold, dark abode beneath the waves when Odin's feast hall awaited him. He must have drifted off at some point, despite the rocking and the noise, for when he woke, all was silence once more, apart from the gentle creak of the timbers. He struggled up to the deck to find a quiet, dark night all about them. The storm, it seemed, had largely missed them, heading south. The sea dove only caught the edge of it, making it through without any real damage. The merchant and his crew gave thanks that night, and early in the morning, shouting out their droning dirge songs to the nailed god and his all-important mother. Leif joined them, while Ketil quietly and privately thanked Thor for having blown his storm off course and saving the ship. For when faced with such things, who could believe that a strange Serkish spirit had anything to do with their survival when the Lord of Thunder himself had so clearly intervened? To be charitable, Ketil thanked Thor on behalf of Leif and the misguided crew. The next morning was uneventful, and Ketil began to relax, thinking that the journey's perils had clearly passed. Then came the cry from the lookout late in the morning. Sails had been seen, triangular black sails atop 2 fast galleys that raced across the open sea, white spray marking the speed of their passage. An old sailor with a face like a cracked leather satchel shivered. "Pirates," he said. Ketil felt his heart lurch. Piracy was a new concept to him. Back in the north, when he had first commissioned the Sea Wolf, he had planned to use her to raid the Finns, for that was what a strong warrior with a ship did. Oh, he would trade too, but when opportunity presented itself, he would most certainly take ships, sack coastal settlements, and steal booty and thralls when he could. Piracy did not exist back home, because it was an inherent and expected part of life on the whale road. Here, they terrified even burly, experienced sailors. In the south, the seas were regimented and controlled. Ships were either traders or fishers or warships, not all three at once, and so raiders were classed separately too, and given the name of pirate. What that meant, though, and this was what unnerved Ketil, was that these pirates were purely hunters and thieves, nothing more. A ship built for war, filled with men whose single, simple objective was to kill whoever they found and take what was not theirs. "Who are they?" he demanded of another passing sailor. The man turned, flinched at the sight of Ketil's wounded visage, and then looked off across the water. "They're Illyrians, from an island north of Dyrrhachium. They don't usually get this far south with Byzantine warships patrolling. But now the Empire's fleet is too busy to stop them," Ketil finished for him, nodding. "Can we outrun them? Evade them?" The sailor threw a look at him that suggested he was an idiot. Of course they couldn't. The speed the pirates were making was impressive. "Our only hope is to find an Imperial dromon." "What?" "Either one of those that passed us yesterday or one coming the other way. If one of those we met has had to slow for any reason, there is a chance we'll catch up with them. The pirates will think twice if they see a Byzantine warship, or through luck we might meet one coming the other way." The captain was bellowing now. "Trim the sails! Make me a course due west! Raise the Imperial flag! They might not risk it if they think we're Imperial and not private. Ready for action! To your places, lads!" Before he ran off, the sailor took a deep breath and focused on Ketil's surviving eye. "We can't outrun them, but we might be able to stay ahead of them long enough to find a dromon." That was no relief to Ketil. The idea that they might be saved a harsh fate at the hands of pirates only to be executed by Imperial forces for crimes committed back in Dyrrhachium was not a pleasant one. He waved over to Leif. "Have a quiet word with everyone. I want everyone armed and ready, but we've more to worry about than war. If the pirates catch up with us, I want Imperial uniforms on display and weapons ready. The captain seems to think they might not attack the Empire's ships." Leif nodded. "But if we catch up with a dromon, that all changes. I heard what your friend said. We'd best be ready to jettison anything that ties us to Byzantium too." Caught between Fenrir and Jormungandr, to be eaten or crushed. What a choice. They spent 2 hours racing westward, changing tack whenever the winds shifted, using whatever breeze they could to pull them ahead. But the black sails drew ever closer, and their chances of bumping into a dromon were diminishing, for the winds forced them to head further north than originally intended, away from the direct shipping lane to Bari. The Northmen gripped their weapons, fingers testing edges. The tension was cutting through the whole ship. Every sailor watched those black shapes with a nervous eye. The captain was muttering under his breath the whole time, prayers to his nailed god. A fight with savage pirates, inevitably followed by a drowning or capture by angry Byzantines. Ketil once again cursed his decision ever to have left Halfdan's company. Time dragged on. Every time he stared out toward that pirate vessel, they seemed to have moved alarmingly closer. "Ship ahoy!" bellowed the lookout. Ketil hadn't realized he could feel any more tense until his chest tightened at the announcement. A dromon, then. But what to do? Pirates on one hand, Byzantines on the other, neither likely to give quarter to the fugitives. He ground his teeth and waved to the sailor he'd been talking to earlier. "A dromon
or another pirate?"
"Neither," the sailor told him. "It's Venetian." A surge of hope. "Neither." "What's a Venetian?" "They're men from a city to the north, traders mainly, but aggressive bastards, and not above a little piracy themselves when they feel like it. They don't usually come this far south, but what with the Byzantines having pulled away from Italy—" Ketil found himself once again cursing that whole matter, and not just his part in it either. He had followed a fool's crusade, and was still paying the price for it was Maniakes' decision to try for the throne that had stripped the region of much of the military that had kept pirates and brigands at bay.
"What will they do?"
"Your guess is as good as mine. That Venetian's a rough match for the two pirates. The captain might decide to leave the black sails to their prize. After all, it's really none of their business. Or he might decide to frighten them off and take our cargo for himself, who knows?" Ketil became aware of Leif beside him. "Can you signal the Venetian?" the Russ asked.
"We can try."
"Venice trades with the Empire. I've seen their ships in the Neorion harbour in Constantinople. If they know you're carrying a Byzantine official, they might feel honour-bound to help." The sailor frowned.
"Venetians have no honour," he grunted,
but then nodded. "Apologies, Kyrios, I mean no disrespect. Perhaps they will weigh your good faith against our cargo." With that, the sailor bowed and hurried off to the captain. Ketil looked up at the flag, still snapping in the wind, noting the double-edged eagle banner of the Byzantines. There could be no disguising the allegiance of the ship. Anyone within sight would know them for Byzantine. Ketil wondered for a while what a private trader might be doing with an official Byzantine flag, but whatever the man's reasons, he was grateful. The great Venetian galley, red and gold flags streaming, was still making for them, closing faster than the pirates, for it was coming southeast, cutting across their path. They remained that way for a while, all three ships closing on them. At the last moment, with the pirates and Venetians close enough to see their crews running about the decks, a decision was made aboard the galley, and the great ship with the bright flags turned sharply, the wave it caused racing toward the Sea Dove and making her rock. The Venetians, who were clearly excellent sailors, raced now toward the two pirate ships. That the Sea Dove's crew raised no cheer at this development reflected how uncertain they all still were of the Venetians' intentions. The black ships came on, the Venetian bearing down on them, cutting off their path to the traders. Ketil had to hand it to these hunters, for it took guts to race into battle with a vessel of that power. Archers were brought up to the front rails on the black ships. If they could deal enough damage, thin out the Venetian crew sufficiently, they might just have enough edge to take the fight. There was a loud crack, and an arrow the size of a man's arm arced out from the bow of the Venetian vessel, plopping into the water only 2 ship lengths ahead of the lead pirate. Still they came on, not too far from bow range now. Ketil tensed, fingernails biting into the rail as he urged the Venetians on. A second shot from the great ship's artillery found a target, and the rail at the nearest pirate's bow exploded into shards of timber that peppered the archers, killing them in droves, even as the captain raised a shout of alarm, and the black-sailed ship suddenly slewed hard to the left. That was it. The Venetians had taken the edge, and the black ships broke. The prize upon which they had set their sights had now become too costly to be worth the danger. They peeled off, one to each side, turning with impressive sharpness, and in moments they were racing away in slightly different directions, presenting the Venetians with a choice should they feel inclined to pursue. The galley chased them perhaps half a mile, and then turned and hurried after the Sea Dove. The Venetians pulled alongside and matched speed, and their captain came to the rail. "Hail, Byzantine vessel! You fly a mighty powerful flag for a fat trader?" There was an air of suspicion in his voice, and, well, there might be. The trader turned, casting a hopeful look at Leif. The Russ, still dressed in his rich Byzantine robes, crossed to the rail. Anna followed, assuming her former role as a maid, while Ketil and half a dozen Byzantine soldiers provided a solid guard for him. The Venetian captain's eyebrow rose at the sight of the troops and what appeared to be Varangians in the background. Varangians meant either military activity or a mission for the Emperor's court. Ketil tried not to smile. The captain would be congratulating himself now for saving them. "I am the Catapan of Strymon," Leif announced, resuming the role Ketil had thrust upon him in the city gateway. "In the wake of the failed revolt of Maniakes, the imperial throne is safe and strong once more, and I bear instructions for the forces in Apulia. I am bound for Bari, and I thank you for your timely intervention." Ketil could see the Venetian weighing it all up. It was suspicious, such a nobleman aboard a low trader and not an imperial dromon, and yet his story seemed plausible. He was clearly a Byzantine noble and with imperial military support, and given what had happened near Thessalonica, there could be any number of explanations. "Please convey my best wishes and warmest felicitations to your counterpart in Bari from the Duke of Venezia and Dalmatia, and from the esteemed Cornaro family." Ketil smiled to himself, throwing in a powerful name to give himself extra legitimacy as well as his own name, so that they could tell the Byzantines how useful the Cornaros had been. These Venetians were political animals, clearly. Leif exchanged a few further pleasantries with the man, and finally the Venetians bade them good sailing, turned, and made northeast, perhaps in hope of happening across those pirates for a little fun. The rest of the second day passed without incident, and Ketil began to relax. That night, the temperature rose a little, and the air was warm enough that they slept in comfort, the sea little more than a gentle rise and fall. The next morning, Ketil had risen from his blankets and made his way up into the breezy sunlight, yawning and shivering, to find the trader and his helmsman in deep discussions. "This a problem?" he prompted, walking over to them. "Not so much a problem as a delay," the merchant grumbled. "All that tacking with the wind yesterday bought us the time we needed to get away from the pirates, but it's driven us off course. We are now considerably north of where we should be." "And?" "The winds are not right for turning and making directly for Bari. We'll move slower than a priest leaving a banquet table. Ideally, we don't want to spend another night at sea, quite apart from the fact that my factors in Bari are waiting for us. The customers await our cargo. We had supplies aboard only for our 3-day journey, and half of that was jettisoned for weight and speed when we met the pirates. This will be a hungry night if we do not put into port." "What do you intend?" "We must make for the coast wherever the wind carries us, which is north of Bari. I am not entirely sure where we will land. The cloud obscured the heavens last night, and so my navigation is not precise. We should make landfall somewhere between Bari and Siponto. We'll make for the nearest visible port and take on an extra day's supplies, then hug the coast down to Bari." "None of this presents a problem?" The merchant shrugged. "When I was last here 2 months ago it didn't, but the Emperor had an army here then, and the Empire controlled the coast north way beyond Siponto. Now I can say nothing for sure. Bari will still be imperial, for it is the heart of the Catapan's domain, but war has been raging across the region. We must hope and pray." And so, on their 3rd day, theoretically the final day of their crossing, they made for land and hoped for the best. The helmsman and the trader peered into the haze as the white ribbon of land gradually coalesced into something identifiable, discussing what they could see, and finally The owner seemed satisfied.
"That," he said with confidence, pointing to a dark blotch amid the white, "is Barletta. Barletta is maybe 30 miles north of Bari. We will overnight there, and then arrive a day late at our destination."
Ketil took this news below to Leif, who, along with the help of a sailor checking on the cargo, drew a rough map in the dust on a beam. He marked Bari, the centre of Byzantine power, Taranto in the south, where the Byzantine navy operated, Salerno and Benevento, two of the most powerful lordships in Italy, Melfi, which was known to be the centre of Norman power, and finally that smudge on the shore, Barletta. Their destination, if the map's dimensions were correct, was at the northern edge of the land they would expect to search for Halfdan. That he might have gone north of Melfi without having become known to the Norman lords there seemed unlikely. If they could find no trace of their friend's passage on the coast, they would try Melfi. If there was no news there, they could gradually backtrack south toward where the crew had separated, and undoubtedly they would find tidings of them somewhere. Even if Halfdan and Gunnhild were cunning enough to move without discovery, the notion that Bjorn, ice giant that he was, might march north through Italy unnoticed was laughable.
"Then we begin at Barletta," Ketil said.
Leif nodded.
"It's as good a bet as Bari."
They informed the trader that they would put ashore at Barletta, and the news was greeted with satisfaction. The ship would need to take on considerably fewer expensive rations without the Byzantine noble and his soldiers. The trader's profit margin, which had been shrinking with the delay, began to look a little healthier once more. Now, as the Sea Dove made for that dark patch of shore that marked the port, Ketil felt a tingle.
"I see sails," Leif said again.
They all squinted out across the water. A ship was coming their way. It was no grand Byzantine dromon powering through the waves with the rise and fall of many oars, but neither was it a smaller pirate's vessel, dart-like, with black sails racing across the surf. It was no Venetian galley either. It was a sailing ship of a not dissimilar size to the Sea Dove, but faster and less heavy in the water. Not a trader, then. It had a flag that was hard to make out. A curse arose from the helmsman.
"What is it?" "It's a patrol ship out from Barletta, but it's not imperial. The port has changed hands."
Ketil frowned. It no longer hurt too much to do so, thanks to the regular ministrations of Anna, as well as the salty sea air.
"Who, then?"
"I don't know the flag, but if it's not the Empire and it's neither Benevento nor Salerno, which it isn't, then it's Norman. They've been expanding their territory out of Melfi, and Byzantine lands are easy pickings. Some Norman lord now owns Barletta."
The trader looked up sharply.
"Get the imperial colours down for the love of the Blessed Maria."
The sailors hurried, doing just that. If Byzantine Barletta had been taken by Normans in the past month or two, arriving under the imperial flag would hardly be a good start. It was just possible the patrol ship had not seen the flag before it was removed amid the rigging and sails. They had to hope.
"Shit," Ketil said suddenly. "Get everyone down below."
Leif looked down, realization dawning. A Byzantine nobleman might make a rather lucrative prize for a Norman captain. Ketil took a quick look at his own get-up. A chain shirt, no shield, no colours at all apart from his ubiquitous black tunic. He could be any type of warrior or mercenary, really. He looked across at Leif.
"I'll stay here. Tell the men below to drop any shields with designs, and for fuck's sake tell the Byzantines to take off their tunics, strip down to their basics, and keep their mouths shut. And you, just get changed. There's an empty barrel near where I was sleeping. Put all the tunics and Byzantine clothes in there and weigh it down with something, then tip it over the side opposite the ship." Hopefully we can get away with this."
As Leif disappeared, and the last visible signs of Byzantine allegiance disappeared from the Sea Dove, Ketil watched that ship coming closer and closer.
"What will you tell them?"
he asked the trader.
"The truth. I'm a merchant out of Dyrrhachium, bound for Bari and blown off course. The Normans aren't pirates. They're not really at home on the sea," the man said with a huff of breath. "They won't be particularly interested in a merchant, no matter where he's from. I doubt they'll do more than look at us. They might decide to search us, which could be a problem with your master aboard, but they might just extort money from us and then go away."
Ketil looked over at the hatch.
"The Catapan is busy making himself look most un-Byzantine. Good. Then we might get through this without trouble."
The patrol ship came closer still, slowing now, and Ketil examined it carefully with his remaining eye. There were maybe a dozen men in chain shirts on board, no more. The rest were all sailors and unarmed. One of the armoured men wore a tunic of blue and white and seemed to be giving the orders. As the Normans came alongside, Ketil worked at readjusting his perceptions. He'd been learning the Norman tongue on the ship from Miklagartha all those months ago, and fancied that he'd become quite good at it. It was, after all, not a great shift from their own northern language. But he'd not heard or spoken it for some time while he'd been off in Bulgarland fighting Greeks for other Greeks. He listened carefully, and was relieved that he could make out 9 words in 10, and easily get the gist of what was being said. The sailors were speaking the local Italian dialect, but the armoured Normans were using their own tongue.
"Be on your guard," the officer said to his men. "Watch for trouble, but there shouldn't be any. It's a slow merchant."
A scraping noise attracted Ketil's attention, and he turned, eyes widening, to see 2 of his men trying to drag a barrel full of Byzantine uniforms up to the deck to cast over the side. He'd totally forgotten he'd given that order. Shit! But he really should think more about plans before he put them into action. His gaze snapped back and forth between the Normans on the ship now alongside, matching the steady speed, and the 2 men with the barrel. The foreigners had not yet spotted the unusual activity. Ketil's eyes caught those of the merchant, who was staring in horror, and felt panic rising. The moment the Normans spotted what was happening, they would want to search the ship. Then they would find a small Byzantine army on board, and this would turn into a bloodbath. Ketil was content they could win such a fight, but the consequences of butchering a patrol ship of Normans in sight of their own city might be too much to deal with. As he looked again at the barrel, now clearly visible and being dragged along with a lot of grunting and scraping, Leif appeared in the hatchway, back in his miscellaneous leathers and chain shirt. Leif's eyes went to Ketil, to the trader, to the Normans only 40 feet away, and then, bulging with shocked realization, back to the barrel. Leif lashed out with a foot, kicking the man beside him with the barrel. The man yelped and let go as he reached down to his shin. The barrel bounced and crashed back down into the hold below, pulling down the other man holding onto it. Ketil turned to find the entire complement of armoured Normans looking across at the ship, their attention drawn by the noise. The fact that they hadn't already drawn their swords told Ketil that the barrel had disappeared before their gaze had fallen on the hatch. They'd missed the pantomime. Ketil tried not to explode with relief, for the Norman commander was staring at him and Leif, who was now stepping out onto the deck with a furrowed, suspicious brow.
"What was that?" the Norman demanded. "My crew, such as they are," the trader said with an air of bitterness. "The war has stripped the coast of good men, all taken for the Empire's navy. In their place I have clumsy fools."
As the Norman digested this, one of the crew translating for him, the suspicion still in place on his face, the merchant gave a low chuckle.
On the bright side, I can pay them less. Profits are better, or will be if I still have any undamaged cargo when I arrive."
The Norman snorted at the translation of this.
"What do you carry to the Greek citadel of Bari? Not military supplies?"
"Far from it," the merchant replied. He rummaged in the cupboard near the rudder and produced from a waxed, waterproof sack inside his manifest. Approaching the rail with it, he held it out. The Norman looked at it in bafflement, but the steersman of his ship hurried over, took the manifest, and opened it to the current journey. He read it with some difficulty, and the sailor who spoke both tongues translated to the commander. "Sea Dove out of Dyrrachium bound for Bari. 90 tons of cargo, including Thessalian wine, cedar wood and linens from the Arab lands, and pottery from the Euxine region. Nothing suspicious or dangerous. And nothing particularly valuable," the commander added, with a touch of disappointment in his tone. Ketil privately formed his own opinion as to how close to piracy these Normans could come. They may have emigrated halfway around the world and changed their tongue, but this man would have been at home on a dragon boat, burning Finnish homes and stealing their silver. Apparently you could take the man out of the north, but taking the north out of the man was a tougher proposition.
"Lucky for you that you came across us and not some greedy local," the Norman announced, as, with a gesture from him, the sailor snapped the manifest shut and tossed it back. "There will, of course, be an additional fee. Patrolling this coast and keeping it free of thievery costs money."
Ketil fought the urge to point out the irony in that, and stood silent as the merchant handed over a small pouch of coins for the protection of the Norman patrols. With a reminder to keep his nose clean, the patrol boat pulled away from the Sea Dove and went off in search of richer merchants to protect. Once they were safely out of the way, the merchant heaved in a relieved breath.
"Don't take this the wrong way, but I'll be quite relieved when we part ways," he said.
Ketil laughed.
"It would appear, despite storms, pirates, and Normans, we have still reached Italy. I don't know whether your nailed god watches over you, but I tell you this, more ancient gods have watched over us this journey."
His frankness had numerous sailors crossing themselves. Once they were out of sight of the Normans, the patrol vessel just a small spot on the endless whale road, the others climbed up to the deck, assembling there. They watched the port of Barletta sliding toward them. The sense of relief was tangible among them all as a ramp was run out to the dock, and each of them stepped down and arrived in Italy, alive and truly free of the Byzantine yoke. Now they had to find their friends. Chapter 16.
"May God go with you,"
the trader called from atop the ramp.
"They will,"
confirmed Ketil as he turned away and crossed the short distance from dockside to city. Barletta was obviously an ancient place, its stone buildings venerable as they marched off in narrow streets from the waterfront. The slender white spires of nailed god churches rose above the roofs across the skyline. Off to the east of the port, a strong stone tower was being constructed, cranes and scaffolding all around it. Men in bright tunics and shining chain shirts, glittering in the sun, moved about, giving orders to the labourers. Byzantium had lost Barletta to the Normans, and the city's new lords were already stamping their mark upon it. Instinctively, Ketil turned and looked at the others. They no longer looked Byzantine. Indeed, given their piecemeal collection of armour and weapons over miscellaneous tunics and under drab cloaks, they could be anyone. That would last until they opened their mouths, of course. The Varangians had all been serving in Apulia before the revolt, so many among them might be able to carry enough of an Italian twang to get away with it, but the regular Byzantine infantry spoke Greek almost exclusively, which would identify them as imperial.
"What's the plan?"
Leif asked. Plan? How long had the Russ known him now? He chewed on his lip.
"The first thing is to prevent trouble. If anyone asks, we're sellswords, mercenaries. That can account for the Greeks among us. We most certainly are not from the Empire. If anyone asks who we work for or whether we are for hire, we need an excuse, a name. Who do you think we can work for?"
Leif shrugged. "I don't know anything about the Norman lords. Make something up. A made-up name and a made-up town can't be denied. We're bound for Siletta. There we are to take up service with Lord Arn. I'll pass on these names so that everyone has the same story. But still, what's the plan?" Plan. Ketil's mind raced. Firstly, if they were going to make inquiries, only he, Leif, and Anna knew who they were looking for, and taking a sizable military force into the town was asking for trouble. Yes, it would have to be just the three of them. The others should stay out of sight. And where was the best place to gather information? Where people got drunk and their mouths ran away with them. He smiled.
"We need to find somewhere for the others to wait while the three of us ask around."
Leif nodded. "There will be bunkhouses near the port for the sailors overnighting here. They'll be cheap."
"Good. Then we start to try the mead halls in the city and listen to men who've had too many drinks. We ask questions and find our friends. Once we know where we're going, we join the others at the bunkhouse for the night, and then set off at dawn."
"And what do we ask? We can't exactly ask about Varangians. That's not going to go well here, I'd say."
"Wherever Halfdan is, he'll be chasing gold. We find out where there's gold, and we'll find the others. There's a likely-looking drinking hall over there. Get the others settled, and then come find me."
Leaving Leif and Anna to find one of these bunkhouses, Ketil checked his weapons, adjusted his tunic and cloak, and checked the pouch of coins at his belt, diminished somewhat since its acquisition in Dyrrachium. Satisfied, he walked to the Mermaid, for that was the name of the drinking hall. There was something refreshing about not being in Imperial-controlled territory anymore. They had disembarked, stepped around a few piles of goods on the dock, edged around a puddle filled with dead, dismembered fish, and then been presented with the city. No officious, self-important bureaucrat with an armful of records had hurried over to write down 1,000 details and charge them for the privilege. This was more like the ports at home, busy and chaotic. The door to the Mermaid stood open, and he walked in, letting his eyesight adjust. It was perhaps an hour before sunset now, and already the place was filling up. From the noise emanating from a few of the patrons, it seemed highly likely that a number of them had been in here since at least noon. Like port taverns everywhere, it was mostly filled with sailors and dockers. Ketil strode across to the bar, where the innkeeper was busy laughing with a big tattooed man about something in the local Italian tongue. He paused, turned to Ketil, and said something that was clearly a question.
"Öl,"
he replied, presuming the man had been asking what he wanted. It was a gamble, speaking the tongue of the north, but he hadn't really thought about it beforehand. The innkeeper seemed to understand. Probably the Normans used the same word, though that one hadn't come up during their education on the ship. Sure enough, a big mug of foamy ale clacked down on the bar in front of him. Ketil pulled a collection of coins from his purse and held them out. The barman took a few, and then went off to help someone else. Ketil nursed his drink, and turned to take in the place once more. He listened carefully. He could hear conversations in the Italian languages. None of them made any sense. Two in the Norman tongue, which he could follow pretty well, and even one that he thought might be Serkish, coming from two dark-skinned men in a corner. No Greek. He concentrated on the conversations he could understand, listening in on the two Norman exchanges. One was about the difficulties of carting trade goods across the peninsula's interior when every city seemed to change hands weekly. One of the speakers was dismissive, putting forward the notion that soon Iron Arm and his kin would extend Norman control over everything in the south, barring Salerno and Benevento. Then things would be easier. The local lords would have to accept the way things had changed. The Byzantines were done in Italy, in his opinion. Their main strength had gone now, and the rest would not last for long. The other speaker patiently explained that this might all be true, but it didn't help him trade in the short term. The other conversation seemed to be about the construction of the new fortress near the port. Apparently the supplies of stone kept being waylaid for one reason or other. Work was slow and behind schedule, and the new lord of this place was getting irritated and taking it out on his men. The latter conversation seemed unlikely to yield any results, and so he focused on the first. Leaning on the bar, he hummed quietly. A ditty Leaf whistled habitually, which got into your ear and burrowed there. He listened for perhaps half an hour, but the conversation never seemed to move on. The two men were drunk and seemed determined to labour the same points over and over again. At one point, he shivered and turned to look at the room. He'd had that strange feeling of being watched, but as he glanced around, nothing had changed. Nothing stood out. He frowned at the door. It was closed. The door had been open when he arrived, and every time he'd looked at it since. When had it been shut? His contemplation of the matter was quickly put aside as the door opened and Leif and Anna walked in. Ketil turned and beckoned to the innkeeper. As the man came, the Icelander scanned the room once more. The sense of being watched had gone. He shrugged and asked for a second öl and 2 vin. The ale and wine arrived, and he paid.
"Anything?"
Leif asked in the northern tongue.
"Nothing of use. Let's have this and move on."
Anna, being largely a Greek speaker still, and certainly having a strong accent, kept silent and sipped her wine. The two men murmured to one another about mundane matters for another half hour, listening all the while. Since nothing else arose in that time, when they had finished, they returned their mugs to the bar, and the three of them moved out into the last light of the sun.
"Let's hope we have more luck elsewhere." "We might have to direct the conversation," Ketil suggested.
"You mean interrupt some Normans and ask them where the nearest pile of gold is, or whether they have heard of a group of pagan Varangians rampaging around Apulia? I think we need to be considerably more subtle than that, Ketil."
"Let's get away from the port. Most of this lot are sailors anyway."
After a little discussion, they traipsed at length through the streets of Barletta, making for the road that led southwest, inland. On that road, further from the bustling port, but still close enough to the centre to be busy, they located another tavern. This one had a lean-to outside where horses were tied to a rail. The three of them pushed open the door to be greeted by a warm fug, a miasma of alcohol, sweat and smoke from the fire burning in one corner, making the place far too hot, given that it was already a warm evening.
"Did you feel anything when we were outside?"
Leif asked.
"What?" Like someone was watching us."
The hair rose instantly on Ketil's neck. He'd not noticed, but given the feeling he'd had in the mermaid, this was hard to ignore. He quickly explained what he'd noted earlier, and the two men decided to stay as alert as they could to their surroundings. 6 different groups sat in here, and the three of them listened carefully as they crossed to the bar and bought drinks. Ketil's spirits sank. Every conversation here was in the local language. They were all native Apulians. Likely they had more useful and pertinent information, given that many would either have just come into town or were planning to leave in the morning along that inland road, but that was of little help, since none of the three could understand a word that was being said. They managed half an hour before giving up and deciding to move on. As they approached the door, it burst open, and 3 men in long blue and white tunics with heavy swords at their sides swaggered in, laughing. They had a quick exchange in the Norman tongue and laughed again, then walked toward the bar, shoving a seat out of their path, causing the occupant to tip his drink across the table. As the 3 men crossed the room, Leif and Anna stepped aside, knowing they didn't want to draw unwanted attention. Ketil, however, was in no mood for such niceties, and as the man who'd shoved the chair walked past, almost knocking him aside, Ketil accidentally trod very hard on his foot. The Norman cursed and turned, angry. Some of the ire melted away from his expression as he came face to chest with Ketil and had to strain to look up into the Icelander's remaining eye.
"You trod on my foot,"
the man snapped, but his voice wavered with uncertainty. Almost 2 head heights taller, Ketil presented a fearsome appearance, his hollow, raw eye socket fixed on the man, the lines of healing wounds across his temple.
"He didn't mean to,"
Leif said, stepping in.
"Like fuck I didn't,"
Ketil snarled in the Norman tongue.
"Go drink your drink, little man, but remember that you are far from the biggest fish in this pond."
The man nodded hurriedly and ran over to join the other Normans as they approached the bar. The man whose drink had been spilled nodded his appreciation to Ketil, who nodded back, and the 3 left.
"We might have to rethink our approach," Leif sighed. "I was assuming we would be in Bari and the bulk of the conversations would be intelligible. This is hard." "Perhaps we'll have more luck in the center of town,"
Ketil muttered. Agreeing, they strode back up the street, where, here and there, beggars called to them, or ordinary folk hurried home before arrogant drunk Normans found them and caused trouble. As they walked, Ketil once more felt that strange tingle of being the object of someone's attention. He nudged Leif.
"Yes, I sense it too."
Ketil closed his eyes as he walked. His eyesight was pretty restricted these days anyway, so better to rely more on his other senses. He could feel it, could almost hear the quiet breathing of someone trying not to be heard. He reached out subtly with his right hand and tugged at Leif's sleeve.
"Keep walking and talking."
Leif knew enough not to waste time with questions and picked up his murmured conversation, wandering on with Anna. Ketil took 2 steps to his left and slid into a dark alleyway, drawing his sacks. There he waited, lurking in the shadows. He could sense the approach, and moments later, a cloaked figure flitted across the alley mouth. Ketil leapt. One hand went around the figure's neck, the other gripping the sacks, with the point coming up to rest against the figure's chest. It was only as he did this, the blade nestling in a fleshy defile, that he realized with some surprise that the figure was a woman.
"Why are you following us?"
he hissed in his own language, close enough that a Norman could follow it. The woman made a stifled sob. "I don't speak that language," she said, in little more than a whisper.
"In Greek."
Ketil blinked. The language was such a surprise that he let go of her neck, his blade slipping away.
"You are from Miklagard,"
he said in the Greek tongue. She frowned in confusion. "I don't know where that is. I'm from Barletta, at least these days."
"Why are you following us?"
Ketil repeated. Leif and Anna had appeared at the alley entrance now and slipped in. Anna looked distinctly unimpressed.
"I heard you," the woman said. "In the Mermaid." "You just said you could not speak the northern tongue."
"You weren't speaking," she said, then pointed to Leif. "You were humming."
"What?"
"The tune you hummed. It's a lullaby from Constantinople, one I have known all my life. No Norman would be singing such a thing." "How could you be so careless?" Anna hissed at Leif, saving Ketil the job of chiding him.
"I never thought."
"And you," she hissed, turning on the woman, her fingers moving to the hilt of the eating knife sheathed at her side. "What Byzantine lady would sneak around like this?
All of them, in my experience, grunted Ketil, trying to take control of the conversation again. The woman in front of them shivered, and her brow creased. You speak the northern tongue and the language of the Empire. You are Varangian.
Quiet,
Leif hissed.
We were Varangian.
The Empire has changed recently.
The world has changed recently.
I know. I have friends. You have friends, she said.
I have few friends, and I trust even fewer of them, Ketil replied cagily.
The sons and daughters of the Empire are not wholly welcome in Barletta. Merchants are tolerated in the port, but few come any further into the city than the mermaid. Iron Arm's men control the city now. They are like a plague.
We will be fine, Ketil said. We are not staying.
3 of you alone will be in danger in Apulia. Much of this land is now under the control of one Norman lord or another. The Empire's hold shrinks daily. You could use my friends.
We are not 3, but nearer 30,
the Icelander said, earning a look of warning from Leif. He shrugged. Please, she said, just come with me. Ketil opened his mouth to object, but Leif was shooting him more warning looks. Where? The smaller man said. A house, not far from here. As the woman slipped past them and padded along the dark passage, the other 3 fell in together a little further back. I don't trust her, Anna murmured.
Nor I, Ketil replied. She reminds me too much of you, he replied, earning a narrow-eyed glare from Anna.
She is Byzantine, Leif interrupted, in a world where the Byzantines are the enemy now. She is no spy, for she came upon you by accident, and wouldn't even have done that had I been bright enough not to hum Byzantine songs in public. I'm intrigued. Just be on your guard. They followed the woman around several streets and to a run-down house not far from the western coastline. There, the woman approached the door and rapped on it, a complex staccato rhythm. Ketil saw a drape move at the window and fancied he saw a bow move in the dimness briefly.
If this is a trap of some kind,
But he had not finished before the door opened. A fat man of advanced years was holding up a short but stout length of ash, ready to defend himself. A look of relief passed across his face, and the club was lowered.
Cassandra, we thought you lost. And where is the food you went for?
Another Greek speaker. I have something better, the woman called Cassandra replied. Let us in. As the man disappeared inside, lamps were lit, illuminating the interior, and Cassandra followed him in, beckoning. The 3 of them followed, Anna closing the door behind them. A collection of a dozen or so people stood around the edges of the room. They were a varied cross-section of city life. Old, young, male, female, fat, thin. Only one looked to be of a military background, and Ketil's eye at the window had not deceived him, for there was indeed a bow slung over the man's shoulder. Another Ketil took to be a smith from the size of his arms and barrel chest. The one that truly caught the attention, though, and sent Ketil's spirits sinking into the deep once more, stood at the centre of the crowd. Ketil recognized the priest from the long black robe that so neatly complemented his long white beard and the circular black hat atop his head.
What are you all doing here?
Leif asked them. Cassandra swept out a hand, indicating the gathered folk. The Normans have been fairly lenient with the people of Barletta, she said. The imperial garrison, or what was left of it, pulled out without a fight, leaving at night. We woke one day to find the Northmen in command of the city. The locals have been allowed to go about their business as normal, and the merchants and traders allowed to continue their travels. But one thing they are adamant about is that we worship God in their manner, for they follow the dictates of Rome. We are the congregation of the Holy Mother Church in Barletta, which has now been given over to the Roman rite.
And what do you want of us?
Ketil grunted. He was struggling a little with what Cassandra had said.
He couldn't really give a wet shit about the plight of a bunch of Christians who were arguing with another bunch of Christians over which songs to sing or some such. But at the same time, he found that the idea of Normans imposing their way of worshipping the nailed god on anyone, even this lot, irked him.
"We need to leave the city."
"So leave."
"You don't understand. Everybody here protested openly to the new lord about the closure of our church. We were to be arrested, but we got word and fled, went into hiding. We dare not show our faces in the city. I have been going out alone, cloaked, to source supplies."
"I think you overestimate your worth to these men," Ketil snorted.
"You do not understand," Cassandra repeated.
"You want us to get you out of Barletta. What then?"
"Once we are out of reach of the authorities here, some will make for Bari, where we will find others like us. Others might like to travel with you. We have no home here now."
Ketil fought the urge to point out that Bari would probably be under Norman control too before very long, the way things seemed to be going. "I do not want passengers," he said dismissively. "What can you offer us for our help?"
Leif shot him an angry glance. "We will help them, Ketil of Sturv, because it is the right thing to do."
"No," Ketil replied with a flat expression. "You will help them because it is the right thing to do. I will help them for the appropriate reward."
"We do not have much money," Cassandra said in a worried tone. "We will see what we have between us."
A thought struck Ketil, and he narrowed his eyes. "What do you know of gold?"
"I'm sorry? I don't understand."
"We are seeking gold, and no small amount either. Where might a man find a fortune in this place?"
Cassandra frowned still. "The Norman lords have their gold, and the dukes of the west coast. I don't know how you will find gold, though, other than signing over to service with a rich lord."
"I think he means the missing gold," one of the watching men said, taking a step forward. Ketil's ears pricked up. He glanced at Leif, whose eyes were suddenly gleaming. The pair could have been Odin's own wolves, Geri and Freki, the ravenous and the greedy, the way their eyes had lit up. "Tell me about the missing gold," Ketil said, stepping closer to the man. "The ransom. We know nothing more about it than anyone else." "Pretend I know nothing about it and explain."
"The Prince of Benevento," the man said, apparently surprised to have found someone who didn't know about it. "Atenulf, brother of Duke Pandulf."
"Am I going to have to drag this out of you?"
The man hurried on. "The Duke was given charge of the Imperial Catapan a few years ago when he was captured in battle. Atenulf arranged a ransom from the Imperial coffers to get him back, but then disappeared with the gold." A smile spread slowly across Ketil's face.
"But no one knows where this Atenulf and his gold are."
The man nodded. Leif stepped in now. "If he has cheated the Lord of Benevento out of the ransom, he will not be on the west coast, where his brother rules. And if the missing gold was imperial and the Catapan was not returned, then the Empire has also been cheated, so they will not be in imperial lands. From what we hear of the Norman lords, they are unlikely to let this pass without seeking to get their own hands on such a large sum of gold. And Melfi is the center of their power, so by my reckoning, this Atenulf and his gold have to be somewhere in the region bounded by Byzantine, Beneventan, and Norman lands, somewhere in the middle.
"And that," Ketil grinned, "is where we'll find Halfdan and the others. Be sure of it." He turned to the man. "I presume you've heard no rumors of ice giants."
The man frowned in total incomprehension.
"No one has seen Bjorn, then?"
"We have found our trail," Leif smiled. "Somewhere to the southwest of here our friends are to be found. There is no way rumors of such a rich prize have not reached them. Where we find the gold, we will find Halfdan."
Ketil snorted. "The closer we get,
the more likely it is that someone has seen Bjorn. It is Bjorn who will bring us to Halfdan, and when we find Halfdan, we will find the gold." He straightened. "We will come for you when the sun rises. Be ready. We will leave the city and see you on the road for Bari." "You will just leave us," said the man who told them about the gold. "Michael, be quiet. Look at him. He's a Northman, like the Normans. Now he has what he wants, we'll not see him again. He'll be off after the gold and without another thought for us." Ketil narrowed his eyes dangerously, hand going to the haft of his axe. He tried to radiate indignation at this slur on his name, though in truth it had crossed his mind, and he'd not yet written off the possibility of doing just that. One glance at Leif and Anna, though, told him how unlikely such a course was. Both of them shared the same faith as these people, and Leif was already far too sentimental for his own good. Even Anna, who seemed not to trust Cassandra, seemed ready to help. "Be charitable, Michael," the old priest said, stepping forth now for the first time. "The Lord has seen fit in our time of need to bring us salvation. This man is our Moses, come to part the waters, to allow us to return to the land of our fathers." It may have been utter bollocks as far as Ketil was concerned, but the priest's words seemed to have the desired effect on the man, who settled into a suspicious silence. "You will have to travel in ordinary clothes," Ketil said, gesturing to the priest. "Squeeze that lot into a bag and take it with you." The old man nodded his understanding. "All right," Ketil went on, looking around. "Be ready at dawn." As they left the house, Leif cleared his throat. "For a moment there, I thought you were just going to leave them." "How little you know me, Leif the Teeth," Ketil grunted, though he kept his eye away from the Russ for fear of revealing the truth. They walked all the way back to the port and the bunkhouse Leif had organized in silence, lost in their own thoughts, with Anna unable to speak out in the open anyway for fear of attracting attention. When they reached their destination, they each sought their bed, ready for what could be a long and troublesome day ahead. Leif took a few moments first to pass on word of what they had found. That night, Ketil slept badly, repeatedly assaulted by dreams in which priests of one type or another kept whipping him with thin, sharp branches and demanding that he side with them. He awoke feeling groggy and irritable almost an hour before dawn. Gradually, the bunkhouse came to life, and men washed in the water barrel provided, then wearily pulled on their clothes and weapons. "Where are we bound?" Ketil said finally, addressing the gathered Greeks and Varangians. "Sileta," came the sporadic reply. "And who do we serve?" "Arn." "And who does he serve?" "Lord Ironarm." Ketil nodded in satisfaction. Tired, achy, he stretched and tried to work out the knots in his muscles, and then straightened. "We collect the civilians, then leave by the east gate, heading along the coast. Once we are 4 miles from here and away from the Normans, or when we see the first Byzantine soldier, we let them go on their way and we turn and make inland. Our first target is a place called Melfi. If Halfdan and the others have not been there, we start to make our way south, listening to rumors as we go." He felt oddly official as he led more than a score of armed men out of the block and began to hike across the city with them, Leif and Anna at his side. They caught a number of odd and suspicious looks from the occasional Normans they saw in the street, but soon they were in the periphery of the place, away from such eyes, and they had found the house where the fugitives dwelt. At a call, they emerged, nervous, looking about themselves. All had dressed very sensibly for travel in miscellaneous and drab clothing, even the priest. "Good. As we leave Barletta, I want you all to spread out among my men, in the middle, though, not out at the sides where anyone can get a good look at you. If anyone asks you, you are in service to Lord Arn of Sileta." "Who?" one of them asked in bafflement. Precisely. Lord Arn of Sileta. That is where we are bound.
Ketil took a deep breath. He would be quite pleased to be rid of this lot. And then they could find Halfdan. Part 5. The City of Thieves. Chapter 17.
Emery was right,
Thorstein, the last of Fulk's Normans, said, eyeing Bjorn warily, his eyes sliding to Halfdan and then Gunnhild.
Emery was a fool, Fulk retorted. It was his betrayal that put us in this mess.
No, Thorstein snapped.
No, it wasn't. Emery showed you a way out, and you wouldn't take it. You could have bargained for our release with these pagans, but you hold your own honor more precious than the lives of your men.
The soldier squawked as Mark slapped him hard around the jaw with a leather gauntlet.
Quiet, turd! You don't speak to your lord so.
The man fell into resentful silence, massaging his jaw. Halfdan looked across at Gunnhild, who was watching the outspoken Norman with narrowed eyes. Fear did different things to different people, and it was almost to be expected that someone would once again raise the spectre of selling out the Northmen for their own skins. Neither Fulk nor Mark seemed inclined to break the pledge, but Thorstein now sat in a corner, glaring at them, suggesting that he was of a mind with his friend. They had languished in this place for 6 days now, a single large room of stone with a solid timber ceiling, above which was a room filled with guards. There was just one door, locked from the outside, and no window. They were fed 2 meals a day, both plain and small, and supplied by an armed party that took no chances. Every time the food had been delivered, Halfdan and the others had demanded to speak to the Lord of Acherenza. Every time they were denied. It would be all too easy to feel doomed and fated, to think this was the end, but Fulk's adamant belief that his cousin would still see them freed gave them all, the hope to go on. His eyes slid to Gunnhild. Why was she here? Why had she not taken the line thrown to her? As a priestess of the nailed god, a nun as they were seemingly called, she had been separated from the others, and a room had been arranged beside one of the chapels in the city, where she would be watched, but would be safe and have access to a church. She had declined, telling their captors that it was her duty to stay with her flock. She had gone on to cite all sorts of Christian quotes, which had surprised Halfdan immensely. Apparently she had spent time in the great city reading the Nailed God book and arguing its falseness with priests and the Empress. Her familiarity with it was paying off now, but she had determined to stay with the others. Whatever fate they faced, they would face it together. For perhaps an hour, the room lapsed into sullen silence once more. Bjorn and Gunnhild both watching the outspoken Norman with disdain, until Varlof, sitting close to the door, rose and stepped back.
Visitors!
The others climbed to their feet too. It was hard to even estimate times in this place, other than by the bells they could hear across the city, muted by their prison. But it had only been a couple of hours since they had been delivered bread and some sort of watery broth, so this was unlikely to be a food delivery. They could hear footsteps approaching, the hard boots of soldiers, and a number of them. With a couple of clunks and a rattle, the door was unlocked and pulled open, a beam of light falling across the fetid interior of the straw-floored room. At least a dozen soldiers stood out there, fully armed and armoured, their weapons out, anticipating trouble. An officer stepped into the doorway. "Come," was all he said, as he paced out. The prisoners looked at one another, shrugging, and began to shuffle toward the door. The order in which they emerged was deliberate. Fulk, as a Norman lord, went first, with his bannerman Mark at his shoulder, then Thorstein, then Gunnhild as a nun, followed by Halfdan, Bjorn, Ulfr, Varlof, and Svein, for by now all attention would be on those who emerged first, minimizing the risks. Down the passageway they were marched, and then through a door into the sunlight. Once they were out in the courtyard of the fortress, they looked about. More soldiers awaited them there, and the gate that led to the city was well manned and well protected. There was precious little chance of escape. At the officer's gesture, Fulk led the way, and they strode across the courtyard and in through another doorway. Fulk marched with his chin high, every inch the lord. Halfdan took in their surroundings, repeatedly confirming the minimal chances of making their way to freedom. They were led into a large chamber and told to wait there. The banners of the Lord of Acerenza hung upon the walls, along with tapestries and drapes, and a large wooden chair resembling a throne sat atop a dais up 3 steps. Guards stood at strategic points around the room. Counting their escort, they were now outnumbered at least 2 to 1, the local soldiers both well armed and armoured. The Lord of Acerenza was taking no chances. Behind them, the doors were closed and men stepped in, surrounding them. They did not have long to wait before another door opened at the far end of the large chamber, and in walked a procession of figures. Halfdan mentally checked them off as they came. First, some sort of herald, followed by a tall man with a sombre face, dressed in rich colours, and with hair cut into that strange Norman design, a scar running from his nose down past the corner of his mouth to his chin. This was clearly the Lord of Acerenza. Behind him came a couple of serious-looking men in armour, one young and bearing a familial resemblance to the Lord, then a stockier man in a tunic of red and yellow with a richly embroidered cloak. He wore his golden hair long, and his moustache drooped. His eyes were sharp and gleaming as they took in the array of prisoners. This, Halfdan decided, had to be Atenulf, fief prince of Benevento. Behind the prince came several more of Acerenza's soldiers, a couple of servants, and a priest in his rich robes. Halfdan sized up the situation at a glance. Atenulf may be currently sheltered by the Lord of Acerenza, but there was no love there, and no trust. Not one man in the room was Atenulf's. A number of questions and possible answers ran through his mind now as the party gathered, the Lord taking a seat on the throne and arranging his garments carefully. The Beneventan prince noticeably standing more than a sword distance from the seated man, and with 2 guards close enough to stop him should he do something precipitous. Indeed, the priest seemed to be given a lot more deference here than the thief prince. Why was Atenulf still here? It seemed unlikely that anything would impede his journey south at this time, so there was no clear reason why the thief would have delayed his departure this long. That suggested that Atenulf of Benevento was being delayed in his departure, presumably at the whim of the Lord of Acerenza, and that in turn suggested that Atenulf was little more than a prisoner himself. This was an interesting development. Why, then, was Acerenza not either letting the man go or stealing his gold and doing away with him? It seemed likely that these men were as complicated and political as the Byzantines, and so it may be that Acerenza was playing some game of his own. Perhaps he was waiting for something. Had he been approached by Iron Arm and warned about the gold? Was the Lord currently negotiating with another party? Whatever the case, while Atenulf may currently have control of the gold, clearly Acerenza had control of Atenulf. Whatever happened now would be at the whim of Fulk's cousin. The Lord of Acerenza cradled his chin lazily in a claw-like hand and dragged his gaze across them. "What to do with you all?" he mused. Fulk took a single step forward, and every military hand in the room went to the hilt of a sword and stayed there. "Might I suggest, cousin, that you release us, and I will look the other way at the appalling treatment you have levelled upon your own kin and a noble of this land,
as well as his entourage, companions, and even a woman of God."
This did not seem to impress the lord of the city, whose mouth twisted in a half-smile.
"You were never my favorite cousin, Corvaudon. Indeed, I have dogs of whom I am more fond, and I suspect that even were I to simply do away with you and word reached our mutual liege lord, the fact that you are found in the company of members of the Byzantine Imperial Guard would negate any goodwill he might feel toward you. You are aware that we are at war with these people?"
Fulk snorted.
"As a man who, like me, came to this land an impoverished mercenary, and who has fought for Italian lords and Byzantine masters alike in his time, you of all people should understand that not every warrior cleaves to a flag. These men have served as Varangians, but they are sellswords now, and ones who broke a siege in the south and freed me and mine from Byzantine control. You seek reasons to justify your unlawful arrests."
Acerenza's fingers drummed a tattoo on the arm of his chair, though his expression did not change.
"Your presence here is inconvenient at best, because I now know that a catapan's ransom in stolen gold hides behind the city walls, and every power in this peninsula would tear down those ramparts and climb over your corpse to get it."
The drumming increased.
"Your disappearance would be the most convenient solution, though there are complications." "Are you mad?"
Atenulf said suddenly in the Norman tongue, but thick with an Italian accent. Acerenza turned to the prince, brows raised in surprise.
Atenulf grunted. "Execute the lot of them."
Halfdan frowned. Perhaps the prince was not quite the full prisoner then.
"It would be convenient," Acerenza repeated.
"If you execute a woman of God," the priest standing nearby suddenly announced, face folded into a disapproving frown, "and you will be damned for an eternity to the lake of fire." Acerenza simply nodded, and the drumming of fingers slowed.
"And if I let the nun leave, then knowledge of our situation is free to spread, and it matters not if the others survive. A thorny problem. I cannot easily condemn these people, even if the Varangians follow the dictates of Constantinople and not the rule of Rome. But to let them leave the city would be to broadcast to every power in the land the presence of the larcenous prince and his wagons of gold." "And you have yet to decide whether to keep them," Fulk concluded. "I am inclined to do so," admitted Acerenza. "Once you have stepped knee-deep into the river, you might as well get wet and swim. I am committed to some extent."
"But," Halfdan said, suddenly realizing something, "the matter will never close then, will it? Everyone will continue to look for the gold, and you will never be at ease. Whereas if you take a healthy cut and let Atenulf go, then when he inevitably gets caught or is spotted elsewhere, all the pressure will be lifted from you, and you can enjoy the gold you have already taken." Acerenza nodded slowly, and the drumming ended, as he turned a look of dislike on Halfdan. "I have no idea who your Byzantine rat is, nor how he feels it is his place to interrupt his betters, but he is astute, I'll give him that. I have many decisions to make."
"Then let me help you, my lord,"
said Thorstein, stepping out away from Mark and Fulk. Halfdan felt his heart sink. What was it with these Normans who could not hold their treacherous tongues for anything? He instantly regretted not having told Bjorn to break the man's neck the moment he spoke against them. Mark made a move to stop the man, even as Fulk turned angrily toward him, but the Norman was already out of reach, and Acerenza's guards were closing on him. He was safe from reprisal, and his face took on a triumphant look as he turned to the lord of the city.
"My lord, these men are not what they appear."
"Oh?" Fulk levelled a finger at his man.
"Be quiet, Thorstein."
"Let the man speak," Acherenza advised, flicking a gesture at the Norman traitor.
My lord, my master and I are, as you know, good men of the north, loyal to the powers of this land. But these Varangians are not what they purport to be. Each and every one is a filthy pagan, following demonic gods. They deny the Christ. Do not be fooled by their false piety, and do not allow their lies to save them from the executioner's blade.
The look of victory that swam across Atenulf's face made Halfdan want to break it. Acherenza's, however, remained silent and thoughtful. How does a woman of God tolerate their presence?
She is no nun, Thorstein spat. She is the worst of all of them. A witch, I say. I have seen her witchcraft with my own eyes.
Indeed. Acherenza leaned forward, peering at Gunnhild. And I take it there is more proof of this than your mere word? He asked the Norman, as he looked the vulva up and down.
Evidence is plentiful, my lord. Look to the house where we were taken, and you will find their false idols and heathen symbols. Look upon their flesh, and you will find them too.
Acherenza had still not taken his eyes off Gunnhild. Do you have anything to say for yourself, sister? Halfdan felt the wave of failure break over them. Their subterfuge was gone. It had held well until broken down from the inside by one of their own. Gunnhild's expression changed now, and Halfdan realized that the vulva had decided that the time for pretense was gone. She straightened a little. I am Gunnhild of Hedeby. I shall say no more. The richly dressed priest's face was twisting with uncertainty, not sure what to do, whether Gunnhild was truly what she claimed. Finally, the priest leaned towards Acherenza and whispered something to him. The lord thought for a moment on what was said, and finally nodded, then leaned back, hands going to the arm of his chair again. The bishop here reminds me that it is my duty as a good Christian to protect the faith. This means that he is adamant that I both forgive children of God and punish his enemies. As such, before I make any rash decisions, I give you each the opportunity to demonstrate your devotion to the church. As he spoke, the priest stepped forward with 2 servants at his heel. He was lifting a cross of silver almost a foot high, etched with decoration and inscribed scenes of the nailed god's miserable life. One servant carried a flat loaf of unleavened bread on a silver platter, the other a silver cup and a jug. They stopped first at the nearest prisoner, which happened to be the traitorous Thorstein. "Kiss the cross of our Lord," the bishop instructed. The Norman wasted no time in doing so, and when he was offered the bread and a mouthful of wine, announced as the flesh and blood of the Christ, he took them almost eagerly. Satisfied, the bishop moved on. Fulk repeated the ritual, and then Mark. As the priest turned and made toward the others, Halfdan caught a look flashed at him by Fulk, almost pleading him to conform. Halfdan looked at the approaching priest. Would the Allfather forgive any further subterfuge? Odin was a wily one after all. Such trickery was not above him, so surely he would forgive them playing this game. He glanced at Gunnhild, who gave him the slightest of nods. The priest held out the cross, and, trying not to recoil, Halfdan leaned in and kissed the cold metal. He hoped the bitter flavour in his mouth was his own distaste and the tang of the metal, not a warning from the gods. When offered, he took a torn piece of bread and consumed it quickly, washing it down with a small cup of wine. He could see the evil looks and disbelief Thorstein was throwing him.
"This is a farce," the Norman spat. "A fallacy. That man is a pagan idolater. That he doesn't care about kissing the cross proves nothing."
But the warning look Acherenza shot him silenced him as the priest and his men moved on to Ulver. The shipwright hesitated for only a moment, and then followed the nailed god ritual, wiping his mouth afterwards with his wrist and letting a small belch echo through the room. Varlof followed suit without argument. The bishop came to Gunnhild, only Bjorn and Svein now remaining. Gunnhild regarded the cross for some time, and then reached out. As she did so, the priest let go of the cross with one hand, his eyes bulging. His free hand grasped Gunnhild's arm and yanked it so that she staggered forward for a moment. The bishop hissed and stared.
"The devil's marks are upon you, woman."
Halfdan winced. As her arm had come up, the sleeve falling back, a number of tattoos had been revealed, including the Volknut, the ward against elves from their time among the Draugr, and the Gibu Auya. There could be no denying their nature, and the bishop recoiled, pulling away from her, spluttering, leaving the two servants looking panicked.
"Fuck it,"
Bjorn boomed, stepping forward.
"I'd sooner kiss a goat's arse than your god's cross,"
he snapped. Reaching out, he snatched the jug from the white-faced servant.
"But wine? Now wine I never refuse."
He upended the jug, managing to catch roughly half the contents in his mouth, the rest flowing down over him. Once again there was no point in maintaining the fiction. Gunnhild had been revealed for what she was. The priest would never believe her now, and Bjorn had denied the Christ god to stand by her. It took only a moment for Halfdan and then Ulfr to step to their sides. Varlof was not far behind.
"Very well," Halfdan said. "Call us pagans and believe what you will. But I will say this in the sight of all the gods, even your poor nailed one. We are men and women of our word, who have fought openly and for our comrades. This room contains only 2 proven criminals, and it is those 2 thieves who think to sit in judgment on us."
Gunnhild threw him a look, and he was surprised at the irritation in it.
"I might yet have talked this down, young fool,"
she hissed out of the corner of her mouth. There would be no denying it now, though. Halfdan had hammered in the final nail.
"An unexpected and troubling development," Acherenza said at last,
sucking in his cheeks and resuming the drumming of his fingers.
"I find I am now beset by witches and demon worshippers. Only 4 of you have any real claim to follow the true faith, and yet even you, cousin, are guilty of willful association with witches and demons. I suspect that rather supersedes your kissing of the cross."
He glanced across at the bishop, whose lip was wrinkling.
"The city," the old man said, "and every soul in it are in danger while these creatures poison our very air with their devilry. Death is just the beginning of their punishment, for the Lord shall see them burn in aeternum for what they are."
Acherenza nodded. "I had a feeling that might be your position."
"Burn them all,"
Atenulf snapped.
"Do you need any further reason?"
The Lord shook his head. "I am inclined to be merciful to the extent such a thing is possible. My cousin and his men should be given the opportunity to atone for their misdeeds. I feel they should be given the option to take holy orders and join the ranks of the Church, making reparations to God with the rest of their time in this world." Fulk stared in disbelief, and even Torstein the traitor gasped. He had sold them out for nothing. "As for the others, I cannot condone their ways, but I am also aware that they have gone some way to redemption. They have partaken of the Eucharist and shown devotion to the cross. I cannot commute their sentence, they will have to die, but I will give the order that it be fast, and the executioner's sword be razor-sharp for the occasion. This is my pronouncement." Halfdan felt the anger rising. How dare this thief, no, this thief who even thieved from thieves, presume to judge him? There remains the matter of 2 admitted pagans, one who profanes the Eucharist and another who stands accused of witchcraft. I cannot lessen any sentence on such creatures, for what precedent would that set? Burn them, growled Atenulf. The witch will burn, Acherenza confirmed with a flick of a finger toward Gunnhild. The giant, though, I feel we should have some entertainment from him. He looks strong, and I fear he prides himself upon it. We shall see how long he can rely upon that strength while horses endeavour to tear him apart. Halfdan looked across at Gunnhild. "Give me my sword," he hissed quietly. "No. Better we die here in battle than we let these thieves torture us to death. I will not let you burn Gunnhild of Hedeby." "I do not believe I will burn, Halfdan. In fact, I will not let such a thing happen, even if the Norns have woven it. But remember being trapped in the house? Death offers no second chance, while capitulation can buy time." Halfdan gritted his teeth. He'd said he would never ignore Gunnhild again, but surely even she must see the time to act was now. She talked about defying the Norns, for fuck's sake. Perhaps if he ignored her advice, it might even be for her own good, if she would challenge fate. "Give me the sword." "No." He glared at her in frustration. "Return them to their incarceration," Acherenza said, gesturing at the gathering. "I will consult with the good bishop and set a day for the executions. It must be soon, I think." The guards began to gather, weapons out, herding them back toward the hall's entrance. Halfdan stood protectively by Gunnhild's side. Again, as they moved, Halfdan took in everything he saw, hoping for even a hint of weakness in this place he could exploit to escape. But it was in vain. They were trapped, overpowered and helpless. He was the wolf in the gilded cage, though not for much longer by the sound of it. Execution by sharp blade would clearly be better than what the Lord of Acherenza had in mind for Gunnhild or Bjorn, but the fact was that in the end he would be just as dead, and none of them would join their forefathers in Odin's hall. Back across the courtyard they were marched and thrown into their prison once more, shut away in the gloom as the door was slammed behind them and bolts slid into place. As they spread out in the room, Thorstein shuffled uncomfortably away toward Fulk and Mark. Bjorn looked across at Gunnhild, and Halfdan caught the look in the giant's eye. When Gunnhild nodded, the big albino looked then to his Jarl. Halfdan gave his own nod, and in a heartbeat Bjorn was stomping across toward the traitor who had sold them out for his own skin, only to fail in the end. Thorstein saw Bjorn coming and backed away with a moan, moving to the protection of Fulk and his men. The Norman backed into Mark, but cried out again in fear as Fulk's bannerman gave the unfortunate traitor a hefty shove, sending him back toward Bjorn. Thorstein panicked. The Varangians were each looking at him with murderous glares, and his own lord had turned him away. Now, a great white-haired, pink-eyed monster with arms like tree trunks was almost upon him. "Please, I didn't want to die." "Oh, you'll regret that you didn't live long enough to meet Acherenza's sword," Gunnhild said with some cold confidence. Thorstein gave a little whimper. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What can I do? There must be something I can do." "You can fucking die," Bjorn growled, reaching out and grabbing the man. The Norman squawked, flailing helplessly in the big warrior's grasp, babbling promises and pleas. Bjorn looked up, then across to Gunnhild. "Can Hugin and Munin see through roofs?" "Odin's ravens are watching, Bjorn Beartorn," she confirmed. "Good. Then let the All-Father witness." As Thorstein babbled and shrieked, urine soaking his crotch and leg in fear, tears streaming down his face, Bjorn lifted the Norman with as little effort as he might raise a drinking horn and slammed him down to the flagged floor, face down. They all heard a number of nasty cracks as the man's nose and teeth smashed against the stone. Soon he would not worry about such things. Halfdan almost looked away, but made himself watch. Some things were important not because they were done, but because they were observed. He had never seen this, nor heard of it done in living memory, even on his home of Gotland. Yet he knew what was coming. Horrors from the stories of old skalds. The Norman gave a muffled scream, half drowning in his own blood and snot as the albino knelt on the back of his thighs, holding him down. Bjorn turned to the others, and Halfdan reached out a hand. Gunnhild slapped into it that glorious eagle-hilted blade she had kept hidden from their captors, and he took 3 steps and proffered it to the big man. Bjorn took the blade with a nod of thanks. Thorstein had recovered enough of his wits to struggle once more now, and Bjorn snarled, "Quiet, you!" and used his free hand to grab the Norman's neck and force him to stillness. Using his immense strength to hold the man down, Bjorn tore away Thorstein's shirt with the blade, revealing his bare back. Muttering under his breath, the big man began his work. Every figure in the room watched in dreadful fascination as, amid the screams of agony, Bjorn drew with the tip of the blade, fashioning an eagle on the man's back, wings outspread, reaching up toward the shoulders, fanned tail on his lower back, talons out to his sides, all carved in flesh, the blood welling up to gradually obscure what was, to Halfdan's surprise, a very artistic shape. Thorstein was howling now, wailing with exquisite pain, but Bjorn was far from done. Tongue poking out of the side of his mouth, he passed the blade to Halfdan, who took it and retreated a step. When Bjorn peeled the eagle away from the traitor's back, they wondered if the screaming could possibly get any louder. The Normans were now drawing crosses on their chests, though they did not move to stop this ritual, nor did they look away. With eye-watering cracks, Bjorn broke the man's ribs near the spine, and that was how Thorstein died. The pain was too much, and he was still and lifeless even before the last rib snapped. His spirit had left his shell before the albino buried his hands in the Norman up to the wrists and, with a grunt of effort, pulled out the lungs, leaving them wobbling on the man's back where the wings should be. The lungs were not moving. No breath for Thorstein the traitor. The job finished, Bjorn stood. There was a small bucket of water for drinking that they had been careful, at least from day 2, not to confuse with the piss bucket. Ulver was still apologizing for that. Bjorn tipped out a little water to wash the worst of the sticky blood from his hands and lower arms. When he turned, he looked up as though he could see the azure sky through the heavy timber ceiling.
"Hear me, O ravens of Odin. Tell the All-Father that a traitor has died a traitor's death. May Odin curse his memory."
Falk had gone white, his eyes wide. He looked at Gunnhild. "It is called the Blood Eagle," she said. "It is an ancient thing. It was never common, even in the days of the old ones, and never is it done in these times. Sometimes, though, death is just not enough." Falk nodded slowly, uncertainly, swallowing repeatedly, his eyes slipping down to the body every now and then. Beside him, Mark was wiping sick from his chin with the back of his hand. "We have days at most," Halfdan said, breaking the grisly spell as he straightened, wiping his blade on his trousers before handing it back to Gunnhild. "If we are to find a way out, the time is upon us." "What way out?" Varlov said, sagging slightly. "There is no way we can leave here. We are in a locked prison room inside a walled fortress, with a walled town, all controlled by our enemy who outnumbers us considerably." "I think we had already brushed aside the idea of fighting our way out," Falk said with bitter irony, slowly recovering from what he had just witnessed.
It may be that our salvation lies with the very thief who demanded our death, Halfdan mused.
What?
I think a Tenulf is being held in Acherenza yet. It may be that we share a mutual enemy in the lord of this place. If there was some way we could manage to speak to the thief prince, we might be able to persuade him that we are his best bet to get away with his gold.
And then steal it later,
Bjorn added, with an air of satisfaction. I tell you this, Halfdan said. If Acherenza lets him go, it will not be for long. Fulk's cousin needs a Tenulf to be found with the gold, but he doesn't have to be alive. Say Acherenza keeps a quarter and the thief takes the rest. Then Acherenza's men hunt him down and kill him somewhere public where he'll be found. The body will be identified, the gold recovered, and Acherenza will be congratulated by the very lords he has cheated. Fulk nodded.
It may be as you say,
but I cannot see a way we can get to speak to the thief. Halfdan took a deep breath. Perhaps, Gunnhild, it is time for you to see if Freyja walks this land once more. Chapter 18. Halfdan couldn't help but smile at the sight of Fulk and Mark watching Gunnhild. Their expressions reflected an uneasy mix of horror and fascination. Their eyes were wide, hungry, eager, yet their mouths were pursed and taut, their knuckles white where they clasped hands tight in prayer to their Serkish god, occasionally unlocking them to draw a cross over their chest, even as they took in every wondrous detail of the vulva's work. Christians, Halfdan was coming to realize, were always happy to denounce something they disapproved of, yet there was nothing they liked more than to secretly watch those very blasphemies. Gunnhild was singing now, her voice ephemeral, like aural filigree, so delicate and otherworldly that even if Halfdan could understand the ancient words, he would never be able to follow them. Her song drifted higher with each stanza, as though her words climbed Yggdrasil, leaving Midgard, the land of men, and climbing the great tree of worlds to reach Vanaheim, where Freyja dwelt in her magnificent hall. And then, suddenly, the goddess was with them all. Halfdan was no weaver of spells, nor any sort of priest, yet he felt his skin prickle as Gunnhild's song joined two worlds and the vulva walked with Freyja. He felt the savour all around them, crawling across the walls and floor and ceiling like a silvered ivy growing at frightening speed. Even his hair crackled with the power filling the room. The reverent looks on his friends' faces suggested that they felt the same, and the Norman's eyes bulged as they crossed themselves repeatedly and fervently. As the song wavered, coming in ripples like a stone dropped into a pond, echoing out from the vulva at its centre, Gunnhild changed with the melody, twisting, turning, spinning, sometimes seeming tall and untouchable, her reaching, twining arms the branches of the world tree, her feet the roots that bound the realms below. And then she was returning, coming down that tree from the worlds of gods, folding in on herself like a flower, wilting at speed, until she was crouched and still, the last strains of her song echoing around the walls as the fragments of silver, of bone, of beads and feathers spilled out before her. She swept out an arm and grasped her staff, waving it over the scattered items, a blur of wood, and then leaned on it, breathing heavily.
"God in heaven,"
murmured Fulk, still watching her. "What have you seen?" Halfdan asked, a sense of urgency in him, his skin prickling. "Do not rush me, son of Gotland." He fell silent, impatient, waiting. Finally, she rose to her feet with languid ease. "The magpie picks over a corpse, but it is too intent on its work to see the wolf pack closing upon it." Fulk frowned.
"What?"
Halfdan waved a hand to quieten him. "A Tenulf is the magpie, yes? He has to be. The thief." She nodded. "The wolves close in. So we will move on a Tenulf." She threw him an irritable look, and he stopped questioning her and waited. "There is no gilded cage, and so it seems as though we must be the wolves. I can see nothing beyond this." Halfdan turned to Fulk, a look of relieved satisfaction on his face. "See, we are not bound for death. This is not to be our end. The cage opens, and we move on the thief prince." Fulk was chewing on his lip. "You must have heard a different witch to the one I listened to. What I heard was that the cage is gone and that a thief is about to be torn apart by wolves. Of course the cage is gone, because the next time you leave this room it will be to lose your head to an executioner's blade. And wolves? What makes you think you are wolves? This is witchcraft, but it is vague, useless." Gunnhild glared at him, and Fulk faltered for a moment. "I mean no insult," he added hurriedly, crossing himself again. "You do not understand," Halfdan said to him. "You have been gone from the north and your people too long. Your blood has thinned, diluted, and you have lost the strength of ice and of grey rock that fills every Northman. You have forgotten the tales of your forefathers that have nursed our people for 1,000 years and seen them cross worlds and survive when even empires have died." Fulk shook his head, but Halfdan waved a finger. "No, you have lost your way. You no longer see the world around you and your place as part of it, a single piece on a great game board. To you, just like the Byzantines, the world is the backdrop and your people are the centre. We are no more than a part of it all, like the animals, like the gods, like the morning mist and the jagged mountains. It is all one, and yet you are now blind to it." He threw out an arm, indicating the others in the room. "We are wolves of Odin, like Geri and Freki, and like those two great beasts, we are hungry and rapacious. We are a pack, even if some of our number have strayed, and like a wolf pack, we are stronger together. The magpie is a lonely bird. We are the wolves. A Tenulf is the magpie. The gilded cage is open, and the thief prince had better beware, for the pack will close in on him now." Fulk snorted. "How? How will the pack close in on him? Are you going to walk through the walls and escape? Is Gunnhild going to magic the door open? This changes nothing, Halfdan. You have a nice new prophetic story, but we are still in prison, and when they come for us next, you will all die, and we will be given the choice of joining you or spending our lives in a new prison of tonsures and cloisters and evensong. Nothing has changed." "Everything has changed," Halfdan insisted. "Then I await your magical victory, but I shall not hold my breath." Fulk stood, glowering, and Halfdan felt the frustration and the impotence rising. He could not explain to this man how the Seidr changed things, how the world was woven into a tapestry by the Norns, how Gunnhild could see those threads leading out somehow, with the help of the goddess. He could not explain how it was possible to know that things were changing, and the reason he couldn't explain it to the man was because he couldn't quite understand it himself, for all that he knew it to be true. Somehow they would not meet death, and they would turn on a Tenulf, and yet he could not see how such a thing could possibly come to pass. The hours passed, Halfdan thinking over and over about any way he could bring about their escape. The Normans had spent their time in their own huddle, praying to their god and trying to come up with any new idea. Ulfr had been picking his nails with the tip of his knife, something he only did when the tension was getting to him. Gunnhild had a worried look that she surely was not aware of, for she'd have changed it if she knew. Svein tapped relentlessly, and Varlof wouldn't stop pacing. Bjorn seemed no different, apart from what might be nervous farts, or that might just be his usual fare. They had to escape. If the gilded cage was now open, and the wolves were to close in on Atenulf, then clearly they had to get out of here somehow. They could not break down the walls or door. The ceiling and floor was solid. Thus, the only way they were getting out was when the door was opened, and whenever that happened, they were confronted with plenty of guards. They would have to surprise and overwhelm those guards. That was all there was to it. Soon, the evening meal would be brought. Yet more bread and broth. Their water bucket would be refilled. A couple of servants would do this, while armed men watched on from outside the door. The prisoners would have to pull the servants aside and make it out of the door before it could be closed, and then they would be free to deal with the guards. That would be a hard fight. After hours of thought, Halfdan could see no alternative. Gunnhild had said she would save them somehow, but she had suggested that she would have to defy fate to even try. She could not be sure. And if they were defying fate, then fate and the gods were against them now, which meant they had to fight for themselves, for no one else would do it. Perhaps in doing so he could save Gunnhild from her own problem. Finally, he took a breath, straightened, and laid out his plan, such as it was, for the others. Bjorn, of course, was all for it.
I cannot understand why we have not tried to break their heads before, he grunted. We could have been out of here days ago. You are unarmed, Fulk noted. You're blind then, Bjorn snorted, clenching his fists. Once, I pulled a man's spine from his body with one hand. No, you didn't, you lying shit, Ulver said, laughing hollowly. Bjorn turned on him, eyes slitted. One more comment from you, bearded dwarf, and I'll show everyone what your spine looks like. I fear we are being sidetracked, Fulk said with strained patience. Halfdan nodded. Ulver was for it, and Varlof and Svein, the remaining Varangians, could see no feasible alternative. As for the Normans, both consented that it was better to at least try and die in the attempt than to submit and live or die at the whim of the Lord of Acerenza. It was when he came to Gunnhild that Halfdan found himself up against a wall of ice. You are supposed to be the one with the Loki cunning, she said. You are the Jarl, whose plans and whose luck see us from disaster to triumph. Yet where is the wisdom in this? The chances of us overcoming the guards are minimal. And then what, if we somehow succeed? We are in a courtyard held by the enemy, filled with his men. Around that courtyard are high walls, and outside those is a city filled with the enemy, surrounded by more walls. What do you hope to achieve? Halfdan turned on her. I am not challenging your words, Gunnhild. You tell us we'll live, but not why or how. That you will see to it, even if it means defying the Norns. What if this is what the Norns have for us? What if this is our escape? You have seen what it will be, but unless you explain how that will come to be, it's down to us to make it happen. You say I should use my cunning, but there is no other way, Gunnhild. I have pondered on this for all these hours past, and there is no alternative. Then be patient. Trust in the weaving. Trust in the goddess. We have to try something, Gunnhild. This might be what Freyja wants us to do. Just then, they heard noises outside, clattering and footsteps in the passage. The meal was coming. Halfdan turned to Gunnhild. You want no part in this. I will wait. You will not lend your spear to our struggle. No. Then give me my sword. No. The footsteps were getting close now, settling outside the door. Gunnhild, give me my sword. No. If I give you your sword, When you fail, you will also lose your sword."
"Gah!" he hissed in frustration. She was being obstinate. This was an odd echo of that time in Miklagarða, when the two of them last came to odds. He'd known there was no way to leave the city, and yet she'd insisted it be done. Now she insisted he wait, passing up their only opportunity. For one brief moment, he even considered trying to wrestle his sword from her, though that would not only mean turning against her, which he was loath to do, but also rummaging in her skirts to find the hidden blade, which he could not imagine going down well. Giving up on the notion, knowing that time was up, instead he hurried across the room, gesturing with pointed fingers to get everyone into place. Near the door, he bent and picked up the solid wooden bucket that still contained a couple of inches of tepid water. Standing behind the door, he pressed his back against the wall. The door was unlocked noisily and then opened, revealing the usual tableau. Two servants, one with a bucket of water to exchange, the other with a platter of bread and a large bowl of broth to share, and an array of armed men in the corridor behind them. Halfdan swung. The water pail struck the servant, bringing its replacement in the face with a crunch, sending him flying back into the passage. Before Halfdan could follow up, though, a second attack occurred. He'd not seen Bjorn stoop and pick up the only other missile in the room, and so shock tore through him as the slop bucket whirred past his head, spilling piss and shit in its wake, and slammed into the soldiers outside. Recovering, and trying not to breathe in the stench that now filled the doorway, Halfdan leapt. Ulfr was already on the other servant, bread from the platter now wheeling through the air, broth falling to add to the unpleasant slick across the straw-covered floor. Halfdan barreled past them, stepping over the man he'd hit with the bucket and throwing himself at the soldiers. He had a vague sensation of the others following, but he concentrated on taking down men as fast and efficiently as possible, grabbing the first man's sword arm so that he could not bring the weapon to bear, while he slammed his forehead into the man's face. He felt his scalp cut by the edge of his opponent's helmet, but at least there was no noseguard on this one. While he sustained a cut, the damage he inflicted upon the soldier's face was terrible. He moved on to a second man, and Ulfr was beside him now, both of them laying into Acherenza's men. Behind, he could hear the strange combination of Bjorn bellowing the name of Thor as he battered a man into unconsciousness, and Fulk chanting something in what Halfdan recognized as Latin, though he understood none of it. The Jarl's world became a mass of armor, weapons, arms, and heads, pulling, punching, heaving, stamping. He felt blows landing on him time and again, each threatening a terrible ache in the coming days, yet none of them cutting into his flesh. As guards fell, so the prisoners swept up the discarded weapons. Suddenly, he could see only one guard between him and the rectangle of sunlight that marked the exit to the courtyard. He and Ulfr hit the man together, driving him back against the wall and ripping the breath from him. And then, with a feeling of triumphant exultation, they were in the courtyard, spilling out of the door. The first arrow carved a painful, hot line across his bicep before clattering into the wall next to the door. The second thudded into Ulfr's shoulder, spinning him and sending him to the ground. Halfdan skittered to a halt on the gravel surface of the courtyard. A squad of soldiers stood facing them, shields locked in a line, swords or spears out ready. On the walls behind them, half a dozen archers stood with bows trained on the escapees, two of them already reloading, drawing arrows from quivers and knocking them ready for a second shot. It was over. Halfdan knew that instantly. Even if they managed to break the shield wall, which would cost lives, the archers would kill them where they stood. And all this before they could even hope to reach the gate that led out to the city, which was resolutely shut and held by more men. Bjorn came out behind him now, howling curses and growling like the bear for which he was named. He too skidded to a stop, the hopelessness of the situation filtering even through Bjorn's brain. In moments, the others emerged at a run, halting sharply at the sight of certain death awaiting them. The wolves and their diminished Norman allies stood in silence, all jubilant hope draining from them as they eyed the lines of men.
"So,"
an officer said, stepping out into the open,
"the Lord's noted cousin has thrown in his lot with the godless heathens. I doubt my Lord Acherenza will extend the offer of a peaceful retirement a second time."
Halfdan winced. He had no idea what a life in a Christian monastery might have been like, but compared with the edge of a blade to the neck, it was hard to imagine it being worse. Their failed attempt had likely cost Fulk and his men that option. Acherenza would feel quite justified now in consigning them all to the executioner, which would neatly solve his problem of witnesses.
"Back, all of you! Back in the room, and be grateful I don't have you all cut down where you stand. There will be no more deliveries of food. You will not need them now anyway, I fear."
At gestures from the armed soldiers, Halfdan and the others returned despondently to the darkened doorway and shuffled past the bruised and injured soldiers they had recently overcome, enduring a few revenge punches and kicks as they passed. They filed their way across the grimy, ordure-coated floor of the doorway into the chamber that had been their home for days now, and looked like being the last one they would ever have. As the door was slammed shut behind them, Halfdan sighed.
"Go on."
"I need not tell you how foolish that was," Gunnhild hissed. "You already know. At least I still have your sword." He nodded dismally. He never learned, it seemed. He'd told himself again and again to trust this woman, who had never yet steered him wrong, had promised himself never to repeat the mistakes of Miklagartha, yet the frustration of being trapped and helpless had driven him to doing just that. Now all he could do was trust to luck and to Gunnhild's judgment. Would the gods feel inclined to help?
"It's a shame we won't get another food visitation," Fulk said at length.
Halfdan frowned at the strange statement. "Yes," was all he could think of to reply.
"No," the Norman said. "What I mean is they wouldn't expect the same thing twice in a row."
"That is because doing so would display a degree of foolishness I would hope you had all grown out of," Gunnhild said, her tone that of a disapproving teacher. "Learn from your mistakes." They lapsed into a strange silence again, Gunnhild concentrating on dealing with Ulfr's arrow wound as best she could, and remained that way as the faint glow of day faded around the doorframe. Only darkness remained in which they sat, quiet and dejected. Time wore on, with the sense of hopelessness returning to fill the dark with shadows of foreboding. It seemed unlikely that their incarceration would last beyond the next day and night. The Lord of Acherenza would need that time to make the arrangements, if the executions were to include a fire at the stake and horses pulling a man apart. Doubtless there would also be an audience. Such executions were ever the stuff of gruesome social spectacle. The day after that, they would all die. Even the Normans who had originally been offered an alternative. Of that there seemed little doubt. There was no way out. Halfdan's eyes slid to where he knew Ulfr to be sitting. The cut on his arm was little more than a scratch, but Ulfr's wound was far worse and could easily kill a man, either from the arrow puncturing his lung or slow rot. The former had not happened, and Ulfr had grunted angrily and waved away the concerns of the others, but Halfdan had also seen the tears in the corners of the man's eyes and heard the hiss of discomfort as he sank to his backside on the floor. Gunnhild had somehow managed to pull out the arrow intact, head and all, drawing small yelps of pain from her patient, and had then bound the wound. Without the usual remedies to hand, she had fed Ulfr something Halfdan had not seen, but from the way the man's eyes, gleaming in the last of the light, began to dance as he chuckled to himself, Halfdan suspected she had given him just a little of the magical compound she so coveted. It came as a surprise to all when they heard footsteps out in the corridor. They all flinched, and, though they could not see it in the darkness, Halfdan knew they were all looking at one another. They were to have no more meals, and the slop bucket had not been returned, so it was unlikely this was one of their regular visitors. There seemed no other possibility, then, than this being it. Acerenza was sending for them, to lead them to their deaths. Even in the dark, the occupants of the room rose and prepared. There would be a fight. When death was the order of the day, why worry about surviving long enough to be beheaded? There was a clunk and a rattle. The door opened slowly, and Halfdan took in the scene in the corridor. 3 soldiers blocked the way down the passage, shields up and spears out, ready for anything this time. A torch had been placed in a sconce just a little way down the passageway and lit the group from the rear. The surprise, though, was the figure standing in front of the soldiers. A monk in his hooded robe, carrying the nailed god's holy book in one hand and a dribbly candle in a small pewter holder in the other. The monk looked up, the hood slipping back a little. He was clean-shaven and looked surprisingly young. He took a few steps forward, gingerly, into the room. The 3 spear-wielding soldiers came closer, approaching the door, keeping an eye on the prisoners, presumably for the monk's protection. The monk cleared his throat and spoke in the Norman tongue, with an odd, undefinable accent. "On the orders of the Bishop Herluin, and with the agreement of the Lord of Acerenza, I am here to seek absolution for each of you. Those who accept Christ into their heart unreservedly and with the whole of their spirit are to be handed to the headsman on the morrow. His grace has extended the forgiveness of the Church, even to the giant who profaned the sacrament, and even to the witch, for the Lord is a forgiving God, and Christ will accept even the farthest straying lamb into his flock." Ulfr, panting at the effort of stretching, snarled, "I have given all I will to you, priest." "I beg you to reconsider," the monk said, in an odd tone, and turned to Gunnhild. "As the greatest sinner of this disreputable gathering, it would set an important precedent if you were to accept absolution. Others would perhaps follow." The monk crossed to Gunnhild, who had dropped into a crouch once more. Without a word, he sank to his own haunches opposite her, and took a deep breath. "I have studied the tales of the Old North," he said. "Surely you can see that your Odin is merely a reflection of Christ on the cross, sacrificing for the good of the world." Gunnhild gave a weird smile, made eerie by the candlelight. "On the contrary, since your Christ came later than the Allfather, you must see that Jesus did nothing but copy Odin's sacrifice. Did he gain the wisdom that Odin claimed, though, I wonder?" Halfdan stared, brow furrowed at this strange exchange. As he watched, concentrating on them, listening to a series of small verbal lunges and parries, he suddenly realized that something else entirely was happening. Even as they spoke, the monk was making marks in the dirt of the floor with his fingertip, the candle balanced on the Bible, casting its light up and shrouding that weirdly clandestine activity in deep shadow. What was the man up to? Who was he to be so engaging with Gunnhild? Halfdan's head crept round to look once more upon the men in the doorway. They could see nothing, were oblivious. The monk with his back to them, the scribbling invisible. "If I accept your absolution, I turn my back on Freyja.
I have done so once, and shall never do so again. I am her devoted servant now, my life given to the path of the vulva. But you will burn for your reticence. Then I will burn bright. Mark this, she replied. As she spoke, she drew something on the floor with a sense of finality, and then stood, subtly wiping out anything they had drawn with her foot. The monk juggled his Bible and candle back into two hands, and then climbed to his feet once more. He turned to the others. Is this the decision of all here? The giant and the witch are determined to die in an abominable fashion in order to cling to their own demons in defiance of the light of the Lord. There was a series of grumbles and curses around the room, and the monk turned with a sigh. For just a moment, a single heartbeat, he paused, facing Halfdan, looking directly at him, eyes meeting eyes. The monk winked, then turned and strode from the room. Halfdan stared, baffled, as the man left. The door was closed and locked once more, and the footsteps receded as the monk and his escort retreated down the corridor. Then realization dawned on him, and a grin broke out across his face. He laughed. He laughed like an idiot. Of course he'd not known the man. He'd only seen his face, shrouded in the shadow of his hood, and he'd never seen Leif the Teeth without a beard before. He only stopped laughing because Folk was shaking him. "What is it, Halfdan? What have you seen?" Halfdan turned to look at Gunnhild, who had a knowing smile of her own now. That was what the weird exchange had been about. Leif had argued theology with Gunnhild, all the while passing information to her in the dirt of the floor, unseen by the guards in the door. And whatever Gunnhild now knew, it was making her smile a genuine smile. He turned back to Folk. That monk was a signal. With him, everything is about to change, my friend. The pack is reunited. The wolves are circling now, and only your Christ can save the magpie. And he laughed again. Chapter 19. The door clunked open. "Odin's ballsack," grumbled Bjorn, blinking at the bright light invading the gloom of their prison. It had been a tense night and morning. Wherever Leif had come from, and however he'd managed to assume the guise of a monk, he'd given a convincing enough performance that when he left with a sigh of regret that he had failed to bring the heathen to his flock, their captors had taken further offence at their prisoners' crimes. The response had been short and brutal. The guards had come into the cell to land a few solid punches and kicks upon their charges, all in the torso, of course, so that nothing showed when they were brought out for execution. Halfdan and the others had simply taken the punishment. They had seen far worse in their time, each and every one. The guards never touched Gunnhild, though, and seemingly not out of respect for her sex, for they were lavish with their curses and insults in her direction. She just seemed to avoid their attention in that weird, savor way of hers. Gunnhild had been particularly uninformative about her conversation with Leif. Halfdan had waited until the guards had retreated from their door once more, and as soon as he felt they were safe to talk, had scurried over to the vulva and asked her what they had discussed. That they would not reach the headsman tomorrow was the main thrust of the conversation. Leif had largely been asking who Fulk and the Normans were, and whether they could be trusted. Of what was to come, he had only said that they had been in the city for days now, that an execution platform and a stake and timbers had been prepared in the market square. Apparently the populace was abuzz with the news. Pagans and Greeks and a Norman traitor who had attempted to bring the city down were to be killed. Leif had said nothing of the specific plans, apparently, but had warned them to be prepared for anything and ready to move at a moment's notice. How can the three of them break us out of a fortified city? Halfdan had mused, scratching his head. He says they are not alone. They have friends. Other than that, just be ready. So they would be. Now the cell door was creaking open, the light afforded by the corridor outside crashing blindingly into their world of darkness. Guards lined the corridor, shields up, weapons out, more of them than they had seen on any previous visit, leaving only sufficient space for the captives to pass along the way one at a time. The officer had barked at them to come out, and so they did just that, assuming a new order of travel this time. Previously, prepared to rely upon the natural social order of the region, they had been led by Fulk and his man, Gunnhild safely in the centre, and the wolves bringing up the rear. Now things were different. Whatever was to happen today, the wolves were at the heart of it, and so it was now Halfdan who marched out first into that sunlight, Bjorn at his back, ready for anything, eyes darting back and forth, taking in everything. Behind him came Gunnhild, for Halfdan would not contemplate a day like this without her close to hand. Then came Fulk and Mark, with Varlof, Ulver and Svein bringing up the rear. 8 figures now, of the force that had marched north through Italy. As they reached the courtyard of the castle, they were shuffled around at the officers' commands. Using the butt ends of the spears, the guards moved them into a column 2 abreast. The order was not greatly changed, with the exception that Gunnhild, now the most reviled and distrusted of them all, was brought out front alone to lead the way, the witch who would be the focus of public bile. Halfdan could imagine what was coming. If this had been planned to be as much public spectacle as demonstration of law, and the city's populace had their blood up, the people would probably be lining the streets with stones, rotten food, and worse, to throw at the condemned pagans. As soon as they were lined up to the satisfaction of the soldiers' leader, the order was given for them to move. Each of their 32 guards was heavily armoured in chain and leather, a helm with nose guard and a teardrop-shaped shield in the colours of Acerenza, spear in hand and sword at belt. Every man was clearly chosen for his size and status as a grizzled veteran. They were unlikely to be quickly overcome. The Lord of Acerenza was taking no chances with his prisoners today. As the double-file line of the condemned waited, the soldiers divided into 4 units of 8 men. 2 units took the lead, and 2 the rear, marching their charges toward the gate out into the city. As they approached, the guards on the gate pulled it open, while their comrades atop the walls jeered and cast insults down at the prisoners. It felt faintly ironic to have their prison of so long opened, to see the streets of the city laid before them once more, but to know that they were, if anything, more confined here than they had been in that dark room. Soon they would enter that wide space in the city's heart, its market stalls replaced by a stake surrounded by faggots and brushwood to burn a witch, 2 horses and lengths of rope to tear Bjorn apart, and a man with a heavy blade ready to take 7 heads for the lord of the city. As the lead soldiers passed through the gate and the prisoners trudged along in their wake, Halfdan took 3 calming breaths. He was letting the situation and the uncertainty get to him. Gunnhild, marching along ahead of him, had her head held high and seemed as confident as she had ever been. He felt less so. It was nice to know that their comrades had returned, but even if they had found friends, Halfdan could not quite see how they could achieve what looked to be unachievable. He turned his face up to the sky, eyes closed, content to shuffle along in step, feeling a light mist on his skin. The sky was clear, the palest of blues, like the rheumy eyes of an old man, and the temperature was moderate, but the morning dew had been heavy, and a light residue of it remained in the air to remind them that the summer was coming to a close,
and the year marching on toward winter. The thought made Halfdan oddly homesick. Remembering the snowy winters of his childhood, cracking the ice on ponds to seek the fish in the deeps, stamping into a hut in thick furs and shrugging off a mantle of white to warm by a roaring fire. If they survived this day, he would see that they took whatever gold they could find and then began to move north once more. He had had enough of this hot, troublesome southern world. What was the point of having great, song-worthy adventures to fill the tales of skalds if you could not return home to hear them sung? He opened his eyes. Just for a moment, he spotted two tiny black shapes high in that pale blue. He blinked, and they were gone. But he would have given his oath on a stone of Odin that they had been there and were no figment of his battered imagination. The ravens of the Allfather had been watching. Something about that gave him heart, brought a more confident smile to his face, which he hurriedly pushed away. The last thing he wanted was to give their guards a hint that anything had changed. He forced his expression back into one of glum acceptance and lowered his gaze, now enjoying that slight dampness to the air. He looked ahead as they emerged from the gate. Sure enough, the citizens of Acherenza had left their houses and lined the street, waiting, rotten food in hand, to pelt these pagans and their demonic witch-queen. It seemed unlikely, however, that the crowd would be allowed to have their fun. The 16 men leading them split once more into 2 units, 8 of them moving to walk alongside them on their left, and the rearguard did the same, sending 8 forward to protect the right. They were boxed in. Acherenza was determined there would be no trouble, no doubt spurred on by the memory of their attempted flight the previous day. The waiting citizens sagged a little, realizing they would find it difficult to cast their stinking missiles at the pagans without hitting a guard, which might have painful consequences. The entire column turned and marched across the open space, momentarily heading toward the city gate where they had first entered. Halfdan glanced that way and noted more of the citizens of Acherenza gathered in the open there, watching the spectacle, while women dallied with the soldiers at the gate. Halfdan blinked. Just for a moment, he could have sworn one of those women was Anna. He would have liked to have studied the group better to confirm his suspicion, but then they turned and marched toward the main street that led all the way to the market square, and he dared not crane to look over his shoulder. If that had been Anna, and she was accompanied by other friends, the last thing he should do was draw attention to them. Unable to see clearly ahead past Gunnhild and the 8 men of their escort vanguard, Halfdan was somewhat surprised when the column came to a sudden halt, with a bark of irritation from the leader. As their escort shuffled, 2 of them stepping out ahead, the ranks thinned enough for Halfdan to crane and peer over Gunnhild's shoulder. The road was blocked. A wagon's wheel had broken, and the vehicle sat at a slant toward one corner. Its contents, what appeared to be the bulk of a local farm's produce, had spilled out and filled what was left of the street. A second vehicle in similar disarray sat beyond it on its side, seemingly the result of a collision. A carter was busy arguing with 2 men in the street, gesticulating this way and that angrily, as the nag that had pulled the cart, freed of its traces, busily ate as much of the produce as possible while filling the street with dung. A small crowd had gathered around the mess. The officer leading their escort, having marched forward with one of his men, began haranguing the arguing men, demanding that they clear the blockage instantly. "Oh, yeah?" snapped the carter, turning, furious. "And who's going to pay me for my lost goods?" "I don't care," shouted the officer. "Just move it." "Fuck off," the man replied, and the men with whom he'd been quarrelling said something that must have escalated the situation, for the carter turned puce and spun, landing a punch that sent one of the 2 men reeling. He tripped over fallen fruit and landed heavily on his backside in a pile of horse dung. just as it looked as though the chaos might be contained by the guards, a young opportunist swept up a collection of fallen food from the ground on the other side of the street and made to run. A concerned citizen, caring little for the angry carter, but unwilling to let such a blatant crime pass, lunged and grabbed the scallywag, giving him a hefty clout around the ear. The boy kicked his captor in the shin, and the man let go, crying out, only for the thief to be grabbed by 2 more people. The officer, Halfdan was sure, was now regretting his assignment for the day, as a small army of angry people bore down on him. The carter was demanding that the man he'd punched be made to pay for the lost produce, because it was his vehicle that had emerged at pace from a side alley and caused the accident, while that man was adamant that the carter be arrested for assaulting an innocent citizen. At the same time, a small crowd was calling for the officer to deal with the larcenous boy, while the thief was busy kicking them. Around them all, the crowd in the street surged with noise, enjoying this spectacle at least as much as they would have the executions. The officer began to argue with the people, but it was clear that he was fighting the first properly losing battle of his career. He was being bombarded with demands, and Halfdan fought down a chuckle as the man actually drew his sword and began threatening the citizens as he extricated himself from what was beginning to look more and more like an angry mob. Certainly, the man's chances of getting through the street with his column of prisoners without calling out half the city garrison and spending an hour arresting people and moving broken vehicles and spillages were next to none. With a frustrated and angry tone, the officer ordered the column back the way they'd come. It would have been too much trouble to rearrange the order of the prisoners, and so now they were in reverse, Ulver leading them with Svein, while Gunnhild brought up the rear. The soldiers simply turned around, remaining in place, and the officer hurried past them all, joining the vanguard, which had formerly been their rearguard. In moments, they were back in that open space before the gate. This time, Halfdan paid attention to the crowd. The chaos in the main street could not be an accident. While it seemed so perfectly normal, its timing was too fortuitous to be truly innocent. He'd not recognized anyone involved, but that it had nothing to do with Leif's plan seemed too hard to believe. Now, as his eyes played across the scene by the gate, his suspicions deepened. While he only recognized Anna among those men and women, she seemed to know the other woman who was similarly fawning over one of the guards, a dark-haired woman in a colourful dress. And there was something about the men there. They didn't stand out in any obvious way, and yet had that strange energy of a hunter eyeing the deer and taking the final breath before the shot. Moments later, they were turning into one of the other streets, one that Halfdan remembered vaguely from their various escapades in the city. This one was considerably narrower than the main street to the market, running more or less parallel to it, but not lined with waiting crowds. In fact, the inhabitants they could see appeared to be the usual smattering of city life. A drunk or a beggar, it was hard to tell which, sat leaning against a house wall. 2 women stood outside a doorway talking. A little further along, a row of houses was having its roof retiled, the entire frontage covered with timber scaffolding, workers laughing and traipsing along the vertiginous planks. It was all so ordinary. As they moved into the street past the beggar who did not even twitch, their escort reorganized themselves once more. Thanks to the scaffolding, the alley was only wide enough for 2 abreast. The guards pulled out to the fore and aft in groups of 16, alert now, since they were no longer marching alongside the prisoners. Their swords and spears were out, waiting to jab at anyone who tried to step out from the line. Halfdan could feel it now. Something was imminent. Even without warning, he could sense the change in the air. Gunnhild showed no sign of noticing it, which was more telling than anything, since all of them were feeling it, that strange prickling of the skin when the tension mounted. She was playing it deliberately calm. Halfdan half expected the beggar to look up and wink as they passed, and felt slightly deflated when all the man did was hiccup and dribble onto his knees. His eyes locked on the two women. He'd seen Anna and someone who had to be a friend of hers at the gate. Perhaps they were more, but he didn't recognize either of them, and once again he felt the excitement fall away as the pair threw a look of disgust his way, confirming their true nature as citizens of Acerenza. The workmen, then, those half-dozen men ferrying tiles up 3 levels of scaffolding and resetting them upon the roofs above. Once again, he could not see a face he knew. They simply worked on. The move came very suddenly and very unexpectedly. One moment the workmen were laughing and busy, labourers about their business, and next there were twice as many of them, spread across the scaffolding and the roofs of 3 houses, and their focus had shifted. The guards below knew of nothing wrong until it was too late. 4 of the men had picked up buckets from their eyries and upended them into the street. Halfdan saw the 2 ahead hit home, the bucket's black contents spilling across the 16 soldiers leading them, and while he did not have the leisure to turn back and look, he was sure the same had happened to their rearguard. Even as the dark liquid hit, spattering and coating them, new figures had emerged from windows onto the scaffolding, carrying burning torches. The officer at the fore was yelling suddenly, orders spilling from his mouth in desperation, but another voice cut over his, and Halfdan looked up to see Ketil leaning out over the street, looking down at the soldiers. His face was strange, deformed, but it was definitely Ketil. "Lay down your weapons," demanded the Icelander. The officer continued to issue commands, but his men were paying significantly more attention to their attackers, for they had come to the same realization as Halfdan. There was a new smell in the street, and it was unmistakable. The acrid, tarry scent of pitch. Those buckets had been filled with it. This fact had connected in the minds of the soldiers with the burning torches being wielded on the scaffolding. If even one of those fell, they would go up in flames in moments. A number of swords and shields clattered to the cobbles as men looked around. The soldiers were looking for any way to make a break for it, but they were in a narrow enough street with few enough doors that there were no realistic opportunities. Their only chance was to do as they were told. "I served in the Varangian Guard in Constantinople," Ketil told them from the scaffold. "I saw Greek fire at work. It burns even on water. It can't be put out. It sticks like shit and burns through the flesh to the very bone. Even as you crisp, it will continue to eat you. Pitch is not quite as bad, but it's similar enough that I'm sure you can imagine it will make this a very bad day for you if you don't comply. Drop your weapons." Everyone did just that, fear rippling through the soldiers. The officer was the last to let his sword fall. "You'll never get out of the city," he called. "I think you're wrong. We have the Loki-born back now. With Leif's mind and Halfdan's luck, nothing will hold us." The Russ appeared, looking over the edge of the scaffolding. "The door," he said, looking at Halfdan and pointing directly below him. Halfdan followed the gesture to see that a door had opened into one of the houses covered in scaffolding. Even as he began to move, Gunnhild had produced his sword from somewhere and handed it to him. Feeling complete once more, blade in hand, Halfdan ushered the others in through the door as the pitch-coated soldiers watched helplessly. It came as something of a surprise when Ketil gave a snort and tossed a burning torch. The vanguard burst into flame in an instant, burning droplets splashing from those who'd been struck by the torch only to ignite the others nearby. A cacophony of screams arose in an instant, the alley enveloped in a golden inferno as flesh melted and crisped among the agonized soldiers. Halfdan shuddered at so many memories of fire.
"What in God's name?" came an incredulous call from above, in Leif's unmistakable voice.
"Fuck 'em," Ketil replied, and in a heartbeat a second torch had ignited the rearguard even as they tried to run. More torches followed, and even a flaming arrow which caught one man trying to make a break for it ahead of the rest. Halfdan looked back down the street. They were out of sight of both fortress and city gate. The two women had disappeared, presumably fleeing when the trouble began, and the drunk had yet to wake up. Ketil and Leif had done it. They had escaped, at least into the city. With just a last look and a wave of nausea at the sight of the human infernos around the street, the sound of screaming and spitting and hissing meat, Halfdan ducked into the door in the wake of the others, shutting it behind him. "This way!" someone ahead called in Greek, a development that took him by surprise as much as anything today. They were herded through doorways and rooms by men in drab and uninteresting clothes, but whose skin bore the mute evidence of a lifetime of war. As they moved, men were pounding down a staircase to join them, having left the scaffolding above. Ketil appeared, followed by an irate Russ who was calling him a monster, which clearly did not bother the Icelander one iota. Behind them came others, including a man with a bow over his shoulder and a quiver at his side. Halfdan marvelled. It appeared that Ketil had brought a small army with him. Within heartbeats, they were out of another house and into another alley, parallel to the one they had left, but closer to the city walls and even narrower, barely wide enough for two men to walk abreast. As they moved, Ketil shoved his way to the front and gestured to Halfdan. "Come on! We only have a short time before the city responds." With that, Ketil was moving, deliberately using only a half stride to allow the others to keep pace, heading back toward the city gate. "How?" Halfdan began, but Ketil shook his head. "Now isn't the time. Wait till we're safe." "How will we get out?" "It's taken care of." Mere moments later, they were at the end of that alley where it met the city walls. Ketil quickly glanced left, confirming that no danger awaited them there, and then turned right and ran along the walls in the direction of the gate. "We'll be in full view of the fortress when we get into the open," Halfdan panted as they ran, desperate men behind them. "This was never going to be a secret," Ketil answered. "We're relying on surprise and speed." Keeping pace with Ketil was easy when he reined in his speed, and the adrenaline lent by the sudden freedom spurred them on. They approached the main gate before Halfdan had time to worry about what came next. Even as they ran, Halfdan saw their escape being made good. The two women he had seen by the gate earlier suddenly broke off their casual conversation and stepped in close to the guards, knives lancing out from some hidden place and punching into the men's necks, spraying blood and felling them in an instant. There were other soldiers there too, 4 of them, but even as they reacted, they were being mobbed by the citizens gathered there, who had also produced hidden blades. The alarm went up at the fortress, the men on those walls shouting and pointing, and it did not take long for a bell to begin its urgent tolling. But it was all so unexpected, such a surprise, that it would take time for the garrison to react. Indeed, they had not even managed to open the fortress doors by the time the fugitives were in the gatehouse in the city walls. Anna gave him a fierce grin as she and the unknown woman lifted one end of the heavy bar, one of the men nearby taking the other end, freeing the inner gate so that others could pull it open. The first layer that stood between them and freedom was hauled back. "You kill without remorse now," Gunnhild murmured to Anna as they met. "I learnt many things from you," Anna replied archly, waving her on. "Run fast," was Ketil's advice as they hurtled into the gateway. Ahead, 2 of the men had already run the gauntlet of the gatehouse and had begun to open the outer gate. Stones were beginning to pound down between them from the murder holes above, just as they had in that dreadful trap when Halfdan had first arrived at Acerenza. but they were fewer and more sporadic. The men on the ramparts above had been taken by surprise, and few had managed to get to the waiting basket of rocks. Still, as Halfdan hurtled through the dark passageway with his arms crossed above his head, sword still in hand, protecting his skull from missiles, one of the men he didn't know was struck in the face, his visage mashed by the heavy rock as he fell forward to the ground, shaking and screaming. Halfdan had rarely felt relief on the scale he experienced as he emerged onto the sloping road outside the walls of Acerenza. It was not over yet, though. Cries told him plainly that others had fallen to the rocks in the gate tunnel. Ketil pulled ahead now, jamming 2 fingers into his mouth and issuing a piercing whistle. To Halfdan's further amazement, another small group of men a little way down the slope emerged, leading a number of horses.
"We'll have to double up," Ketil told him. "We only have so many horses."
Halfdan gave a half-mad, disbelieving laugh. Next to him, another man with the swarthy skin tone of a Greek gave a similar laugh, and then fell with a scream, an arrow sprouting from his neck. As he ran, Halfdan turned to look back. 3 or 4 figures had appeared atop the gate, knocking and loosing arrows, but they would be lucky to hit anyone, for the escapees were clear now, running into the wilderness outside the city, making for that gathering of horses. As he reached them, Halfdan grasped a set of reins, pulled himself up into the saddle, and looked back up the slope. Gunnhild, Ulfr, Leif, Anna, Bjorn, and Varlof were with them, and he could see Mark helping a dazed folk down the slope among the last of them. Others too, but most important to Halfdan, his friends had made it. As they all mounted, most of the horses weighed down by 2 riders, Halfdan smiled at Bjorn, who had a face like thunder, and was complaining to Leif that he'd seen 30 men die and hadn't even had the chance to punch one of them. Ketil turned and waved, and the fugitives began to ride, as fast as they dared with such weight on each beast. As they reached the lower slopes, following Ketil's lead, Halfdan turned to look back up at the city. He had absolutely no doubt someone was coming after them, but it would take time to produce and saddle sufficient horses to chase them down, and every heartbeat was giving the fugitives more of a lead, carrying them further from trouble and increasing their chances of survival. Before he knew it, they were skittering with some care down a slope within the enfolding safety of a small woodland, and entering a long, shallow defile that would run with icy waters in the winter, but was now just dry and rocky. On they rode, taking turns here and there at Ketil's whim, until finally the Icelander held up a hand and slowed his mount. A small collection of huts sat in a clearing among the trees, a narrow trail leading in from their escape route and out at the far side. The huge stacks of tree trunks scattered around the place confirmed its nature as a logging camp. Handing his reins to one of the others, Ketil stamped life into his feet as he looked up at Halfdan. The Jarl shivered at the sight of his old friend. In all the panic and activity, he'd not yet had a good look at the man's face, but now he saw it clear. Ketil had suffered the most appalling injury. One side of his face ruined, one eye socket hollow and gruesome. It was unpleasant to look at, but Halfdan made himself do it. More than once he had cursed Ketil for abandoning them, but it appeared not all had gone well for him either. The Loki serpent on his arm itched, and for an odd moment he felt the presence of Odin, the Allfather, the grey wanderer with his one eye, the other piercing, shrewd. He shivered again, but this time with the presence of power. "How did you find us, Ketil? And who are all these people?" The man grinned. "I'll tell you in a bit, when we're settled and I have lookouts set. I don't think they'll find us here, but I want to be sure. This place is safe. The woodsmen... let's just say they have no use for their camp anymore. Halfdan let out an explosive breath. His doubts evaporated. Ketil was back. The wolf pack was whole again. We have much to catch up on, but I think we might want to do it fast. Oh? There's a man in that city with a king's ransom in gold, and now that we're free and the secret is out, he can't stay in Acherenza. Atenulf and his gold will be on the move within the day. Chapter 20. Who are all these people? Halfdan murmured, glancing out of the window at the activity in the logging camp. He took a small pull of wine from the cup before him. He kept having to give Ketil strange sidelong looks, because locking him in a gaze, eye to empty socket, was entirely unnerving. I have 8 solid Varangians who remained from a unit of 50 Maniakes gave me on the march east. They're Christians, but they're good men in a fight. They're veterans of Sicily, Italy, and service in Miklagard, and they have good northern ice in their blood. They were a bit battered after the fight at Thessalonica, but they're just about healed and strong again now. Thessalonica? Ketil nodded and drank some wine of his own. Maniakes marched his army east toward the capital, and the emperor sent an army westward to meet him. We'd beaten every Byzantine force we met until we came to this place called Thessalonica in Greekland. We met the imperial army there, and I tell you this, Halfdan, but the Allfather will be proud of us. We were winning. We had won, I reckon, but Maniakes was wounded somewhere in the days before, and in the middle of the battle he fell from his horse and was killed. Our army went to pieces and ran. Halfdan nodded. Somehow he'd not believed that Maniakes would bring down the emperor. In fact, he was surprised and impressed they'd got that far. And Thessalonica is where you, He wagged a finger at Ketil's face. Pretty, isn't it? The Icelander grinned darkly. The effect was terrifying, and Halfdan shuddered as the muscles pulled at the scarred flesh around the empty eye, distorting it. I had to give an eye for wisdom, just like the Allfather, but at least I didn't have to hang on a tree. So you, Leif, and Anna managed to get away from the battle to safety, along with these 8 Varangians? Yes. The Emperor's men were hunting down the survivors, and by the time we managed to get somewhere safe, we'd picked up another 19 regulars from Maniakes' infantry who'd fled the field. They've been with us ever since Thessalonica, and I think any loyalty they had to the Empire is long gone. They think they're wolves of the north now. They're even trying to learn the northern tongue and growing beards in imitation of their comrades. It's weird, but I've come to trust them. Halfdan nodded. The wolves may be a pack once more, but what a weird pack they were. The friends who had always led were together again, but now they had Greeks, Varangians, and even Normans among them. Along with Fulk and Mark, they would number 38. He frowned. That didn't account for everyone he'd seen as they settled into the logging camp. His gaze returned to the window, to where Anna and the dark-haired woman that had been with her at the gate seemed to be having an argument. Tell me about the others. We managed to get to the coast and secure passage to Bari, but we ended up off course and sailing into a place called Barletta, which had just been taken off the Empire by Normans. It was there we picked up our first clue about you, and the cost of that was helping a collection of Greek fugitives get out of the city. That was easy enough, and most of them went straight to Bari with their nailed god priest, but 3 of them decided they would come with us. He took another sip of his drink. Cassandra, she's the black-haired wench who will not take no for an answer, and Anna did not get on well at first. Then, the next thing I know, they're close as sisters, like they've known each other all their lives. I think perhaps they are too alike to sit comfortably side by side, but Anna's herb learning has been more than useful since the war, he admitted, reaching up to touch his ruined face. And Cassandra? Well, for a woman, and a Greek one at that, she's not frightened to bearing a blade, I can tell you.
Cassandra came with us and her uncle, a blacksmith, too. The other one is Florian. He's a hunter who's wanted by the Byzantine authorities and felt he might find life easier with us.
A blacksmith? They turned to see Gunnhild in the doorway. She moved so subtly he wondered how long she'd been standing there.
A master, from what I understand.
She nodded, smiled, and slipped away without further explanation. Halfdan thought back over their last moment of conversation before the interruption. That was it, the archer, the woman and the man with massive arms he'd seen just now. That seemed about right. 41, and 38 of them men. Bearing in mind that no Jarl would ask the women to row, that was just about the crew he'd need for the Seawolf, if they ever got it back.
So how did you find us?
Ketil grinned again, and his eye socket drooped with the muscle movements.
I knew you'd be looking for fame and riches, so we asked about gold. Sure enough, it was Cassandra who told us about Atenulf the Beneventon and his stolen ransom. It seemed certain that you would be searching for them, so all we had to do was find the gold and we'd find you. We started at Melfi and moved south until we heard that a small group of Varangians had been captured at Acerenza. That could only be you. 3 days in the city, and Leif and Florian came up with the idea of how we could get you out. Together they're an inventive pair.
Quite a herd you've gathered, Ketil.
The Icelander snorted. I've led them as best I could, but one thing I've learned this past month is that I'm no Jarl.
Halfdan nodded. Ketil had changed in their time apart. Not just that disfigurement on his face and the missing eye, but something deeper, more profound. With some surprise, Halfdan realized that the arrogance that had been such a part of Ketil that largely went unnoticed seemed to have gone. In its place was a calmness, a respect, a considered approach. Perhaps, just like the Allfather, Ketil had given his eye for wisdom. He smiled.
And I've learnt that without you and Leif and Anna, the pack is not complete. I suspect Gunnhild's been trying to show me that from the beginning.
Ketil reached out and clacked his cup against Halfdan's.
Skål, he grinned. Skål.
So, Ketil said after a swig, leaning back in the chair.
Here we are. I'm back with my Jarl. I should give you an oath.
Unnecessary. We are wolves of Odin. Nothing has changed. Everything had changed, but only for the better, it seemed. Halfdan hadn't needed to be so gracious, and the Icelander knew it.
For now we are safe, he said. I have 6 men on watch, covering every feasible approach, but I doubt whether the garrison of Acerenza even knows this place exists. I don't think they'll find us here, but if they do, we'll have plenty of warning. The question is, what do you do next? Did you find the gold?
Halfdan nodded, toying with his wine cup. It is out of reach right now. I told you Atenulf was in the city with the treasure. He's on the run, and he has a prize that half the powers in Italy would like to take. He can't enter the coastal territories of the Italian lords, as it's their money he's running with, and he can't rely on the Empire, for it's their money too, in a way, until they get their catapan back. And he can't go north, because this Iron Arm man is also after him. He managed to take refuge in Acerenza by bribing the lord there to give him shelter, but now that we're free, news of Atenulf being in the city is out in the world, and so he can stay there no longer.
This Acerenza lord might just kill him and take the gold.
No, Halfdan shook his head. If he did, he would have to answer to Iron Arm when he was discovered, and I get the impression that would not be a good thing. If he were wise, he would give back the share he took to Atenulf and then kill him and hand the gold over to Iron Arm. But from what I've seen of Acerenza, that's unlikely. He's too greedy. He'll want to keep his gold, but that means he needs Atenulf caught so that any suspicion moves away from Acerenza.
So he has to let Atenulf go.
Exactly. But he also needs the man to be caught.
just by someone else. Odin, but this is as complicated as a day in Miklagartha.
And it gets more complicated than that, Halfdan said, thinking it through. The only real solution for them is that a Tenulf has to leave with his gold heading south. He will have to leave Italy to survive, but he cannot rely on the western ports under Beneventan or Salernian control, and the Byzantine ports, in theory, will be closed to him. He stood and crossed to the door, waving. A moment later, Fulk strode in and took a seat at the table with them, pouring himself a drink.
What?
If a man wanted to leave Italy, and he couldn't go north or leave through a Byzantine port or one of the Italian lord cities, how would he do it? Fulk gave an odd smile.
A Tenulf, yes. I've been thinking on that.
There are a few smaller ports down in the far tip of the peninsula that are nominally under Byzantine control but are more or less independent with no Greek garrison. If a man wanted to slip away from Italy unnoticed, that would be the most obvious place.
Ketil grinned. So a Tenulf will run for these ports, and Acherenza will send out messages and get him caught on the way.
Not messages, I think, Fulk said, but he will spread a rumour far and fast that a Tenulf and the gold have been spotted south of Acherenza on the road to Reggio. That way, every minor lord in the south will be looking for him, and he'll never reach the coast. He'll be caught, most of the gold recovered. Iron Arm will be happy, and no one will look to Acherenza for the missing share. All very neat, but the thief won't even get far enough for the southern lords to catch him. We'll get him the moment he's out of sight of Acherenza's walls. Ketil, who was clearly as wary of Fulk as the Norman was of him, at least nodded his agreement on this. The two were hungry, truly Odin's wolves. Halfdan had been thinking, though, while the two men had been speaking. He'd only met the two lords in the city that one time, during their sentencing, but the Jarl fancied himself a good judge of character, and he'd quickly formed a solid opinion of both men. Acherenza was greedy but cautious, allowing his peers to lead him at times, as the priest had done during that meeting. That was why Halfdan had calculated the man's plan as he had. But he had also studied a Tenulf, as the man had stood nearby. A Tenulf was no ally of Acherenza's, lying somewhere between being a partner in crime and a prisoner, and he had known it. He had also seen the danger of Halfdan and Fulk surviving, and what that might mean, and had lobbied for their deaths from the outset. Also, whatever deal he had struck with Acherenza, he had managed to keep personal control over the gold in the city, and had his horses and men ready to move at a moment's notice, as they had discovered the day they were caught. That all suggested that a Tenulf was a lot more clever than Acherenza gave him credit for, and distrusted the Norman intensely. He cleared his throat as Fulk and Ketil mused over the ways they could intercept the thief. He won't go for this Reggio place, or any of those safe ports in the south you mentioned.
What?
Fulk frowned. Why? Because a Tenulf is no fool. He will be a step or more ahead of Acherenza. If we, who are new to this land and have no direct ties to any of this, can see what Acherenza has planned, then be sure the thief knows it just as well. A Tenulf must be aware that he will be in danger the moment he leaves the walls, that Acherenza can only keep suspicion away by selling him out.
So where does that leave us?
Fulk grumbled. A Tenulf has to leave, but he cannot simply walk into Acherenza's trap. This is what I would do if I were the thief. Halfdan leaned forward and started to draw a crude map on the table in the spilled drinks. I would go along with Acherenza. I would make it clear that I would take the road to Reggio, and that I would embark there and leave Italy. To be certain that Acherenza believed me, I would feign fear of what lay ahead, and demand that Acherenza either provide an escort or send out men to be sure the way is clear, which Acherenza will refuse, of course. But it will look as though a Tenulf is planning to use that route, and has enough faith in Acherenza to ask for aid. He drew a line in the liquid on the rough wood, leaning from Acerenza down to Reggio.
"Yes?"
Ketil urged. "Atenulf will leave as expected," Halfdan continued. "I doubt he will be much further than just out of sight of the city when he changes his plan. He will have to be as far away from Reggio and the Reggio road as he can be, in order to avoid the threat of local lords looking for him." He now drew a new line, coming out at a tangent from the first, not far from Acerenza at the start. This one then turned and ran parallel to the first. He will move closer to the coast, still held by the Byzantines, where Acerenza's influence will be weakest. That means he will have to embark at one of the ports in the southeast.
"But they are controlled by the Byzantines," Ketil said, scrubbing his scalp. "I saw as much with my own eyes. The main port where he'd be able to load wagons full of gold and a small armed force would be Taranto, where I left with Maniakes. Bari is still the center of imperial power in Italy, but Taranto also has a garrison."
Halfdan gave a little smile. "And so no one would think of looking for him leaving there. Don't forget, Atenulf has already managed to bribe a Norman lord into sheltering him. You know the Byzantines after our time in the city. Do you think there's a Byzantine official anywhere in the world who is not for sale for the right price?" Ketil leaned back, lifting his cup and taking a swig again.
"A Byzantine would sell his own mother for the right price."
He looked across at Fulk, who was frowning, and shrugged.
"Even honor has a price in the Empire. Halfdan is right. All he would have to do is wave a bag of coins at the harbour master of Taranto, and the whole city would look the other way while he loads his gold."
Fulk still looked unconvinced.
"This is all conjecture. There is no fact or proof in anything you say. It is all constructed carefully on your impressions of two men. Have I steered you wrong before? You got us caught in Acerenza," the Norman said.
"No, you got us caught in Acerenza. Gunnhild warned you that entering the city was dangerous, but you had faith in your faithless cousin and went anyway.
You led us in a failed escape.
We had little choice but to try, though I should have trusted in Gunnhild and waited for Ketil here to arrive. And we were only caught because your man betrayed us. No, I have been right, and if I wavered here and there, it was because I did not listen to Gunnhild sufficiently." Ketil tapped the table.
"You have known Halfdan for weeks. I have known him for years. He has the wisdom of Odin and the cunning of Loki. By the time you or I have made a plan, Loki-born here will have talked circles around that plan and tied it in knots. If Halfdan says this is what Atenulf will do, believe me, that is what Atenulf will do."
"Where then," Fulk said, still looking unconvinced, "do we make our move?" "It has to be somewhere south. We want to be far from Acerenza and his influence. We want to make sure all eyes are on the road to Reggio when we take them. Somewhere to the south, but before he reaches Taranto."
"If," Fulk said, stressing the certainty, "he makes for Taranto, then there is an obvious place."
He leaned forward and dipped a finger in the spilled drink, and then used the liquid to daub an area of the wood near the far end of the two routes. "This region is plagued with mountains and valleys. If he wants to travel with wagons at any speed and still make for Taranto, he will have to take the road through the flatter lands near Matera." He changed the line of Halfdan's route slightly, dragging it east around his dappled highlands. He cannot reasonably take a caravan of heavy wagons through the passes to the west, and to the east of Matera, on the way to the coast, is Castellum Unitum, which is one of the strongest imperial fortresses in the region. He wouldn't be safe coming within sight of that. So from Matera, he would have to follow the wide valley down to the coast, and then head along it to Taranto. "That is where we hit him," he said with more certainty, "if your theory is true. And you know why there, don't you, Halfdan of Gotland?" The Jarl peered at the new route between the roughly drawn mountains and the splodge of the Byzantine fortress. His eyes narrowed as he estimated the distances involved, and then a slow smile spread across his face.
Genosa. Quite so,
Fulk agreed.
What is Genosa?
Ketil asked, chewing his lip, confused by this development.
Genosa was Fulk's city. When we first left you on the beach, we went to Genosa to free Fulk from a Byzantine siege. We've been with him ever since. We know Genosa quite well, and Fulk knows it very well. If a Tenulf and his men have to pass by Genosa, there will be no better place to take him. Is this our plan, then?
Ketil asked. Halfdan looked to Fulk, who clearly still had doubts, but who nodded anyway, then back to Ketil.
This is our plan. The problem we face is one of equipment. Many of us lost weapons and armour and all our goods in Acerenza. If we are to take on a Tenulf, regardless of when and where, we will need to rearm and armour ourselves, and we will need more horses. We really need one each, plus spares as pack animals, and I for one have no silver. All our goods were taken in Acerenza.
Ketil shrugged.
We have a few spare weapons, and a small fund of gold Leif and I managed to acquire in Dyrrachium. Horses are easy enough to come by, so long as you don't mind paying above the odds for them.
Halfdan turned to Fulk and pointed at the map on the table.
If we follow this route ahead of a Tenulf, where will we first find Byzantine territory?
The Norman peered at the table, scratching his head.
The borders shift all the time now. But here, he tapped the map, is Monte Peloso. That was taken by a Norman force only a year or so. Incidentally, it was a Tenulf who led the forces and captured the Catapan there. Just south of it, Matera is still in Byzantine hands, so it is somewhere between the two places where we will find Byzantine control begins.
Halfdan pursed his lips.
All right. We use whatever gold and silver we have to buy horses sufficient for the whole Hirth. There are bound to be farms in the area where such a trade can be done without going into the city. Then we move, making sure to stay ahead of a Tenulf, and as soon as we find a small enough Byzantine patrol or garrison, we take it down. That way, we should be able to get the weapons and armour we need.
Very well, he said, leaning back.
I have another idea.
They had spent the night at the logging camp, with the watch changing several times to allow plenty of rest. The next morning, the blacksmith, being unknown to anyone in the city and having the accent of an Italian, entered Acerenza and spent several hours in the city. Upon his return, he reported that the guard were on high alert and that the house where a Tenulf had been staying was preparing for departure. 14 wagons had lined up outside, and armed men with horses had gathered. A Tenulf was still in Acerenza, but would move within the day. Armed with this information, the wolves had broken camp and moved as quickly as they could through the woodlands, led by the hunter, who had spent time scouting the area while they'd planned Halfdan's rescue. They had found the road south from the city. Acerenza now just a grey blur on a hilltop in the distance, and had followed it until it met a larger thoroughfare running east to west. There they had crossed a ditch filled with stunted trees and undergrowth and found a place on the high ground on the far side, sheltered among more trees, which offered an excellent view of the junction. The majority of the wolves continued on up the slope for a quarter of a mile until they were out of sight of the city and both roads, while Halfdan, Fulk, Ketil and Gunnhild remained hidden among the trees. 4 hours they waited there, taking turns to watch the road, until finally Gunnhild called them over, and the 4 of them stood, tense, under the trees. They watched a cloud of dust approaching along the road from Acerenza, and Halfdan found himself twitching, rubbing his hands, waiting to see if his appraisal of the situation would be borne out. He felt sure. Gunnhild had agreed with him, and even Ketil had accepted it as fact. That Fulk remained uncertain had begun to gnaw at Halfdan's confidence. What if he was wrong? What if Atenulf made straight for Reggio? Then there would be little chance of managing to take him on once he was out of the reach of Acerenza, but before any other lord found him. He rubbed the Loki serpent on his arm. Was the mark itching, or was he just imagining it, forcing an itch with the desperate need to be right? The junction, the hunter Florian had explained, would be the decider. To the west, the route would connect with a major road that would lead southwest to the very tip of the peninsula and the safe port of Reggio, the route everyone would expect Atenulf to take. To the east, the road passed close to what was still Byzantine territory and would connect with the route that ran south through Matera and eventually to Taranto. The four of them watched, silent and alert. The cloud resolved as it approached into the shapes of a number of armoured horsemen followed by covered wagons, each with its own mounted escort. A man in the colours of Benevento was just visible in the group, surrounded by soldiers and close to the wagons. The caravan slowed as it approached the junction, and Halfdan's level of tension reached a new high. He fretted. He watched. The lead riders pulled out onto the road, the first of the wagons following, turning as they emerged. To the west. Halfdan felt his plans crashing down around him. He had been so sure. Why had he? He could feel the irritation and frustration emanating from Fulk beside him as wagon after wagon turned and the caravan made for the west, heading for the route that would take them close to the coastal domains and toward distant Reggio. As the last wagon turned and its rearguard followed on, Halfdan sagged. Plans, he chewed angrily, slapping himself in the forehead. I made plans. I had it all set out. Atenulf cannot be so stupid as to blunder into Acerenza's trap. I was sure he was shrewder than that. Fulk took a deep breath. We need to change the plan. We need to work out where we can meet them sufficiently far from here to avoid trouble with Acerenza, yet before they fall prey to any lord who knows they are coming. Patience, Gunnhild said, her voice little more than a whisper. What? Watch. They gazed off into the distance toward the city. It took only minutes. Half a dozen riders dressed in drab and casual clothes for the road, apparently unarmed and unarmoured, reached the junction. They peered off after the cloud of dust to the west, and then scattered, riding across country to the south of the caravan, skirting Atenulf's convoy, just out of sight, and riding off to plant the seeds, to spread the tidings that the thief and his gold were heading that way, just as Halfdan had anticipated. Acerenza had done his part. He had taken the gold, freed Atenulf, and his riders were now setting the trap so that some southern lord could gain the glory of capturing the rogue prince of Benevento. I think we will find it difficult to spring our own trap before the Normans spring theirs, Halfdan sighed. I was right about Acerenza. I cannot believe I was so wrong about Atenulf. I had him marked as cleverer by far than his host. Patience, Gunnhild said again, earning her frowns from the other three. She simply continued to watch. As the minutes passed, the cloud of dust that marked the column of wagons and its armoured escort faded further and further into the distance until it was barely visible. The riders sent from Acerenza lost to the horizon, gone ahead to set the trap. The junction was peaceful once more. Quiet. The dust settled. I don't understand why we wait, Fulk muttered irritably. Nor I, Halfdan admitted. But when Gunnhild tells you to do something, you do it, whether she has seen something walking with the goddess or is just using her own wit. And so they continued to wait in silence. Almost an hour had passed, when finally, as Halfdan and Fulk had begun a whispered argument about whether they should be leaving or not, Gunnhild shushed them, pointing out from their hidden spot beneath the branches. Scurrying forward with the Norman, Halfdan looked in the direction she was pointing, toward the city, and his eyes widened. Wagons and horsemen were approaching. They were moving slowly, very slowly, which did mean that it would take them some time to get clear of the city, but it also meant that they raised very little dust, and certainly not the telltale cloud that had announced to all and sundry that the last caravan was there. He boggled as this second column approached the junction. 5 wagons, just 5, and an escort of around a dozen men, each wearing a drab riding cloak, but each with a shield slung on his back and a sword at his belt.
"I don't believe it," Fulk hissed.
"A Tenulf," Halfdan said, a smile creasing his face. He turned to Gunnhild. "How did you know? The goddess?" She gave him a withering look.
"I used my eyes and the thing that sits behind them. The first caravan was a decoy. Why else would they be bearing the colours of Benevento? Only a fool would advertise himself so, and, as you noted, a Tenulf is no fool. But the clearest indication was that there were only 9 wagons in that caravan, and we know from the smith's report that 14 had gathered in the city." Ketil laughed. "He is clever. Now Acherenza's men will be concentrating on that road, setting a useless trap, while a Tenulf can slip away with a much smaller and less conspicuous group. He has few men, though. We could take him before he gets much further."
Halfdan shook his head. "Not so. The wagons are covered. They will be filled with gold, and you can see as much from the way they sag low between the wheels, pressing on the axles. But I suspect at least 4 men occupy each wagon. We may number 41 now, but they could have almost as many, including men hidden in the wagons, and while we are poorly equipped, they will be a Tenulf's best, armed for war. An attack now would be far from certain of success. See how the wagons glint with steel and not gold." As the wagons turned, catching the sunlight, they could see distinct flashes and glimmers of silver within the shadowed interiors, a suggestion of armoured men inside. Fulk straightened. "It is as you said, Gotlander, and so we shall do precisely as we planned. The new caravan moves slow to prevent notice, but soon they will be far from Acherenza and they will move faster. We need to cross these hills and get ahead of them, and we need to find horses. Then we ride south." Halfdan nodded and rolled his shoulders. Finally, they were free. The wolves were back together. A king's ransom was rolling toward Genoza, and they had a plan. The gold of a Tenulf awaited. Part 6. Iron and Gold. Chapter 21.
"Act natural. You've had a career preparing for that,"
Ketil said, speaking out of the corner of his mouth as they climbed the slope. His gaze slid occasionally to the woodlands below, and then back to their destination. Behind him came the 8 Varangians he'd served with since the day Maniakes had given him the unit, and behind them 14 of the 19 Byzantine infantry who had escaped the field at Thessalonica. The 8 Northmen, largely Russ and Spheres, were kitted in chain shirts with swords or axes, as was their preference. They wore once again the colourful tunics and scarves that had been their choice during service in the Imperial Guard, and which they had since worn only periodically when safety allowed. The infantry were once more in their uniform, not worn since the day they crossed the sea back to Italy. The uniforms were crumpled and in poor condition now, but only someone highly observant would notice, and only someone truly bored would care. The 5 infantrymen who no longer had serviceable uniforms had been left behind with the others. The result was that the 22 men climbing the slope, led by the tallest man in Apulia with a fierce-looking missing eye, would appear at first glance, and even at second, to be a regular unit of Byzantine troops, not a strange sight at all in imperial-controlled southeast Apulia. Reunited, they had crossed the hill from which they'd observed Atenulf's clever escape, moving at speed to get ahead of the slow and careful-moving wagon train of the thief and his gold. When they rejoined the same road some distance south and east, they had sent Florian, the man most at home in the wilds, back to check on Atenulf. He returned to report that they were perhaps 3 hours ahead of the wagons. Over the day, that changed as the wolves managed to make significant gains, having now acquired sufficient horses for all, between a local village and a helpful farmer. They were not the best of horses, but one per man made a difference, even if they were nags. By the end of the day, they had covered twice the distance of Atenulf's caravan, a fact confirmed by Florian on a second scouting mission. They were half a day ahead, which was comfortable, although a full day would be better. That night they had camped on a hilltop, from which they could look back at the small town of Montepeloso, the site of Atenulf's victory, and the capture of the catapan that had been the catalyst for this adventure. Somewhere back past that, the thief was camped with his wagons. The second day, they had capitalized on their speed, gaining further. By the time the sun was sliding toward the hills in the west, they presumed they would now be a full day ahead of the thief, and that Atenulf would be camped somewhere close to where the wolves had spent the previous night. It was as the golden light began to cast long shadows that they found their first sign of Byzantine control. Ahead, on a hill surrounded by woodland, stood a watchtower, and even from a distance they could see the imperial banners flying. Leif had felt a little uncomfortable at the notion of attacking an outpost of Byzantine soldiers for no other reason than acquiring arms and armour, which showed just how long he had been away from the north. Ketil had told him to grow a pair of balls in a flat tone, while Bjorn had begun a lively debate about whether a Byzantine would look better headless or with no arms. The plan was simple enough. The watchtower was designed to send out signals or messages in case of Norman aggression from the north, which would then be passed to the garrison in Matera. If they did not want to bring down upon them the whole force of that city, they needed to crush the tower without a message being sent. As they entered the woodlands, Halfdan and the others had separated from Ketil's unit and melted away into the woods. Anna, Cassandra, and the blacksmith were left to watch over a sizable corral of horses, while Halfdan and the others slipped up the slope between the trees, unseen by the occupants of the watchtower. While they maintained their stealthy approach, however, Ketil and his men took another tack entirely. Ostensibly Byzantine, they marched up the road directly toward the installation. Now, as they crested the slope and approached the watchtower, he took everything in. The place consisted of a circular palisade wall with fighting platforms at the highest point of the hill. Inside were 4 buildings, the roof of which he could see over the edge of the palisade. The snickering of horses suggested more than one beast present inside. The heart of the place, though, was a timber tower, 2 stories high, with an iron brazier on a tall stem filled with brushwood at its top. The logic of setting a fire atop a wooden structure escaped Ketil, but the fact remains that it was there. A single flame touched to that brazier, and the blaze would alert the garrison of Matera. "Remember," he said to the others, "that you are a garrison of a fort from up near Gravina. Just loiter, mingle, and spread out around the compound. Don't move until I give the signal." There was a low rumble of affirmatives behind, and Ketil walked on, satisfied. He had a plan. It felt pretty strange to strategize in such detail, in that he was a man largely given to extemporized action. "Hold!" came a voice from the platform above the gate. "Identify yourselves." "Tired and hungry," replied Ketil in North-accented Greek. "Aren't we all? Who are you?" "Garrison from up north, past Gravina. We've been relieved and are on our way to Matera, but the sunset caught us by surprise. We thought we had a few more hours yet."
You don't expect us to put you up, came the reply. We only have barracks for our own. Just let us camp down inside the palisade. We're far too close to the mercenary bastards up in Monte Peloso for comfort. That we are, agreed the man. There was a moment of debate, and a message sent to some officer, and in minutes the gate was opening. Ketil led the men inside, and as they passed through the palisade, his one eye roving over everything, he tried to keep his posture as relaxed and normal as possible. He turned to the others. "Find yourself some space for the night," he said, the men falling out with sighs of relief, which sounded a little forced and theatrical to Ketil. There were maybe a score of men here, 24 at the most. 2 of the 4 huts were clearly barracks, the third a stable, and the latter a smithy from the look of it, with the water butts outside, the heavy chimney and all the soot. A stack of kindling lay by the palisade on the far side from the gate, and Ketil spotted a number of barrels of water around, and buckets close by, ready to deal with any conflagration that spread and got out of hand. 3 horses, he reckoned, from the size of the stable. 2 men stood on top of the tower, and torches burned there, partially for light in the coming evening, but also to touch to the brazier in case of trouble. There was a lot to overcome, and quickly, before the signal went out. As Ketil's men spread out, gradually occupying the entire compound, the officer of the installation emerged from the doorway of the tower, hands clasped importantly behind his back. He was pasty pale, with a neat black beard and a silver diadem holding back his hair, his uniform over-rich and ostentatious. Ketil decided at first sight that the man would be no loss to the world. As that thought passed through, he put on a tense smile and strode over to him. "I would take it kindly," the officer said in an imperious tone, "if your men kept to themselves and tried to stay at the periphery." Ketil nodded. "Thank you for the hospitality. We've had a long and tiring walk, always looking over our shoulders. Which reminds me, can we head up there? I could swear I felt someone following us these last few hours, and there should still be enough light to check the area." "If you are being followed, my men will see it." "Still, for my own peace of mind," Ketil persisted. He would have loved to have pulled up the self-important prick on his claim, for his men could not be that observant. They hadn't noticed that the unit now within their defences had lost several members and all the horses they should have spotted on the road to the north. The officer looked irritated at his word being called into question. He huffed, and without actually answering, swept a hand toward the darkened doorway, an unspoken invitation. Ketil nodded his thanks and stepped in, ducking his head as he moved inside. The officer followed him. "You lost your eye in the troubles up north." "Iron Arm's archers," Ketil replied. "Arrow nearly did for me." The man replied with just an impressed silence. Ketil looked around at what was clearly the man's office or headquarters. Just a chair, a table, 2 maps and a cupboard. In the corner, a staircase climbed to the next level. With the officer leading, they crossed to the stairs and ascended. The second level was given over to a large table and 6 seats. The remnants of a meal lay on the table, making the Icelander's mouth water. They climbed on, past the mess hall and emerged into the temperate, late-evening air. Ketil looked around as they took the last step. This was not going to be easy. There were 2 torches, but they were on opposite corners of the tower, as were the 2 men. Taking both out before the signal could be sent would be hard. That, of course, was where plans fell down. You were guaranteed that something would go wrong at some point, and then you were back to acting on instinct. He would have to do as much now. Leading the way, he crossed to the northern corner where a guard stood in the golden light of the torch, staring out into the countryside, looking but probably seeing little. Such was the case with men expected to watch for hours on end. Before long they defocused, and you could walk an elephant past them without drawing attention. Where would you be? Ketil murmured to himself, putting a hand over his eyes in a somewhat theatrical move. In truth, his eye had swiveled down, looking for any sign of Halfdan and the others at the edge of the woods that stood some 20 feet back from the palisade. He could see nothing. Hopefully they were there and well hidden, not still some way down the slope, struggling with the climb. "I can see nothing," the officer said, peering into the distance, standing to Ketil's left, the guard to his right. "Look, out there, past the woods," the Icelander said, pointing. The officer leaned forward, squinting, hand going up to cover his eyes. "No!" bellowed Ketil. His left hand, which had sneaked down behind the man while he looked out, suddenly gripped the officer's sword belt and heaved upwards. The man had the chance to utter no more than a surprised "irk" as he was pitched up and over the tower's lip, falling 2 stories to the hard ground. "What the?" began the guard on his other side, but Ketil had already turned, tearing his sacks from his belt. The blade slammed into the man's neck, punching through the cartilage, and he tore it to the side with some effort, ripping a jagged line that sprayed warm blood as the man toppled. Ketil turned again. The other guard was considerably more alert. The moment things had begun to happen, he had leapt for the torch nearby and was now gripping it, raising it as he stepped toward that beacon in the iron brazier. Ketil felt anger rising. He would never reach the man in time. The guard took another step forward, stretching, ready to push the burning brand into the combustible beacon when he gave a yell. Ketil was running now, but the man was done for already. An arrow stuck out of his back as he lurched and staggered, still gripping the torch, his other hand reaching for the weapon that had impaled him. Before Ketil could reach him, the man took a wrong step in his agony and pitched over the edge, falling with a cry. Ketil hurried to the parapet, the elation at success falling away as he realized the man with the torch had fallen into the pile of dry cordwood below. Already flames were starting to lick up around him. The Icelander waved to his men, who were busy putting down the garrison, and a couple looked up. He pointed at the stack of wood, and the men burst into fresh activity, grabbing buckets, dipping them in the barrel, and hurling them at the growing fire. Ketil hissed irritably. They might contain it, they might not. There was nothing more he could do right now. As he moved back around the tower, his roving eye caught the rest of the wolves, pouring from the trees now, running for the palisade, and he could see Florian with his bow, lowering it after his shot. "Asshole!" Ketil shouted down at the hunter. The man probably thought he'd done well, stopping the guard lighting the beacon, but the shot had been poorly executed. Ketil was a better shot, and he knew it. Had it been him with the bow, he'd have killed the man outright, and the torch would have fallen harmlessly to the tower floor. Ketil felt an odd hollowness then. How long had it been since he'd held a bow? Not since Miklagartha, at least. He tried not to think on whether he would ever be able to achieve his legendary good aim again with one of his eyes gone. Grabbing the torch from the other side, he dropped it to the heavy wooden platform and stamped on it a few times, rolling it around with his foot until it fizzled out and his boot felt uncomfortably warm. At least the flames up here had been extinguished, and there was little chance of the beacon being lit. Taking a breath, he hurried over to the edge and looked down. 6 of his men were now pouring bucket after bucket down on the pile of wood, and the fire seemed to be almost out. Indeed, as he looked about, it seemed his men had gained control of the compound, few of the enemy living. A loud splintering sound rent the golden evening, and his head snapped around in time to see a stable door open and a Byzantine emerge on a horse. Ketil's men were taken by surprise and ran to intercept, but the man was already moving, picking up speed. A second rider appeared now behind him. If they got out and away, they would be in Matera in no time, turning out the garrison, making life hard for the wolves as they moved south. He had acted before his mind had actually registered what he was doing, and in that heart-stopping moment,
Ketil once more acknowledged that perhaps there was room in the world for a little planning. He dropped through the air, having hurled himself from the parapet, angling out as much as down, arcing over the drop. Thor and Odin were watching over him this day. He could so easily have hit the ground and broken a number of bones. Instead, he hit the second rider hard, landing on his shoulders. How it hurt the man, the Icelander could hardly imagine, for it was agonizing for Ketil. The air slammed out of his chest, every muscle bruised and strained. As he recovered as swiftly as he could, free hand grappling for a grip on the rider, sax still in hand, the man similarly began to recover, lurching this way and that in an attempt to shake off Ketil as he hurtled toward the gate in the palisade. His eye came up over the man's shoulder, and he saw the lead rider fall. As the horse passed through the gate, Gunnhild struck from the side. The pointed butt of her staff rammed into his ribs, pulverizing his middle, ripping the life from him. The horse barreled on, with the dying rider on its back, until Halfdan appeared from somewhere and ran at it, grabbing the reins and pulling himself up, pushing the dying soldier from his saddle and then taking his place, reining in the horse and turning it, riding it slowly back toward the compound. Ketil struggled. He managed to get his sax down to the man's thigh and stabbed deep and hard, his other arm coming up and around the man's neck, anchoring himself in place, even as the rider thrashed and jerked, trying to throw him off. The man screamed at the leg wound, but continued trying to dislodge his unwanted passenger. Ketil's heart froze for just a moment as he once again managed to look over the man's shoulder, only to see Leif leap in the way of the charging horse, throwing axe up by the side of his head.
"Oh, shit!"
The axe jerked forward, hurled with a deft flick of the wrist. Ketil threw himself clear, rolling with care so as not to impale himself on his own sax. As he tumbled and came up once more, rising to his feet, he turned to see the horse in a heap, Leif's weapon embedded in its head between the eyes. The rider had been thrown clear and was now lying nearby as two men hacked him to pieces with their blades. He turned, blinking his remaining eye. Leif was wandering over to the horse, where he pulled out his axe with some difficulty.
"We could have used that horse," Ketil said accusingly.
"You're welcome," Leif replied, eyebrow arched.
"You could have gone for the rider."
"Then I might have hit you. I'm starting to wonder whether that would be such a bad thing." Ketil gave him a glare, but Leif just snorted and went off in search of someone else to maim. Heaving a sigh of relief, the Icelander wandered back through the carnage, cleaning his sax and taking in the last stages of the fight as he did so. He smiled to see Bjorn and Ulfr together. They each had hold of one arm of a surviving garrison soldier, arguing over who got to kill him while their prey panicked and struggled. Ulfr must have said something insulting to the big albino, lost beneath their victim's screams, for Bjorn took a step forward and poked the shipwright in the shoulder where his arrow wound was only a few days old, still bound and healing. Ulfr yelped and let go, cursing as Bjorn whooped in triumph and slung the panicked soldier over his shoulder, walking off to find somewhere to have some fun. Varlof was wandering among the bodies of the fallen, plunging his sax into them wherever he found one not yet dead. Ketil waved to him.
"Make sure not to damage any armor."
Varlof nodded back. Good man, Varlof, for one of Halfdan's new recruits. A proper Northman, a real wolf of Odin. He entered the tower again, contemplated the room for a while, wondering whether there was anything worth having there. Deciding not, he climbed to the next floor. He spent a happy 10 minutes or so there, picking over the remains of dinner, better food by far than any he'd had in weeks. Finally, he located a jug of bitter wine and swiped it, climbing to the tower top. The sun was now little more than a low twinkle on the hill, and it took only minutes, as he drank a little of the wine, for that golden orb to sink completely, and evening to settle across the world. It was still quite warm, and he relaxed, leaning on the parapet and looking south, across the main part of the compound with the buildings out toward their destination, and this place called Genosa, where they would make their stand against a Tenulf. He heard footsteps, but didn't bother moving. There was no one here he felt he needed to guard against. He mentally amended that, as Fulk de Corvaudon reached the parapet and leaned on it beside him. He couldn't say what it was that made him twitch. He was self-aware enough to recognize that it might be tinged with jealousy. Ketil had abandoned his Jarl and gone off on an idiot quest to put a giant on a throne, and had come thoroughly unstuck as a result. And while he, Leif, and Anna had been off in the east chasing smoke, this Norman had become Halfdan's ally, almost a second-in-command. Though Ketil knew that Gunnhild came above everyone in the pecking order of Halfdan's Hearth, if there was a second for the Jarl, a right-hand man, Ketil was confident that it should be him. He had been the one with the ship and the crew at the start of all this, after all, and that the Norman seemed to have taken that place in his absence irked him. Then there was the fact that every enemy they had met since landing back in Italy was one of these so-called Normans, from the mouthy fuckers in the taverns of Barletta to the treacherous lord of Acerenza. That Halfdan could put his trust in such a man beggared belief. An unhelpful part of Ketil's mind reminded him that he was as ready as any Northman to go back on his word if the decision carried sufficient reward. He brushed it away. That was the old Ketil.
"Have you given thought to what you will do?" Corvaudon asked as he looked down. "What?" "When you have your share of the thief's gold." "I shall have my prick gilded," Ketil grunted. He felt no compunction to play nicely. The Norman gave a strange snort chuckle. "I am trying to persuade Halfdan that the gold can be of more use than as mere treasure." "Sounds stupid to me." The man chuckled. "That seems to be what most of you think, but hear me out." Ketil turned his one-eyed, shudder-inducing glare on Corvaudon. "What?" "William de Hauteville, who they call Ironarm, rules in Melfi, commanding the council of our lords." "Not my lords." "Granted. But Ironarm has only been in Italy 6 years, and he has gone from a mercenary captain in service of the Byzantines to being a lord with a domain that covers a huge amount of this peninsula. We men of the north are not easy to bind into service. We like our freedoms, yet Ironarm has risen to being our lord through sheer strength and wit." "Very well. So your lord is a powerful one, so what?" "It is said that the gold a Tenulf stole could rebuild a nation's coffers. That would be a healthy sum, even split between the 40 or so of us. But if, instead of dividing the gold, we delivered it to Ironarm and explained that the missing portion is at Acerenza, the possibilities are endless." "I don't follow you." "Ironarm has let it be known that he will bestow lands and titles on those who might bring him this stolen gold." "I don't want a title, and this land is too dry and too warm." Corvaudon sighed. "You're all thinking too small. The Byzantines are done in this land. Within the decade, they will be little more than a memory. The lords of Salerno and Benevento are being forced to make terms with Ironarm. He is stronger than they. We are stronger than they. Within our lifetime, Icelander, Hauteville and his allies will take this whole peninsula, at least as far as Rome. Imagine the possibilities. Just a share in that gold against the chance of becoming a real power in the world. The riches to be had by being a lord of this land make a share in the gold pale into insignificance." Ketil rounded on the man. "You are not listening to me. I do not want to be a lord of this parched, featureless land. I do not want to bend my knee to your iron arm, even if it means that he places a crown on my head. You Normans have been away from our homeland for too long. The ice in your veins has melted. I want enough gold to buy good drink, good food, a pliable woman for a night or two, and a good ship to sail the whale road. I was born to travel and trade. Had I never met Halfdan, I would still be doing that, ravaging the Finn coast. I will live fast and live loud, and I will gather about me friends and adventure, and there will be stories told about me and my travels long after I am dead. Ketil of Sturv, who stole the skull cups of the Pecheneg giant. Ketil of Sturv, who defeated Greek fire with an arrow. Ketil of Sturv, who escaped the clutches of the Byzantine emperor with his own gold. That is what life is about, Norman. Not castles and lands and crowns. Life is for living. It is not a preparation for something else.
Corvodon sighed.
I had a feeling you might see it that way. I understand. Really, I do. Gold in itself is a reward, and seeing a 10-elf robbed of it will be a bonus. I had to try. But we shall still be rich men, and I shall stand by Halfdan through it all. I bound myself with an oath on the good book.
Goody, thought Ketil grumpily, as the man turned and wandered away in the growing darkness. Down below, Anna and Cassandra were leading in a roped line of horses, while Gunnhild was in deep conversation with the smith among them, gesticulating at the smithy in the compound and pointing to her staff. Alone again, Ketil swigged the wine until the jug was dry, and then threw it down at Bjorn, who was busy dancing some sort of jig and laughing at Leif while waving a severed leg. The albino, almost brained with the thing, looked up and cursed all Icelanders.
Making friends again?
He turned to see Halfdan walking toward him. The Jarl took the same place the Norman had occupied so recently.
I am of two minds, Halfdan murmured. We have taken stock of our gains, and we are now well supplied with weapons and armour, and we even have food for a few days. Good. It was a success. The question is whether to camp here or to move on and camp elsewhere. It is becoming increasingly dark, so travelling on holds difficulties. But staying here, we risk random Byzantine patrols coming across us.
Ketil simply nodded.
What do you think? The Jarl asked.
Ketil glanced sidelong at Halfdan. Maybe he was still the second after all. He shrugged.
Better to stay here. If the roads are dangerous for us in the dark, then they are for Byzantines too. Unlikely they'll come during the night.
Halfdan nodded.
And Gunnhild has work for the smith while he has the facilities. She wants to stay long enough for him to work something for her. But we leave at first light and put some miles between us and this place before anyone from Matera comes up to check on it. Agreed.
Halfdan smiled and looked down.
A funny-looking crew we've put together these days, old friend. But it works. The wolves run in a pack again.
Ketil's eye fell upon the Norman below, sitting with his own.
Not only wolves, he thought rather ungraciously. Wolverines, too.
Chapter 22.
I have not ridden this far in such conditions just to leave Genoza alone, Fulk de Corvodon snapped,
tearing his eyes from the flapping Byzantine banners on the city's towers. Halfdan took a slow breath. He was starting to feel the anger boiling up now.
We thought we could set a trap here for a 10-elf because we knew the place and could use it well. Now we know it has a new Byzantine garrison. Working from Genoza is impossible. Just staying in the area invites disaster, let alone changing our plan and marching on the place. We don't know how many are in there, Fulk argued. There could be few. I want that town.
No, Leif interjected from nearby. I don't think there's any doubt that they outnumber us.
Bjorn snorted. I don't give Surtur's sweaty, flaming ballsack how many there are. We could take them.
Halfdan shot his friend an irritated look. This was no time for Bjorn's particular brand of violent, blind enthusiasm.
"No, you big oaf, we can't."
He turned back to Fulk.
"If we took Genoza from its new garrison, which you know is not easy, for a few months ago it was you holding onto that rock, it would cost us enough men that we would then face dangerous odds when we met at Tenulf. We cannot afford to waste men here that we will need later. Genoza was a nice idea, but we have to change our plan."
"Besides," Ketil added, leaning closer, "we cannot even guarantee that Tenulf will bother with Genoza. He's avoided built-up places ever since Acerenza."
"He will need to know more about the situation on the coast," Fulk insisted. "Passing close to Genoza, he will have to realize that he would learn that in the city." "You only wish to take Genoza," Gunnhild put in, "because it was yours and you lost it. It angers you that the Byzantines hold it now. You want Genoza back, as well as Tenulf's gold. You cannot have both. We do not have the force to take both. Listen to your Jarl."
"My Jarl?"
There was something in Fulk's tone that was almost a sneer, but Halfdan let it pass without comment. Fulk was a Jarl of his own people, after all. He had given his oath not to betray Halfdan, but that did not make him one of the Hirth.
"We are running out of time while you two argue," Leif said in exasperation. "By now, Tenulf might only be half a day behind us, and until Florian returns, we don't know. If he really pressed hard for the coast, he could be even closer than that." "The fact remains that Genoza is our proposed base," the Norman said. "I have heard you, Halfdan, more than once, argue the importance of not leaving an enemy behind you. The men controlling Genoza are the Emperor's men. They would kill me as an enemy of the Empire. They would kill you and yours for having left service in the Varangian Guard and become mercenaries in Apulia. And they would kill every last soldier we have with us for their part in Maniakes' revolt."
There was a murmur of agreement from among the Byzantine infantry now, for the argument had become loud enough to be heard across the grassy sward, even over the gentle patter of autumn rain that had been falling almost non-stop for the past 2 days.
"I am not denying that they are our enemies and a danger to us, Corvodon. In a better time, I would gladly help remove them from the city and put you back on your throne, but this is not a better time. Genoza may or may not be Tenulf's next target on his way to the coast, but whatever the case, if we base ourselves around Genoza, we run the risk of starting our own war here, and if we attack the place, we will lose too many men to be comfortable about dealing with the thief."
"Then we wait for nightfall and we take them by stealth," the Norman's bannerman, Mark, suggested. "We can be in the city and killing before they realize we are enemies. We could even try Ketil's ruse from the outpost."
"We do not have time," Halfdan said with strained patience. "Tenulf is at most a day behind us, and possibly much closer." "Odin, but you Christians are pig-headed."
Fulk's eyes narrowed dangerously.
"I am your friend, Halfdan, and your ally, but neither of those things is a given. Test me, and see how far I will go before I break."
Bjorn stepped closer now.
"There are 3 of you, little Norman. Might want to rethink your threats."
"Gah!" Halfdan snapped in frustration, turning and stamping away through the squelching grass. Behind him, he could hear Bjorn and Fulk engaged in the slinging of insults, and he stopped a short distance away, rolling his eyes skywards and sagging. Why could the man not see sense?
"I do not like the Norman," came a familiar voice by his shoulder.
Halfdan turned to see Ketil standing just a pace away.
"I have had that impression ever since Acerenza. I do not trust Normans. They are like us, but with no honor."
Halfdan let a small snorted laugh loose before he could stop it.
"Sorry. Honor, my friend, is a very rich-looking garment. You put it on when you want to look impressive, but when there's real work to do, you have to take it off to stop it getting dirty."
Ketil laughed now.
"I have always thought as much, but I had figured you for higher things. I am a Northman. I wear my coat of honor when it suits me, just as Loki would." We need to find a new ambush site while we have time, somewhere away from Genoza. I know, but I have to persuade Fulk that Genoza is too costly first, and he will not listen. Maybe we can just stick a sword up Fulk's tight arse and walk away. 3 Normans aren't going to change our odds much.
Halfdan chuckled.
There was someone standing here with me a moment ago accusing the Normans of having no honour. He looked a lot like you. Fuck off, my Jarl, the Icelander snorted. We have to do something. I know, but I gave my word, and for now I'm still wearing that coat. Let me help you out of it.
The 2 men lapsed into silence once more. In the background, the gentle hiss and patter of rain overlaid with the muted arguments of Bjorn and Fulk. Any time now they would start pushing one another, and Bjorn might just pull an axe to make a point. Then he heard the other noise. For a moment he'd not noticed it, for it blended so seamlessly with the drumming of the rain, but now he could hear the hooves of a horse coming closer. He tapped Ketil on the shoulder and turned, running across to where the others were standing and arguing. The debate petered out into nothing as everyone turned to see Florian, the hunter from Barletta, pelting in their direction across the open grassland, his horse sweating and exhausted. Fulk and Bjorn had hold of each other's shirts now, but both let go and turned.
Problem, bellowed Florian as he closed on the small gathering.
What is it? Halfdan said, stepping out in front as the rider slowed his horse and slid from the back, breathing hard. The Gotlander had slipped automatically into the role of leader once more, and Fulk had stepped back, letting it happen.
A 10-elf is not coming for Genoza.
A series of curses, some eye-wateringly biological, arose from the bedraggled party. Halfdan winced and rubbed water from his scalp.
Explain.
They passed the hills to the north, just as we did, a little over half a day behind us.
But where we turned left and took the coast road that ran down past Genoza to the sea, the thief's caravan has turned right.
God in heaven! Could he be making for Reggio after all? Leif grumbled.
No,
Fulk shook his head. Every Norman lord from Acerenza to the Sicilian Strait will be looking for him by now. He would be suicidal to do so. Halfdan was right that he would come to Taranto. He's just taking a different route.
But why?
Mark said with an exasperated sigh.
We rode hard, Halfdan said. We had our supplies and rode hard to stay ahead. We got here and found out that the Byzantines had reoccupied Genoza with a solid garrison. We never stopped in any village on the way here, but I would wager good silver that if we had, they could have warned us of the new garrison. You think a 10-elf has learned that Genoza is held against him now? Fulk mused. It is more than possible, and would explain why he takes a wide route to circle around the place.
Fulk nodded and deflated a little.
Genoza becomes irrelevant.
If a 10-elf avoids it, then so do we. Halfdan rubbed his head again, and then flicked the rainwater away.
I have only passing memories of this area. We came north to Genoza and then went straight from here up toward Acerenza. You, he added, pointing at Fulk, you were lord here. You must know the region.
Adequately so, yes. Halfdan moved across to where half a dozen trees stood in a knot, the ground beneath them dusty and as yet dry. He used his foot to kick the stones and detritus out of the way, smoothing the dirt.
Show us.
Fulk scouted around, found a small stick, and then crouched and began to draw. He marked a rough triangle, then extended 2 of the lines beyond their angles. He pointed to the top one.
The road from Acerenza.
And the one on the right,
the road to Taranto.
He now put a mark halfway along the diagonal between the roads.
Here is Genoza. We came from this road along here, and it carries on down to the coast and then away to Taranto. A 10-elf is going the long way round to avoid Genoza. It will take at least an extra half day, maybe even a day, but he will avoid anything larger than a village until he reaches the port."
Halfdan squatted and peered at the map.
"We have to catch him before he disappears along the coast road. Then he will be getting close to Taranto, and there will be Imperial patrols. If he is following these roads, is there somewhere that lends itself to an ambush? A large wood or something?"
Fulk sucked his teeth as he shook his head.
"It's all open farmland. Nothing like that. Except—"
The Norman frowned and then brandished his stick once more. Leaning down, he drew a new line that crossed the coast road and meandered in a northerly direction not far from Genosa.
"This is the Lato River. It comes from the hills up near La Terza and passes through a long ravine before coming out across the fields down to the coast. The only bridge anywhere useful is on the main coast road. A Tenalf will have to cross it."
Halfdan drummed his fingers on his wrist.
"I've seen the rivers around here. They are streams at best most of the year. More often they are just dust. Will he have to use the bridge? It has been raining for 2 days, but not enough to swell a river. Whether there is much water in it or not, it is a river, with banks and a stony bed, reeds and the like. A man or a horse might walk across it, but a heavily laden wagon?"
Halfdan grinned.
"You're right. So we know that he is not coming along the Genosa road, but when he reaches the coast, he cannot turn west, for the Norman lords there are looking for him. He will have to turn east for Taranto, and to do so he must cross that bridge." "Exactly. And can we easily reach the bridge before him?" "It will take us half a day to get there. It will take him at least twice that, and if we move faster we could gain even more time."
Halfdan rose to his feet. There was a feeling of positivity around him once more. The arguments had gone and were forgotten. Now there was just a new plan, and the expectation of violence and reward. A few moments later, the tidings and the new plan passed on among the others. The entire group was mounted once more and turning, beginning the ride onwards along the road, past forgotten Genosa and toward the coast. As they rode, Fulk pulled level with Halfdan.
"The Lato Bridge is not long, but it will allow us to cut their caravan in half."
Halfdan just nodded, and the Norman continued.
"A Tenalf and his best men will be riding out front. You and your men wait on the east side, out of sight, and once the vanguard has crossed, you can fall on them. I will take the Byzantine infantry and seal them off from behind. The infantry should be adequate for securing the wagons and any resistance from the rearguard."
Halfdan pursed his lips, counting through the numbers in his head. By his reckoning, Fulk's division of men would give them roughly equal forces both in front and behind the column, but Halfdan's would be the more brutal of the two, which would well match the higher quality warriors a Tenalf would undoubtedly have out in the vanguard. It sounded like a reasonable plan. For the rest of the day, they rode at a steady, mile-eating pace along the road to the coast, often able to see the ribbon of white and the ever-changing, choppy surface of the sea beyond. Once they were down from the higher ground, though, and moving through seemingly endless fields of flat, giving earth, they lost sight of their destination, until finally they emerged at a junction with the coast road, and ahead, through sporadic and scattered undergrowth, they could once more see the sea. Here, at Fulk's directions, they turned east and made their way along that better-used thoroughfare, until finally the Norman pointed ahead, indicating a line of green vegetation that cut across the fields rising above them. A wide timber bridge, broad enough to allow 2 carts to pass simultaneously, rose and crossed an unseen channel among the greenery.
"This is it."
Knowing they had plenty of time before a Tenalf and his caravan could even hope to close on the bridge, they spent a couple of hours familiarizing themselves with the site. It was, Halfdan was happy to admit, as good a spot for an ambush as he had ever seen. Trees and undergrowth rose from both banks and would give adequate concealment for nearly a score of infantry under Fulk's command on the western side. On the eastern side, a farm with several outbuildings only 40 paces from the bridge would offer plentiful space to hide Halfdan and his warriors. Best of all, though the river was nothing compared to the icy, fast-flowing torrents the Northmen were used to in their homeland, it was at least far from flat, dry, and easy to cross. A shrub and tree-filled bank dropped more than the height of a man to a channel some 30 feet wide, in the bottom of which sat stagnant, weed-filled pools left over from the last deluge, which would only disappear when the winter rains came and filled the channel once more. A horse would cross it without too much difficulty, but even a rider would think twice about the wisdom of doing so, and only a desperate infantryman would try. A wagon would stand no chance. They had to use the bridge, and with appropriate cover, Halfdan and Fulk and their men should be able to trap them on both sides of the river. A short discussion led to the universal conclusion that there was no real hope of a Tenelf and his wagons reaching the bridge before the next day, and if he travelled only by daylight, it would likely be afternoon at least before they arrived. Consequently, they made camp for the night in 2 groups. Fulk and the infantry, along with Mark, off the road some way to the west, Halfdan and the others behind the farm buildings. Fulk would set a watch for the night, keeping an eye out should a Tenelf suddenly appear from the west, and Halfdan would do the same in case of roving Byzantine patrols from the east. Content that all was well, Halfdan decided it was time to deal with the locals. Taking Cassandra with him as someone who could speak the local tongue, he approached the farm, where the owners cowered inside, wary of the armoured force encamped on their land. At his insistent rapping on the door, the farmer finally pulled it open, wide-eyed and pale. With Cassandra translating, he tried an easy smile. "We are not raiders, and we have no interest in your farm or your family." This did not seem to put the farmer greatly at ease. "An enemy is coming, and we will defeat him at the bridge. All we want is to take cover behind your buildings and stay out of his sight. For that, I offer you this." With that, he lifted a flat palm, holding a number of gold and silver coins out. Even before Cassandra had finished translating, Halfdan knew he had the man, for the eyes, wide with fear, had become sharp and hungry now. He trotted out a string of local syllables, which Cassandra translated as his ready compliance, and the matter was settled. Halfdan was content that the farmer was not going to do anything stupid to endanger the ambush. As he returned to the camp, he passed 2 figures standing in a field near one of the barns. Realizing who they were and what they were doing, Halfdan waved the women on back to the camp and leaned against a fence post, watching the pair. Florian the hunter was explaining the finer aspects of his bow, holding it like a delicate lover as he gestured to it and manoeuvred it in his hand. Ketil was watching him with a level of impatience that made Halfdan grin. Finally, as the pair fell silent, Florian drew an arrow from his quiver and nocked it. He lifted the bow, stretched, sighted, breathed out, sighted again, steadied, and loosed. The arrow whipped from the bow through the evening air and buried itself in one of the uprights of the barn, clearly his intended target. The hunter relaxed, rolled his head, stretching out his neck, and turned to Ketil. He grunted angrily as the man all but yanked the bow from his hand and reached down for an arrow. Halfdan smiled. Florian was good, but in Georgia he had seen his Icelander friend put arrows into targets almost too small to see at incredible distances, and even from moving platforms and in strong winds. Ketil was no novice. Which was why he was surprised and even a little dismayed when Ketil's arrow thumped into the turf a couple of feet short of the barn. Ketil released a blistering series of curses and stomped over to the arrow, pulling it from the ground and examining it as though it might uncoil and strike him. Halfdan realized suddenly that the damage done to Ketil's face, the loss of an eye, had changed his vision entirely. Ketil had been the best archer Halfdan had ever seen, but now he couldn't even hit the side of a barn, literally. And while that disappointed Halfdan, he could not even imagine how it felt for his friend. It would be worse, probably, than having lost the eye in the first place. He stood silent, watching, as Florian tried to tell Ketil something in a low voice, some piece of advice that had the Icelander snapping angrily back at him. The Byzantine, stony-faced, reached out a hand to take his bow, but Ketil instead stooped, snatched up 3 arrows from the quiver in a handful. In quick succession he released the 3 arrows. Halfdan, in some analytical corner of his mind, noted with appreciation that the 3 shots were progressively better, but would have admitted, when pressed, that even he could have managed that, or perhaps better. The first arrow fell short even of the previous shot. The second struck the barn where it met the ground, and the third thudded into the timber a good 4 feet from the intended target. Halfdan could not hear what Florian said, but he could tell it was in a conciliatory tone. Any sympathy fell from Ketil like water from a rock, however, and the big man stomped away angrily into the night, casting the bow to the ground as he went. Halfdan watched Florian retrieve the arrows, find a quiet corner, and start work on repairing them with the kit he had at his belt. He wondered whether to go after Ketil, but in the end decided against it. The 2 men had only recently been reconciled, and the Icelander was different in many ways to the man who had left. Halfdan was still learning who this new Ketil was, and intruding on a moment of personal loss might damage what closeness they could still claim. For a moment he contemplated striking up a conversation with the hunter, but decided against that too, and stalked off back toward the main camp. The first thing he noticed was that Gunnhild and Bjorn were missing. Their absence was always obvious. Gunnhild had been spending a lot of time with the smith, but he was present, so she was not with him now. The Völva carried such a presence that the entire clearing seemed somehow incomplete without her. And Bjorn? Well, Bjorn was such a larger-than-life character that the lack of his booming voice making outrageous boasts or telling appalling jokes was an instant giveaway. He spent a few moments looking around, and finally spotted a twinkling light somewhere off in a field beyond the farm. Such a thing was unlikely enough that it seemed clear it must be the work of Gunnhild, and so Halfdan passed through the camp, nodding at anyone who spoke to him, and then strode off across the fields. He was some distance from the camp and closing on the sight when Bjorn stepped out of a patch of undergrowth, scaring the wits out of Halfdan, who'd been entirely unaware of the albino's presence. Bjorn was not a man given to easy concealment, and as Halfdan tried to slow his pounding heart and recover, the big man grinned.
"Too dangerous for a woman out here alone, even a woman who could eat a bear and pick the claws out of her teeth."
The Jarl smiled. Bjorn teased her repeatedly, but had become extremely protective of Gunnhild throughout their time in the south. Halfdan turned. The Völva had been dancing her dance and singing her song, as was clear from the fact that even now she was shrinking back down into her own body as the melody trailed away into the patter of leaves in rain and the rustling breeze. A strange hiss came from the torch jammed into the ground, illuminating the scene, as the raindrops turned to steam in the fire. He noted with interest that the staff she twirled now had an ornate iron extension shaped in old ways, a tangled dragon in the shaft, a wicked point at the end. The reason for all her time with the smith was finally apparent. To be a true Völva, she had to have a Völva's staff. It seemed she had finally acquired such a thing. It was a thing of beauty, of savour, and of death. A shiver passed through him as Gunnhild rose, unfolding, and looked directly at him.
"What did you see?" he breathed.
She strolled across the ground toward him, dropping her beads and silver and the rest back into her pouch.
"Something is amiss," she said, walking past him,
as though that should clarify all. He turned and hurried after her, hurrying alongside. She was not particularly tall, yet seemed to have a massive stride when she was full of purpose. Even Bjorn was almost jogging to keep up.
"What?"
She stopped and turned, fixing him with an irritated look. The two men had taken 2 further steps before they reacted and stomped back over to her.
"If I knew what, do you think I would just say something? I am no Byzantine soothsayer. No. All I can see is a mess. The tapestry is... I cannot tell." "Speak to me," Halfdan urged. "The threads of our lives are about to become knotted. Yours, mine, Ketil and Bjorn. The Normans and the Byzantines. Even the prince-thief Atenulf. The tapestry of the Norns is no longer straight and clear. There are knots in the threads."
She turned, reached out and grabbed Halfdan by the cheeks, cradling his face.
"Be prepared for the unknown. Something is about to happen, and I do not think even the Norns know what it is."
And with that, she let go and stalked off in the direction of the camp. Halfdan shared a look with Bjorn that for just a moment he thought was erudite and serious, until the man let rip a fart that split the night and sagged with contentment.
"Oh, she's just worrying about nothing. She's a woman. Let me tell you about a whore I once knew who thought she was growing an extra tit."
Halfdan rolled his eyes as Bjorn began his unlikely tale, but as they walked, he could not shake the memory of that image. A knot. Even the Norns were unsure. Chapter 23.
"Half a mile, no more,"
Florian said, sliding from his horse as he rounded the corner of the barn behind which Halfdan and several of the others waited. The Jarl nodded, turning to his men. He waved a signal, and from 2 other spots across the farm, not visible from the bridge, hands waved back in response. They were ready, and Fulk and his Norman and Byzantine force would be ready on the far side of the river, warned by the hunter as he rode past. All was set. There was no grand plan. They would move when Fulk sent the signal, for he would be the one who could see when the caravan was halfway across the bridge, the column neatly bisected by the river. He would wait until they were at their most vulnerable, and then give the call. He and his force would then flood out from the undergrowth and trees and cut the enemy off from fleeing the way they had come. At that signal, Halfdan and his men would charge from the barns and head off the vanguard, preventing escape that way, and between the 2 forces they would trap the enemy, kill them all, and take the gold. Only 2 things had been made clear. Firstly, it was the gold that mattered. Any of Atenulf's men who managed to get away would be an irritation, but it was the wagons and their prize that counted for all of them. That was a general agreement. That being said, every one of them was aware of the danger of leaving an enemy behind you, and so, despite the gold being the thing, they were all equally determined to let no one escape. Secondly, Halfdan had made it known that Atenulf was his. No one else was to kill the thief prince. Bjorn had snorted in that "we shall see what happens" way of his, and so Halfdan had been very clear with the big man. If he took Atenulf down, he would be Bjorn Halfdan torn from then on. He'd given plenty of reasons, all spurious, for the naked truth was that he wanted Atenulf. He was the Jarl of the Wolves, and Atenulf was the Jarl of his own crew. It was how things should be, and if songs were to be sung around bright northern fires in the days of his dotage, he wanted the skalds to be singing of Halfdan, slayer of thief-prince, not of Bjorn. Selfish, but respectably so. The world seemed to be holding its breath. The only noise across the whole farm was the occasional quiet cough or the clonk of an axe haft on a shield, followed by a hissed curse. Birds wheeled above, their cawing a constant companion. The gentle rain that seemed to be a permanent fixture now pattered against the buildings and the parched ground, dampening what sound there was. Men kissed the Mjolnir pendants around their necks, praying that Odin would grant them victory today, or if not, then a clean, glorious, and heroic death about which others would sing and tell tales, which would see them sitting with their ancestors in Valhall, waiting for their last great struggle. Halfdan could see the small knot of women standing in the shadows near the edge of the olive grove, Gunnhild, with Anna and Cassandra, sheltering behind the ancient gnarled trunks. He was struck, suddenly and worryingly, by the similarity between the three women and an image he'd seen graven on a stone in Visby. The three Norns, weavers of the fate of men, laying out the path of a man's life at his birth. The three women beside the olive tree might be shorter than Halfdan, and younger than most of the wolves, but one glance at them now carried a suggestion of power, stature, and wisdom far beyond the normal ken. He shivered and looked away. Such an image could only be Seidr, the work of gods or elves, or other sorcerers, good or bad. He was still trying to shake off the image of the three women as giantesses when he heard it. The distant rumble of wheeled vehicles on hard-packed earth and the myriad thuds of many hooves. The treasure caravan of the Beneventan prince was coming. Indeed, the real need for any signal from folk was made moot as the noises changed. The hoofbeats became hollow, woody thumps instead of muted thuds, as they moved from the packed earth of the road to the damp timbers of the bridge. He tried to count the horses, but lost track. A creak made him turn to see that Florian was close by once more, bow out, arrow nocked, and string drawn halfway back, ready. Behind him waited Ketil, Bjorn, Ulfr, and Leif, the core of the wolves. He turned, ready to run. They had opted to effect the ambush on foot rather than on horse, despite their enemy being mounted. For no matter how far they had now ridden, all the Northmen were far more comfortable relying on 2 feet than on 4 hooves. Besides, a man was a small target, but when he was attached to a horse, that target became far larger. Folk would be on foot too for much the same reason, the bulk of his force being infantry. "Attack!" came a bellowed call in the distance, followed by the roar of many voices raised in belligerent fury. Halfdan frowned. What was the man doing? He had been listening, and so far he'd heard only horses on timber. There were 5 wagons, so there should have been the telltale groans and creaks of at least 2 of them on the bridge before the attack began. Still, the signal had been given, the game begun, and there was nothing for it now but to join the fray. Waving to the others, Halfdan ran. As he rounded the corner of the barn, he took in the scene. 6 men on horses, armoured in chain shirts with long sleeves, solid steel helmets with strong nose guards, and legs padded with thick trousers. Teardrop-shaped shields were on their arms and spears in hand. They were the vanguard, and he could see a ten-elf clear as day, sitting atop the bench of the front wagon, armoured but without helmet or shield, riding in comfort. The wagons, though, were only just now reaching the bridge as the ambush began. Folk had attacked too early and failed to cut them off in the middle. Now Halfdan and his men faced the heavy vanguard, while Folk would have to deal with most of the remaining force. The fool! Even as they ran, men began to pour out of the wagons, drawing swords and yelling in alarm. Two of the riders from the vanguard put their heels to their mounts and broke into a run, spears levelled ready to impale, charging at the running warriors. The lead man was aiming for Halfdan as the front runner in the ambush, but before he could cover half the distance, an arrow thudded into the horse's neck. The beast stumbled, screeching, and then fell, ploughing through the damp mud as it slid to a thrashing halt. The man on its back stood no chance, anchored as he was by the stirrups. Though he attempted to get free, as the animal fell crashing onto its side, the rider's leg was hopelessly crushed beneath the horse's weight, and he screamed, pinned, and then issued a series of agonized howls as the animal thrashed in pain, smashing what was left of its rider in the process. The other horse was still coming for them, but even as Halfdan tried to decide how to deal with it, Ketil was suddenly powering past him, his long legs eating the distance as he growled menacingly. The Icelander ran straight at the charging horse, but at the last moment swerved aside, swinging his axe. The weight of the blade, added to the combined speed of Ketil and the horse, was enough for a killing blow. The axe cut the man's leg just above the knee, carving deep enough to smash the femur, and the weight of the armoured man and the force of gravity did the rest. As Ketil ran free and made for another of the riders who had not yet charged, the stricken horseman simply leaned further and further to his right as the weight pulled him down. Nothing but a little muscle and sinew left holding his limb together. Finally, the leg tore apart, the lower half flopping around in the stirrup until it fell away as the screaming rider toppled out of sight on the other side. The other 4 riders hefted their spears. Halfdan could see it coming, as he and the others ran in Ketil's wake, swerving around the 2 fallen horses. The 4 mercenaries pulled back their arms and cast their weapons, hands immediately going to their belts to draw their swords. Ketil was lucky indeed, for a spear passed by his head with just inches to spare, thudding into the damp ground behind him. Halfdan managed to get his shield in the way in time, but felt the impact all the way up his arm and into his shoulder, momentarily numbing the limb. As he knocked away the missile, gripping and ungripping his hand to get some feeling back in the arm, he took just a moment to look back. Varlof was cursing, the chain at his shoulder torn by the spear that had caught him a glancing blow, and Florian was down, halfway through knocking his second arrow, a spear pinning him to the ground, as a long tendril of bloody drool ran from his mouth. They had lost their archer, but at least the time for such things was past. This was a battle of blades now. Halfdan looked at the remaining 4 riders. They were lined up, ready to defend their master and his wagons, still feeling superior as heavily armoured mounted warriors facing a rabble on foot. Behind them, maybe 6 more men had lined up across the bridge, sealing off access from this side. The bulk of Atenulf's force had moved to the rear, where the ground was more open and the wagons more at risk. Had that been Fulk's plan? To draw most of the enemy in his direction? Halfdan could see Atenulf on his wagon bench, still seated, but now shouting orders to his men, sword out, and gesturing this way and that. Halfdan needed to get to him, but couldn't see an easy way. He could probably bypass the 4 horsemen who were in the open on this side of the bridge, but then he would find himself face to face with that line of 6 men, and he would simply have to batter his way through them to get to the thief prince. Opting for at least skirting the riders, he began to pull out to the side, veering left, heading toward the river bank. A series of curses at his back suggested that Bjorn at least was with him. The others engaged the riders. Ketil hit them first, ahead of the rest as he was. He took a number of sword blows on his shield as he busily hacked away at the horse to his right with his axe, chopping its leg and shoulder into meat, and then leaping sharply out of the way as the beast fell, crying in agony. Leif was there a moment later, despite his short legs. Once again, It struck Halfdan how far Leif had come from the loquacious scholar they had met in Kiev to the ruthless killer he was now. The little Russ turned aside 2 blows with his axe as he stabbed again and again into the rider's leg with his sax. And so it went with the riders. Men were hammering, slashing, stabbing, battering, screaming and cursing. Blood and ordure filled the air, scattered among the misty rain. Halfdan heard a scream tailing off into a curse in the old northern tongue, and knew he had lost one of his men. But he had no time to worry who, for he was now past the riders and pounding toward the 6 men on the bridge. He was not alone. Bjorn and Varlov were with him, as he knew now, for they pulled out level with him, puffing and snarling, weapons and shields hefted. Halfdan grinned viciously. The wolves were together once more, and they were more dangerous than ever. Ketil and Leif were busy tearing into those riders, with the Varangians providing steel-edged assistance, and here was their Jarl, racing into the heart of it all, with 2 of their best at his shoulders. Bjorn had ever been his right arm, but it was good to realize that Varlov, only an acquaintance now for a matter of months, had become as close a member of the pack as any, running at his Jarl's side as they made for the great enemy at the centre of the caravan. The 6 men hefted their shields, held before them and covering much of their bodies, the rest coated with chain and steel helmet, swords ready to stab and swing. If Halfdan got entangled with all of that, Atenulf would have time to rally more men to his defence, or to turn and race back among the bulk of his soldiers. He had to get to the thief without engaging the men in between, yet they blocked the bridge. He did not have the height or momentum to go over them, and the drop into the river made it impossible to go around them. He contemplated attempting to go under them, through their legs as Leif had done back in Miklagartha. But then there was every chance of him sliding to a halt, tangled in their limbs and unable to push through, which would leave him prone and in danger. He sighed as he ran. If he couldn't go under, over, or around, then there was only one option. He would have to go through. "Bjorn, take the right 3, Varlov the left," Halfdan said in a gasp of breath as he ran. The 2 men grunted their understanding. He hoped they were up to it, and found that he believed they were. Bjorn was at his best with several men to fight, and Varlov had proven himself more than capable over the months. Halfdan steadied his breath, pulled his sword in, and held it vertical behind his shield, which he lifted flat in front of him, covering everywhere from his nose down to his groin, the somewhat battered boards providing what defence they could. The shield was a little larger than he was used to, one of those taken from the Byzantine outpost to the north, and it still displayed Greek images on it. Sometime he would have to ask Leif to paint the wolves on it once more. As they ran at the waiting mercenaries, Halfdan at the last moment lowered his face, pressing his forehead against the flat of his blade, which in turn rested against the inside of his shield. They hit the 6-man wall of armour with a roar. Bjorn and Varlov struck out with axes, chopping and hammering, cursing and growling. Halfdan did not rush to engage, though. Instead, he kept his arms in tight behind his shield, putting all his weight and momentum into the charge. He hit the centre of the line hard and just kept running. He felt the moment of resistance as he ploughed into the men, felt several blows batter against his shield, one lucky one crashing across the chain shirt over his shoulders with a blooming pain that suggested future bruising and a lot of slow recovery. Still, it was not debilitating for now, and adrenaline was dulling any pain. With that, he was through the line and racing for the lead wagon, Varlov and Bjorn keeping the 6 men busy. He felt the weaving of the Norns unfolding before him, and, drawn by some unidentified sense, turned for a moment and glanced back from the bridge. Gunnhild, Cassandra, and Anna stood in the open now, a trio of strong women watching the fight, far from the fray, and yet somehow inexplicably involved. The Norns, the weaving, the knot. He looked up. Atenulf had been wrong-footed. He had sent the vast majority of his men to the rear to face Fulk's concerted attack on the wagons, and trusted to 6 riders and 6 infantry to hold the bridge in front. Unfortunately, he had not accounted for the ferocity of the wolves' attack, for already the riders were down and fighting their last, and even at 3-to-1 odds, the mercenaries on the bridge were fighting for their lives against Bjorn and Varlof, and more of the Northmen were now on their way to help. Atenulf was alone on the wagon seat. Even the driver who had been seated beside him had dropped from the vehicle and gone to cower somewhere. The thief had apparently not noticed the failure of the wall of men protecting him, for as Halfdan ran, shield coming out to the side, sword opening up once more, the Beneventan prince was facing the other way, bellowing something at his men in the unintelligible Italian language. As he spun back, he saw for the first time a grimacing, blonde-haired armoured killer running at him. Atenulf's eyes bulged as he pulled himself round and brandished his own sword, ripping a dagger from his belt with the other hand. Halfdan reached the wagon and leapt. His foot touched the timber tongue that stretched from the wagon between the 2 nags pulling the vehicle, and he pushed down, using it as a springboard. He reached the seat mid-leap, the thief prince hissing curses as he tried to bring his sword to bear, but he was not fast enough. Halfdan hit the man, and the 2 of them tumbled back from the seat into the covered wagon interior. Atenulf bellowed something, furious, and, unable to use his long broadsword in such a space, stabbed out with his dagger, trying to get Halfdan somewhere he could cause a vital wound. The Jarl felt the blows thumping into his chain shirt again and again, torso, arms, back, each blow unable to penetrate the chain, and yet each one taking its toll in bruising and dull pain, each one carrying the risk of broken bones. Equally, until they separated, there was insufficient space for Halfdan to use his own sword. All he could do was slam his shield against Atenulf again and again, attempting to drive the breath from him. He was winning, and he knew it. Despite Atenulf's desperate stabs with the dagger, which Halfdan felt as dull pains here and there, it was only a matter of time until his repeated battering with the shield took their toll, and the thief lost control of the dagger or passed out. It came as something of a surprise, then, when the man suddenly bucked, using a reserve of strength Halfdan had not anticipated, throwing him off long enough to struggle away and turn, panting. Halfdan gave him no chance to turn the respite into full recovery. Rolling, he leapt once more, this time his shield taking a hit from the thief prince's sword. He stabbed and felt his blade strike chain, the numbing shock travelling into his wrist, but the blow further troubled Atenulf, who let out an "ugh" noise as he rocked back on his knees, unable to stand fully in the covered wagon. Before Atenulf could come around for another swing, Halfdan dived again, landing on the thief, and pushing him back down so that his knees bent awkwardly. Atenulf let out another squawk of pain and thrashed with his blades, trying to stab Halfdan any way he could. Unable to do much in the press, Halfdan saw the only opening and took it. Bunching his muscles, he jerked his shield upwards a few inches, all he could manage, but it was enough. The rawhide edging slammed up into Atenulf's chin, cracking his teeth together hard. He yelped in pain, and in that moment of distress, his dagger and sword fell away. The wolf's Jarl took advantage of the moment, slamming the shield now to the left, where it smashed into his opponent's sword arm with the audible crack of a broken bone. Before the dagger could come around for a blow, Halfdan struck again, driven by desperation and the desire to kill. His short, straight blade slammed up where his shield had so recently struck, the tip ripping into Atenulf's throat, up through his mouth, and deep into his brain, until it reached the inside of his skull with a clunk. Just to be sure, Halfdan, with some difficulty, gave the sword a half-twist, mincing the innards of the thief prince's head. Atenulf began to shake wildly, his weapons falling away from madly flailing arms. Halfdan, sweating and shaking from his exertions, reared back to avoid them. For the first time, he looked back past the body, and all they had done became worthwhile. The wagon was filled with wooden boxes, each fitted with iron hinges and clasps, each roughly 2 feet long and a foot wide and deep. Just to be sure, he scurried over to the nearest, leaving the shaking corpse, and brought the pommel of his sword down hard on the clasp, bursting the box open. He lifted the lid. Gold shone with that lustre that even grey clouds and drizzle cannot dull. The whole box was filled with coins of gold, minted with the image of Constantine Monomachos, Emperor of Byzantium. His watering eyes took in the coins for only a moment before he shut the lid once more, and then looked around, counting the number of wooden boxes. There had to be more than 20 of them in this wagon alone. This was a fortune to match, or even to exceed, the one Hadrathi had purloined in the great city. It was, truly, a king's ransom. Halfdan realized suddenly that he'd been crouching there dreamily for some time, his eyes locked on the boxes of gold. The reality of the situation insisted itself once more as the sounds of fighting reached him from outside. Grabbing up his sword and shield, he rose to a stoop and shuffled out of the covered wagon. From the bench seat he could see the wolves putting down the last men on their side of the bridge. Then something odd struck him. There was no sound of jubilation, no cheering as the noise of battle faded. His men had seemed to be looking at him, but now he realized that was not the case. They were looking past him. He turned, but the covered wagon obscured whatever they were looking at, and so he staggered forward, the adrenaline of combat and the euphoria of victory keeping the aches and pains at bay, and dropped from the wagon to the timbers of the bridge, turning and looking back. Fulk and his companions had climbed onto the next wagon, the Norman lord with his sword high, Mark before him. "Stand down, Odin's men," Fulk bellowed. Halfdan's brow creased. He looked past the Norman. They had won. The Byzantine infantry might be slightly fewer than they had been, but they had taken all of Atenulf's men. Not one of the mercenaries was still upright as the infantry clambered around the wagons, securing them and putting down any remaining teamsters. It was over. But it also wasn't. "What are you doing?" he demanded. Fulk turned, noticing him for the first time. "Sorry, Halfdan, but alliances can only go so far. I can't let you have the gold." "You swore on your god's book," Halfdan hissed, "and I shall atone for that in due course. But now there is something more important. This gold is worth a great deal, Halfdan, but it is worth more as patronage. Iron Arm will make me a rich and powerful lord for this, and any man who comes with me can also ride that wagon of wealth. Do not be short-sighted, Northman. Even a wagon full of those coins is worth less than the goodwill of the most powerful man in Italy." Halfdan shook his head. "Every man here gets their share. That was the deal. What you do with yours is your own business, but we have need of ours." "Then I am afraid I shall have to take it. Last chance, Halfdan. Walk away while you can." "Norman, there are 2 of you. You're hopelessly outnumbered. Think again." And then the Jarl realized that the Byzantine soldiers were lining up, facing the wolves, while one particularly large soldier stepped forward to join Mark in protecting the Lord. This had been Fulk's plan since they had reached the bridge at the least. That was why he'd sprung the trap too early. He had the Byzantines on his side. He must have bought their loyalty on the journey with the promise of a grand future here, for they could never go home. And he'd attacked while the wagons were still on his side of the river, so that he had control of them, while Halfdan and the wolves took out the most dangerous of the enemies in the vanguard, including Atenulf himself. It was well played, a master stroke of betrayal. Even as he realized what had happened, Halfdan knew that now Fulk's force outnumbered his. Only by a little, but it might be enough.
Odin, we're not going to let you walk away with the gold. Then you will have to fight us for it.
Halfdan looked around. His men were some way back. Bjorn and the others had overcome Atenulf's riders and the other defenders while he dealt with their master, but had come no further. And now they stood, stony-faced, staring at the man who had betrayed them. Even as Halfdan focused on them, he saw every pair of eyes turn to him, a question there. He answered them with a roar, turning, sword up, running for the Normans. As he ran, he realized the danger he was in. He was considerably ahead of the others, and would have several long moments fighting the Normans before anyone came to his aid. But he could not afford to wait. He knew how crews worked, and he knew how mercenaries worked, and he knew how the Byzantine mind worked. If they could overcome the three leaders, the resolve of the other Byzantines would crumble, for without Fulk to mediate with Iron Arm, they were powerless. He had to kill Fulk before the soldiers rushed forward to surround him, which meant he had to face Fulk, Mark, and the Byzantine alone. Still, he had no choice. Gritting his teeth, he repeated his earlier attack, running at the wagon on which the three men stood and leaping, using the wooden pole tongue to vault up onto the bench seat where they awaited him. Unlike Atenulf, however, these men were more than prepared for him, and the two remaining soldiers they had saved from the siege at Genoza so long ago had stepped in front of their master to protect him. Halfdan swung, keeping his shield up to save him from Mark's sword. He lashed out against the Byzantine, who was already wounded, sporting a bloody line down his side. If he could take him down, it would drop the odds by a third. His sword struck the man, and in that moment Odin was with him, and Loki was watching. For though the strike was wild and not enough to truly wound, the Byzantine had lurched back to avoid the blade, and his foot had caught the edge of the bench and slipped. In a heartbeat, the wounded man disappeared from the wagon with a shriek, crashing painfully to the bridge on his wounded arm, which caused him to howl all the more and roll around, clutching the damaged limb. Halfdan had no time to savour the victory, though. His shield had taken Mark's initial swing, but the man was on him now with a vengeance. Halfdan had seen Mark fight often over the past months, and he was hard and dangerous. As the Jarl turned, trying to bring his own sword to bear, Mark was hammering blow after blow, and Halfdan could feel the shield disintegrating under the concerted attack, his arm becoming numb. Worse still, Fulk had leapt forward now, his own shield up, his own sword swinging. Halfdan felt himself losing under the barrage of the Normans' attack. The Byzantines were running forward to preserve their new benefactor, and, a quick glance over his shoulder confirmed, Bjorn, Leif, and Ulver and the others were all pounding across the bridge, rushing to help take down the traitors before their Byzantine traitors could leap to their defence. It was going to be close, too close for comfort, especially since there was every chance that Halfdan would be dead before the decisive blow was struck. He was in the fight of his life now, using both sword and shield to block the Normans' attacks, unable to find an opportunity in the flurry of strikes to fight back. He was being pushed back, almost to the edge of the wagon, where he would fall. He was losing, and there was nothing he could do, no way to find a moment to fight. Mark gave a sudden gasp, and Halfdan, who was desperately trying to hold him off, felt the hammering that had been pushing him back lessen. He risked a look over the top of his shield and blinked at the sight of the arrow sticking out of the Norman's eye. Mark was slowly toppling backwards, his face transfixed by the shaft that had killed him. Fulk, aware that he was alone now, took a step back, trying to buy time for the Byzantines to reach him. Halfdan felt the fight flow back his way now, and he trod forward, bearing down on the Norman. He glanced back to see Ketil lowering Florian's bow, a horribly smug smile on his face. Halfdan was going to be made to pay for that little move later, he was sure. He turned. For now, there was a traitor to kill. He took a step forward and shivered. He could feel the savour in the very air around him, crackling across the boards of the wagon, prickling his skin. He could feel the eyes of everyone on him, especially the 3 women standing back across the river, friends and companions, and yet ancient giantesses who wove the fates of men at birth and who tended the world tree. He could feel it, the stuff of legend, the jewels of the ancients. Halfdan was the centre of all attention, as was Fulk de Corvaudon. The Norman took a step, hefting his sword and shield. Halfdan, feeling the gods with him, feeling no pain, no fear, only certainty, cast away the damaged shield and jumped. Fulk saw him coming and swept his sword down hard, but Halfdan was quick, leapt inside the blow, and hit the Norman hard, barging him, knocking him back. Fulk twisted in panic and pain. He fell, Halfdan toppling with him, dropping from the side of the wagon. Fulk hit the timber deck of the bridge with a heavy thud, all the breath knocked out of him, as Halfdan landed on top, slightly winded, but saved by the cushioning of the Norman beneath him. The Jarl looked up, wreathed in savour. Every eye was upon him and Fulk, including those of the 3 women who had come closer and were now standing not far from the bank. There was not a sound. All those present had stopped watching the duel, intent on it, and each knowing it would be over before they could intervene. No birds cawed in the sky now, no shield clonked, no chain shirt shushed, no sword struck sword. The only sound was the gentle hiss of the falling rain and the laboured breathing of the 2 men. Fulk bared his teeth, blood on the gums around them where he had bitten his tongue in the fall. "Fuck you, Northman," he snarled, and a hand appeared from somewhere holding a small dagger. The blade came up sharply, nothing there to prevent it, and slammed into Halfdan. The gods held their breath. The blow had been aimed for his throat, but at the very last moment the 2 men had shifted very slightly, and the blade struck Halfdan's chain shirt right at the collar. The Norman pressed hard, trying to push home the knife, for if he could shift it even half an inch, it would skid off the metal links and plough into Halfdan's throat, killing him swiftly. Then Fulk gasped. His hand faltered, and the pressure on Halfdan's neck eased as the Norman's eye swivelled down. Halfdan's short sword had sheathed itself in his opponent's nethers, even as he struggled with the dagger. The short, razor-sharp sword stabbing up beneath his own chain shirt and into his groin. Blood washed out of the Norman's pelvis, flooding down into the boards of the bridge, severed arteries spraying it in hot gushes, draining the Norman of his life at massive speed. Fulk stared up at his killer, and Halfdan watched the man die, surprised at how the Norman's flesh visibly paled as the blood drained from him in torrents. By the time he yanked his blade free and sank back on his knees, Fulk had gone the colour of a winter morning in the northern mountains, a colour no man could survive. "See you in hell, Loki-born," Fulk gasped with his last whimper. Halfdan shook his head. "Not me. I shall be in Valhalla, you vicious, treacherous bastard." With that, he rose to his feet. Norman blood dripping from his blade. He turned. Gunnhild was nodding. As he spun further, Ketil still had that smug grin. Leif and Ulfr looked on with pride, and Bjorn was displaying that disgruntled look he always reserved for when someone cheated him out of a good fight. The wolves had triumphed. The gold of a 10-elf was theirs. Another turn, and he saw the Byzantine soldiers staring in horror. They had wagered on the wrong contestant this time, and they knew it. They had been Halfdan's men, with a place in the world, and had given that place up for the glory promised by Fulk. But now Fulk was gone, and they had severed their ties with Halfdan. They had nothing but the memory of their betrayal and the disfavour of the one man who could have been their lord. As sons of the rebel army, they could not even run home to Byzantium. They had nothing, and nowhere to go. Halfdan looked at the men who had betrayed him, then turned to Bjorn and the others. "Kill them! Kill them all!" Epilogue. William de Hauteville stood at the narrow window, looking out longingly over his domain, not a longing to be in it, or even conquering lands to extend it per se, but a longing to be anywhere else but here, in this moment. He reached up and rubbed his temples with his forefingers, something his mother had taught him as a child to soothe a headache. The headaches had once come regularly, as his father banged on again and again about their old northern roots, and how their ancestors had been the first to cross the grey seas in their dragon boats and to bring terror to the poor monks of Britannia. But it was not his father, long dead, may his soul rest in God's grace, who currently filled the air with the constant hiss of noise. Today it was his sister. He winced at one of her particularly inventive and biological turns of phrase, one that would have had her confessor fingering his rosary in panic and sending her for a well-deserved beating, and once again wondered at his family. They were the strongest of the strong among the Norman lords. Of the sons of Tancred de Hauteville, most were powerful knights and renowned lords, many of them down here in Apulia, far from their homeland. Their father had instilled the iron of their ancestors in their soul, for, while he may have prayed to the Lord, the Son of God, and the Blessed Mother, he never surrendered the tales of where they had come from, of the cold lands of rock and ice that had forged a people who had changed the world. And they had gone forth into that world like Vikings of old, taking up arms with one side or another, until their success had allowed them to carve out their own niche in this southern land. He, of all of them, was the most successful, the most feared, the most victorious. Warriors who had spent all their lives fighting, who had never flinched in battle, counted him the better man. Iron Arm, they called him, and well they might, for he had used his iron arm and the iron sword clenched in it to wrest a huge swathe of land from its former owners. He was afraid of no one, and, short of the Pope himself in his hallowed halls, no one was unafraid of him. No man, anyway. And that was why it was particularly infuriating to find that while he could make Byzantines, Apulians, Italians, Venetians, and even his own Norman countrymen cower with fear, even his strongest voice had little effect on Beatrix. Indeed, he was considering starting a rumour in the castle that her nickname at home was Iron Mouth, in the hope that it stuck. "If the climate does not agree with you," he said in a voice strained with patience, "then go home." "Oh, you would love nothing more, wouldn't you, sweet William?" The most powerful Norman lord in the entire Mediterranean spun on his sister. "I told you before that if you call me that again, I will have you bound and gagged and shipped back to your husband like a merchant's linen bale." She glared at him, narrow-eyed. "You would never dare, and he is not my husband, as you know." Before he had any hope of replying, she began to fill the room with a fresh torrent of verbal abuse that heaped curses upon the name of her brother, her father, and various powerful lords of Normandy. Unable to penetrate this latest slew of ill-placed slander, he turned back to the window with a sigh. Yes, iron mouth. He would start the rumour before dinner tonight and see how many tongues it reached by the third course. As he mulled this pleasing thought, he became aware of noises outside, beyond the normal daily hum of life in Melfi, and found himself managing to fade Beatrix's diatribe into the background as he focused on the source. A small caravan seemed to have reached the outer gate of the castle and was sitting in the city street beyond, attracting all sorts of attention, while a number of heavily armoured men with no colours on show argued with the gate guards. Intrigued, he tried his best to hear what was being said across the courtyard, but Beatrix's voice was just too shrill and insistent. In the end, he closed the drapes of the window behind him, helping seal him off from the room and mute the noise. The fact that the monologue didn't stop suggested that his sister was so intent on her harangue that she hadn't even noticed he was no longer present. The din reduced somewhat. He found now that he could make out a lot of what was being said. A captain had been summoned to the gate and was arguing with a blonde-haired man who looked the very epitome of the warriors William's father would have lauded as their great, cold ancestors. Better still, behind the blonde leader stood the tallest man William had ever seen, dressed all in black and with some horrible facial wound discernible even from here, alongside a white mountain of a man. The captain was denying them entry. Fascinated, William watched as the big white giant moved to thump the captain in his own castle, surrounded by guards. Only a sharp word from the blonde set him back in his place. The captain told them to take their stinking wagons away. The blonde replied that it was important they see the lord of this place. The captain politely and rather coldly informed them that they were more likely to grow a second arsehole while they waited. Ironarm grinned. Good man. He needed promoting. Still, he was far too intrigued. 5 wagons, all weighed down with heavy contents, escorted by around 20 men. No, strike that. Several of them were women. Women riding horses. He blinked. What in the name of sweet Jesus was happening in a world where women rode proud as men? He tried not to think about Beatrix, though her voice was still droning on behind him. 2 more of the newcomers had left one of the wagons now and joined the leader, carrying a banner and a shield with vaguely familiar colours. He racked his brain, trying to identify the insignia and remember to whom they belonged. As his memory furnished him with a name and, more importantly, with a location, several things fell into place. A number of thoughts struck him at once, and he frowned. Yes, this was worth a look. Leaning into the window above the courtyard, he waved. "Ahoy, Captain!" The officer looked around, and eventually identifying the source of the voice, snapped smartly to attention. Yes, a promotion for sure. "Let them into the courtyard. I shall attend presently." The captain saluted sharply, and then turned away, as William Ironarm, Lord of Melfi, spun and fought his way back through the heavy drapes into the room. "You have heard nothing I have said," his sister snapped. "Quite true, dear heart, quite true." He flashed her an infuriating smile, and then walked straight past her and out of the room, feeling better than he had all day. It took him only moments, trotting down the stairs and into the hall below, to find Bernard, who looked up in surprise at his name. "Bernard, what do we know of the Beneventan renegade and his latest movements?" The man looked around, scratching his beard, and puffed out his lip. "Well, we have unsubstantiated but very tempting rumours that place him recently at Acherenza with one of your minor vassals."
There was some altercation there, including devil worship and an actual witch hunt, if accounts are to be believed.
Something else fell into place. Iron Arm found himself picturing those women on the horses, and especially the one in the green dress with the staff.
Go on. Well, public rumour then has him on the road to Reggio, though no lord between there and Acerenza claims to have seen a hint of him. And they are telling the truth. What I have offered would override their personal greed. So he was probably at Acerenza. We will have to deal with the lord later, for if this is true, then he has been disloyal, and a Tenelf cannot have gone to the coast, neither east nor west, for the Italian lords rule the west, and Argyrus controls the east and is most peeved at his missing gold. So he can only have gone south, and likely southeast, given he has been watched for in the west. Tell me, Bernard, is Genosa in that region?
Why, yes, I do believe it is, my lord.
Iron Arm found himself grinning.
Do you remember Fulk de Corvaudon?
The man frowned again, pursing his lips.
I believe I do. He is a good and loyal man, though only master of a small force and a minor fief. We put him in Genosa to hold it on the promise of bigger things. I suspect Genosa has fallen once more, and that Master Corvaudon is no more. I also suspect that a Tenelf of Benevento passed through there, and, if I am not mistaken, he is no more too.
Really?
We have visitors, playing a most audacious game, Bernard, and I am in a whimsical mood. Prepare the hall for guests and send word to the kitchens to over-cater.
Leaving with an odd smile, Iron Arm hummed a jaunty tune as he descended the stairs and entered the courtyard, crunching across the gravel toward the blonde-haired warrior and his friends. The various soldiers around smartened themselves up a little, and a small gathering of them moved over to supply a guard for their lord. He was further intrigued by the fact that the visitors barely moved, let alone offering any obeisance or gesture of respect. As he closed on the gateway, the most dreadful smell wafted across him, and he frowned. He had been around dead men often enough to recognize the smell, but corpses were usually in the ground, and he long gone before they began to smell this ripe, and there had to be a few of them to raise such a cloud. Trying not to gag, he approached the leader and stood in front of him, close enough for a blade to strike, to prove that there was no fear in him. He folded his arms.
I am both fascinated and appalled. You appear to have arrived in my city bearing corpse wagons and demanding to see me.
His eyes slid to the hairy specimen holding Corvaudon's banner, then back to the blonde man.
We are carrying our dead north, Blondie said. It is our custom. Heavens, man, Iron Arm snorted. But have you never heard of the Mos Teutonicus? You can boil the flesh and fat off them and carry home only their bones. Perhaps put their vitals in a sealed container. If you keep carrying their untouched corpses, they're going to be liquid when you arrive wherever you're going.
The blonde man shrugged.
We'll think on it. Are you Iron Arm?
The audacity! William liked the man already, all the more so because he was being so blatant and showing absolutely no fear.
I am. William de Hauteville, in fact, and I am the master of Melfi and of the Council of Nobles, and you are not of my homeland, although you seem to have some connection. Nor are you Italian or Greek, and yet you carry the banner of Corvaudon. You have a tale to tell, I am sure.
The blonde man nodded somberly.
We aided Corvaudon in the defense of Genosa. It has been a long fight with several sieges, in fact. I regret to tell you that the city has fallen to the Byzantines once more. Corvaudon gave his life in the end, as did his men, but it was not enough.
Iron Arm waved a hand negligently.
Genosa is a minor inconvenience. It will change again soon enough.
and there are more troublesome cities closer to hand. You are mercenaries, then?" "We signed on with Odin." The blonde nodded. "We gave plenty of blood and a number of good men, but once the Lord and his corps were gone, there seemed little point in staying and being killed." "How very sensible of you," Iron Arm smiled. He felt like testing this man. "Your wagons ride low, with heavy contents. You must have many fallen." "Many," Blondie replied. "May I pay my respects?" He almost laughed at the shifty way the visitors looked at one another, only their leader holding his gaze. Blondie gave a shrug. "If you wish." With the man leading the way and several guards staying close, Iron Arm followed him into the gate and to the first wagon. He noted with interest the way the blond man moved, as though every muscle hurt and bruises covered all flesh, the sign of a man recently in the thick of battle. He even limped a little. As the man threw back the cover, the Lord of Melfi struggled not to throw up, but also not to laugh out loud. 3 corpses lay mouldering, at least 5 days old by the smell, wrapped rather insufficiently in blankets. Below them, the wagon was filled with something that lay under a layer of sacking that barely concealed the shape of boxes beneath. He staggered back out of the miasma, making the sign of the cross. "God, man, but you need to use the German right and boil them down. You cannot travel further like that. The wagons ride so damn low, your men must have the heaviest of bones." The man's eyes narrowed, and Iron Arm suddenly found himself re-evaluating the leader. The rest may be daft as a bag of old fruit, but Blondie was clever. Iron Arm already knew the wagons carried a 10 elf's gold. He'd been pretty sure before he even descended the stairs, but now he knew it for certain. A huge wealth of gold, rather feebly hidden beneath a few reeking corpses. But what he now knew, which was something of a surprise, was that Blondie knew that he knew it. The 2 men looked at one another for a time, both well aware of what was happening, yet neither speaking of it. Iron Arm weighed up his options. There really was an absolute fortune in gold. Enough that he'd made it widely known he wanted it and would reward handsomely for it. These men could not be unaware of that fact, and yet they were not making any offer. They intended to keep it for themselves, which was so utterly outrageous and audacious that William found himself slightly envious that he was not in their place, doing this himself. "You came to deliver the news and Corvodon's banner?" A nod. "And to seek your permission to pass through your lands without trouble." Of course. With wagons of gold, they would want as little trouble as possible. He really was having trouble not laughing. He could have them killed, of course, and take the gold, but their death would be a waste. He could take the gold and not have them killed, but that would be making dangerous enemies and then keeping them alive, which was a terrible idea. Or he could let them get away with it. And he was oddly inclined to do so. The man deserved some reward for such brazenness after all. "I will not let you go until you have dealt with your dead properly. You will all contract pestilences travelling like that. I shall have all the facilities made available to you to boil down your bodies and save what organs you must. We have a slaughterhouse here, so you can do it near there without bothering too many people. And then you can rest and stay the night and dine with us. In the morning you will pass on, heading north with my blessing, in return for a small favour, I might add." The blonde looked to the others, who seemed sceptical. "That will depend upon the favour, and our own must deal with the dead. It is our way." Again, William almost laughed. "You have my word." He waved to the captain. "Have them bring their wagons in and take them to the sheds near the slaughterhouse. Have someone help them with the Mos Teutonicus. This man—" He paused. "I'm afraid I do not know your name." "Halfdan. Halfdan will accompany me up to the hall with whomever he cares to bring." The blonde spoke to one of his men, and a moment later stepped forward with the pink-eyed, white-skinned giant, and the woman in the green dress, who was the very prettiest witch Iron Arm could ever imagine. He could imagine men organizing a witch hunt, but probably not with execution as their intent. Today was turning out to be a most interesting day, and perhaps the resolution of a truly insistent and tedious problem. As he climbed the stairs toward the hall, the three visitors following, the blonde spoke first. "I think you and I are on the verge of an understanding. I know what I get out of it. I have yet to know how it benefits you." As they emerged into the hall, Iron Arm spotted Beatrix, standing at the far side of a table, being hurriedly laid by many servants, her expression cold, arms folded defiantly. When she saw he was not alone, she turned and stalked off angrily. As she left the room, Iron Arm turned to Halfdan. "My sister Beatrix. She is something of a law unto herself. She is matched in marriage to Armand de Mortain, but thinks to avoid matrimony. She was under the impression I could be coerced into taking her side, but she is wrong. It is a good match and a necessary match. She might have fled all the way from home to this land to avoid her husband, but there is no corner of the world far enough. She will return, and she will marry." "I see," Halfdan said, his voice betraying no opinion. This time, William Iron Arm gave a little chuckle openly. "I think you can see where this conversation is heading. You have something you shouldn't have, which half the world wants, and I have both the right and the ability to pluck it out of your hands. But I am engaged in a delicate situation here, in a lull between disastrous wars, and I cannot afford to take my eye off things, nor to devote men to carrying a troublesome woman home. If a certain group of strong warriors were to commit to my cause and agree to escort Beatrix back to her husband-to-be in Normandy, then I might be tempted to look the other way in the matter of stolen moneys." The woman in the green dress fixed him with a frown. "You would trust your sister to strangers?" Again he chuckled. "You have not met my sister, and she would not travel alone. She will have guards, servants, attendants. She will be well protected. What she needs is a group of strong and determined warriors to make sure that she actually goes home. Her marriage is worth more to my family than any Byzantine gold. And to be frank, I would pay twice that just to get her out of Melfi right now. I think the deal I offer is more than fair. I urge you to take it. I might be inclined to take your prize for my own and try to hire enough men to do the job, but this is so much easier and appeals to my sense of humor." He saw the conflict in Halfdan as he considered this, and was not at all surprised when the man looked to the woman in the green dress, only turning back when she nodded. "All right," Halfdan smiled. "We have a deal." Before Iron Arm could lean forward and shake his hand, the big white-skinned brute stepped forward. "Good. Now before dinner I could do with a fight, a pint, and a fuck." Iron Arm collapsed in mirth. Today was truly an entertaining day, and he almost felt sorry for Beatrix, though not as much as he felt sorry for Halfdan and his men. "Walk this way," he grinned at the giant. The big man chewed his lip for a moment before replying, "If I walked that way, I probably wouldn't want a fuck," he decided. Historical note. This audiobook was born of three different aspects. Firstly, having dealt with the reign of the Empress Zoe in Byzantium and all the troubles around Harald Hardradi and Bear of Byzantium, I felt that the last days of Georgios Maniakes deserved to be recorded. Maniakes is one of the greatest what-ifs of Byzantine history. The empire suffered a steady decline from Constantine Monomachos onwards, and, had he been replaced, perhaps history would be very different. Although Maniakes died in his attempted rebellion, I felt the need to tell the tale. Secondly, there are the Normans. We are familiar with the Normans, in the UK at least, in the form of William the Bastard, Duke of Normandy, and the invasion of 1066. But before the infamous conquest of Britain, the Normans were at work in the Mediterranean as fierce mercenaries, fighting for one side and then the other, until they managed to carve out their own power base in the south of Italy. The fact that these Normans were only a century diluted from having been fully fledged Vikings meant that the meeting of my own Scandinavian heroes and these pseudo-Vikings looked too much fun to ignore. That their language was not yet French and still held much Old Norse within it also meant that communication would not have to be too much of an issue. Finally, there came the plot hook. As so often happens, the plot grew from the smallest thing. Though the history of the Normans in 11th century Italy is tumultuous and thrilling, it just so happens that the very year my heroes entered the fray, very little was actually happening. The major wars that had put the Normans in such a position of power were over, and the next set of troubles had yet to begin. I spent some time reading everything I could find on my specific era, and then up popped the story of Atenulf, Prince of Benevento, who negotiated for a huge ransom in gold and then either fell foul of his peers or promptly vanished with it. What self-respecting Viking could ignore such an opportunity? I had the hook. In Blood Feud, the story was solely that of Halfdan, with the rest of the wolves as a supporting cast. When I came to the Bear of Byzantium, I was constrained by what Gunnhild could do in the city. She couldn't join the Varangian Guard after all, and so I experimented with continuing Halfdan's story, but now adding Gunnhild's tale running parallel. Having done that, with, I think, a solid level of success, I had to decide whether to do something similar and explore another of the wolves in more detail. I had been toying with the story of Ketil anyway, as he is the only one who might ever have challenged Halfdan for leadership. Knowing now that I wanted to tell the tale of Maniakes' revolt, but also the story of Atenulf and his gold, I suddenly needed two protagonists, and so Ketil moved into the foreground. Thus, over 3 books, I have now told the story of 3 of the wolves. Our story begins on a beach in southern Italy. There are differing accounts of what happened there, though all of them agree that Maniakes was to be replaced, and that in response he rose in revolt against the throne. The entire tale of Maniakes' revolt is given only minor treatment in all 3 of the Byzantine chronicles that cover the era. John Skylitzes tells us that Maniakes had been considering revolt ever since he'd first been sent to Sicily, that the move was triggered by Skleros ravaging his estates in Anatolia and raping his wife, and that he slew Pardos, sent to replace him on the beach. Michael Ateliates writes only that Maniakes revolted because the emperor overlooked him, and they did not get on. Michael Sellus has the envoy sent to recall Maniakes slapped by the general and then slain by his troops. My brutal and somewhat peculiar account of the death on the beach is taken from The Deeds of Robert Guiscard by William of Apulia, in which he tells us, "This unfortunate man, Pardos, was captured by Maniakes, who inflicted various tortures upon him, and then had his nose, ears, and mouth stuffed with horse dung, and thus had him put horribly to death in a stable." The effect of the revolt on Byzantine control in Italy is clear, for the withdrawal of such a number of men for Maniakes' failed insurrection can only have left a military dearth in the peninsula. From this point, their position went into a steady decline as the Normans capitalized on their advantage. Once the wolves have split into 2 groups, one led by Halfdan, the other by Ketil, our first location is Genosa. For the record, Fulk and his men are a fictional creation. Genosa is not. Genosa had become a Norman stronghold by 1080, when its castle was begun, and prior to that had been a Byzantine city. My notion of it having been temporarily held by a minor Norman mercenary in 1042 is far from unrealistic, given the shifting divisions and the near-constant warfare of the period. The rock-cut villages of the ravines around Genoza are still there, and were occupied into the 20th century. The water channels and wells are still visible, though my specific geography of them is a conceit of the author, due, sadly, to the effects of COVID preventing a research visit to the site. In this scene, Gunnhild poisons the garrison with mandragora, the Latin name for mandrake. Mandrake is both poisonous, emetic, and hallucinogenic in the appropriate concentration, and the plant grows free and wild in southern Italy. And so, over the first part of the audiobook, Halfdan frees folk from Genoza. Focus then shifts to the revolt of Maniakes. The sources actually tell us very little about the campaign. What is clear in all accounts is that an imperial army led by Stephanos met with Maniakes' force somewhere near Thessalonica and defeated them there. According to Ateliates, Maniakes received a mortal wound while fighting and fell from his horse. The battle, which had been going his way until then, suddenly changed, the heart going out of the rebel army. Stylitzes places the battle at Ostrovo, modern Arnissa, some 40 miles west of Thessalonica, and he has Maniakes fall from his horse with no visible sign of injury until his armour is removed and a mortal wound revealed. This is the tack I took, which suggests that he was already suffering from the injury before the battle. Sellus gives us a direct description of Maniakes being hit in the battle. Of the conflicting tales, I chose Stylitzes, and so the revolt fails. Byzantium declines, Maniakes disappears from history, and 3 of our wolves flee west once more. Back to Acerenza, then. Once more, my Norman lord of Acerenza is a fictional one. The city was conquered by the notorious Guiscard in 1041, and the walls and castle were strengthened thereafter. My descriptions of 11th century Acerenza are not based on the current city street plan, which has changed several times since the days of Halfdan, but follow the rough geography of the city as it would have been in the period, with buildings and architecture that are endemic of medieval Italy. If the punishments awaiting our heroes in Acerenza seem extreme or more fitting to the 17th century, they are still appropriate for the time. By the 11th century, Catholicism in Italy, the religion followed by the Normans as well as the indigenous Italian people, had truly taken hold. Paganism was relatively unheard of, and therefore increasingly associated with Satan. The enemies of the faith at the time were mainly the Muslim peoples, who had been fought back out of Sicily very recently, and a few issues of dogma with Byzantium's Orthodox Church. Within a century and a half of our story, however, the Pope would call for crusades in the Baltic against the pagan peoples of the region, which gives us some idea of the papal view on such matters. Less than 20 years before the wolves met Maniakes on the beach, Bishop Burchard of Worms had written of wicked witches. Charlemagne in the early 9th century had instituted a law to prevent the burning to death of women believed to be witches, which suggests that such a thing was not uncommon by even the 9th century. Indeed, the witches of Forres in Scotland had been burnt at the stake in 968. As for Bjorn's intended fate, the 8th century Liber Historiae Francorum tells us that the Merovingian queen Brunhilda was, in 613, tied to the feet of wild horses and torn apart limb from limb. Execution by the sword, of course, is a common method throughout history. When Bjorn takes his revenge upon the traitorous Norman, I have fallen somewhat into the camp of legend. The blood eagle punishment may be a later literary invention. It is mentioned in 5 sources, with varying descriptions that do not always agree, between them telling of the end of 3 different men at different times. There is no surviving visual representation, and no archaeological evidence has been found. This, of course, does not mean that the Blood Eagle is a fiction. The jury is out. I chose to use it with Bjorn, as it is one of those things that can only be applied to the pagan Vikings of the Dark Ages, and so fitted my characters well. Now, our heroes languish in prison at Acerenza. Meanwhile, the journey to the coast for Ketil and friends is a fictional invention. The pirates they encounter are based upon the Narentine pirates of the Balkan Islands, who had become such a problem that the Venetians campaigned against them and destroyed their power in 1000 AD. That at least some level of piracy survived and continued in the ensuing decades seems likely. Similarly, Venice at this time was yet to become the world-famous naval power of the following centuries, but she was well on the way, and even a cursory reading of the history of the Venetian Republic confirms the mercenary nature of their expansion. The exact dates on which towns and strongholds changed hands between Byzantines and Normans is not always recorded. I have therefore for my tale made Barletta one of their earlier conquests along the Bari coastline. So the wolves of Odin are reunited, and with the goal of capturing a 10-elf's gold. What follows on to the end of the book is my own tale. History does not relate what happened to a 10-elf and his treasure. William of Apulia tells us, "The wretched ex-Augustus was led in chains to a 10-elf city, walking before the victor's horse, since his enemy wanted to emphasize the scale of his triumph." Amatus of Monte Cassino, in his History of the Normans, tells us the prisoners were given to a 10-elf, their prince, so that he might question them and decide what should be done. A 10-elf thought to make himself rich from these prisoners. In his seminal work, The Normans in the South, John Julius Norwich gives us a potted version, telling us that a 10-elf was discovered to have sold the prisoner back to the Greeks and kept the ransom money. One source writes that a 10-elf fell foul of the Normans for his crime, while most tell us either that a 10-elf escaped to Byzantine lands with the gold, or, more often, tell us nothing at all. Clearly, I was able to form my own opinion of the end in my tale. There is little to tell of the finale, I feel. A betrayal was coming, and I imagine you all saw its spectre once or twice before it happened. And that has to lead me briefly to 2 other characters. My good friend and partner in crime, Gordon Doherty, holds charity book auctions every Wednesday to raise money for the Myeloma UK charity, sterling work, and one week auctioned a copy of The Bear of Byzantium before its publication. The response and the winning and second-place bid were so overwhelmingly generous that we sent out 2 books with a small prize bundle, including the incorporation of the winners as characters in my next book. I would like you all, then, to laud and celebrate Mark Taff James, who graces these pages as Fulk's competent bannerman, Mark, and Sandra Pascoe, now the Byzantine refugee Cassandra. Thank you to you both. My final scene, taken from the new perspective of the most powerful and most famous Norman in Italian history, of course, sets the scene for the next book. Halfdan's time in Italy has been something of a catalyst and a turning point. He has evolved beyond the young and uncertain man we first met in Blood Feud. He has become a Jarl in every sense, and now even Ketil respects that. Moreover, their time in the south is done. Their eyes, only one in Ketil's case, are drawn once more to the north and to their homelands. There are tales to come yet, but now the wolves are once more on the rise and moving into more familiar territory. Thank you for listening. J.A.Turney, April 2022. Glossary. Aesir, one of the two groups of Viking gods, including Thor, Odin, Loki, and Tyr. Berserker, plural berserkir, literally bear shirts, the berserkers of Viking fame who were overtaken by battle madness in the name of Odin. Excubitores, an elite Byzantine regiment with an origin as imperial bodyguards, by this time part of the garrison of Constantinople. Freyja, the most powerful goddess of the Vanir, whose realm includes magic, fertility, war, and the gathering of the slain to her land of Folkvanger. Gotlander, one of the three peoples of modern Sweden. The Goths occupied the island of Gotland. Holmgång, an official ritual form of duel between two opponents. Jarl, a noble of power, the derivation of the English earl, who receives fealty from all free men of a region. Carl, a freeman, neither a noble nor a slave. Catapan, regional governor of the Byzantine Empire. Loki, a trickster god, a shapeshifter, who is destined to fight alongside the giants against the other gods at the end of days. Miklogartha, Viking name for Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire, now Istanbul. Mjolnir, Thor's hammer. Norns, the female entities who control the fates of both men and gods. Odin, most powerful of the Aesir, the chief god and father of Thor, who gave an eye in return for wisdom, and who has twin ravens and twin wolves, and an 8-legged horse. Ragnarok, the end of the universe, including a great battle between gods, giants, monsters, and the slain who have been gathered by Odin and Freyja. Rus, the descendants of the Vikings who settled Kiev and Novgorod and areas of Belarus and Ukraine, from whom the name Russian derives. Rusland. Sax, a short sword or long knife of Germanic origin, known to the Saxons as the seax. Seidr, a form of magic that flows around men and gods, which can be used and understood by few, the source of divination. Sphere, one of the three peoples of modern Sweden. The spheres occupied the northern regions of Sweden, around Uppsala. Theotokos, Pamakaristos, literally Mother of God, Greek terms of Mary, Mother of Jesus. Thor, son of Odin, the god of thunder, one of the most powerful of the Aesir. Thrall, a slave with no will beyond that of his master, often a captive of war. Volknut, a symbol of interlocked triangles believed to bind an object or person to Odin. Varangian, the Byzantine imperial bodyguard, formed of Northmen. Varangi, Greek term for the Varangian guard. Völva, plural, völvur, a wise woman or witch or seeress with the power of prophecy and the ability to understand and manipulate Seidr. You've been listening to Iron and Gold by J.A.Turney, narrated by Malk Williams. Published by Quest, an imprint of W.F. Howes Limited. This work is copyrighted 2022 J.A.Turney. This recording is copyrighted 2023 W.F. Howes Limited.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.